Let's get blazed for the holidays. Jingle bells with our eyes aglaze. Merrily caroling, waiting for Santa to show. Every eye twinkling, hoping that he's gonna bring the stuff he's growing at the North Pole. We've been extra good this year. Get on Santa's list, 'cause there's a secret stash in Santa's bag, and we think we know what it is. It's red and green like a Christmas tree. It's all wrapped up in twine. It's sticky sweet, I do believe. It smells like naughty pine. So let's get blazed for the holiday. Jingle bells with our eyes aglaze. Merrily caroling, waiting for Santa to show. Every eye twinkling, hoping that he's gonna bring the stuff he's growing at the North Pole. We've left milk on the countertop and sugar cookies by his glass. No thanking him for everything he brought us in the past. But this year when he appears, I hope he knows what we need. Little Christmas cheer, I got the bong right here. Santa fill it with a little weed. Let's get blazed for the holidays. Jingle bells with our eyes aglaze. Merrily caroling, waiting for Santa to show. Ho, ho, ho. Every eye twinkling, hoping that he's gonna bring the stuff he's growing at the North Pole. Every eye twinkling, Santa, you just got to bring the stuff you're growing at the North Pole.
Smoke weed every day. Smoke weed every day. Smoke weed every day. Smoke weed every day.
When you've got some weed and nowhere to smoke, take a thumbtack and an empty Coke can. Put some holes in it and break up your bud. Throw it on the top and now you can smoke some. Do-do-do-do-do, do-do-do-do-do, do-do-do-do-do. Always smoke a bowler. Do-do-do-do-do, do-do-do-do, do-do-do-do-do. Always smoke a bowler, yeah. We don't all drink Coke, but we all wipe our butt. We'll take a toilet paper roll and some tin foil, wrap the foil around the toilet paper roll, poke some holes in it and you've got a good bowl. Do-do-do-do, do-do-do-do, do-do-do-do-do. Always smoke a bowler. Do-do-do-do-do, do-do-do-do, do-do-do-do-do. Always smoke a bowler, yeah. If you don't want a bowl and you want a bong, take some tin foil and a 1-gallon milk jug. Cut off the bottom, put a big hole in the top. Put some foil around it and fill up the bathtub. Do-do-do-do, do-do-do-do,
ho, ho! Welcome to the 420 Cafe. Our days. Party. Christmas party. Hanukkah party. Kwanzaa party. Festivus party. I even made my own holiday one time. One year, I forgot what it was called. I mixed them all together. I did it on one of my YouTube channels. Yeah, what the fuck? It was like Monica Kwanzaa or something like that. Winter solstice. There you go. Did I cover everything? Probably not. Yeah, it's a Christmas party here, everybody. And I'm here for the oration. It'll take me a little time to get going there. Get going here. There's so much going on. Take care of last minute stuff. But I'm here. Here to facilitate and moderate civil discussions about all types of topics. Yes, we still do it here on Christmas. I got a link posted to the top. So if you want to come on in, join the party, we're hoping to do a little karaoke. And you know what? We're going to start off with some Snoop Dogg, man. Snoop Dogg Christmas. Come on now. Snoop Dogg Christmas. Let's do it. Oh, yeah. Light one up. That's it. Come on. Ooh. I know this is called Was the Night Before Christmas, but this is more like it was 2 nights.
'Twas the night before Christmas.
2 nights before Christmas.
And all through the
hood.
Ain't shit that was stirring.
Oh, boy.
It was all good.
All good, man.
The stocking was hung on my big fat dick.
Oh!
Was hoping to get some of that good shit from old Jolly Saint Nick.
The children were snuggled up, sleeping in bed.
Oh.
My bitch on my job, giving holiday head.
Whoa, I wish I was getting holiday head.
And outside my crib, there rose such a clatter.
Just me and Palmer and
Handy.
Handy.
Out and yell, what the fuck is the matter?
Matter.
A fat red pimp got out of his ride. It was perfectly clear. He was from the north side.
Hey, bro.
Yo, Santa, what's up? Bring me some chronic.
Chronic, man.
And Tanqueray gin. I can mix with my tonic.
Oh, yeah.
He said, ho, ho, ho.
Oh.
And opened his sack. It was stuffed full of endo. Had to take a step back.
Step back, yo.
This for the dog. Did you bring this for me?
Me?
To blaze with my hoes and my closest homie.
Hopefully these bongos are getting synced.
He just nodded his head, his eyes about shut. It was then that I knew that Saint Nick was fucked up.
He ate all the motherfucking cookies I left on the plate. Then he went in the fridge. And he ate and he ate, and that fat motherfucker ate.
And when
Fat
he was
motherfucker.
done, when the cupboard was bare, he packed his shit up and got out of there.
Get out.
Good night, doggy dog. See it from the sky. Merry Christmas to all you motherfuckers, and to all a good high. Merry Christmas.
From the dog pound.
And everybody, have a happy new year. Ho, ho, ho.
Here you go, a little Snoop Dogg for you. What happened? Green was here just a moment ago. I guess he doesn't like Green. Doesn't like Snoop Dogg. Well, happy holidays, everybody, and yeah, got my Green for the holiday right here. So waiting for a couple peeps to come on in to the cafe, Christmas party. Start off some weed and a shake, a protein shake. Karaoke. We'll do some karaoke if anybody's up for it. You know what? I should have put that in the title. Just maybe because some people just like to, listen to karaoke. So maybe we'll get some audience here. Let's see. Karaoke. Karaoke plus chat. There you go. I didn't know you can do that. Oh, wow. In the title, I didn't know when. Now that even though I have seen it, just didn't realize it till now when I went to go change the title that if you put the at symbol, that you can kind of tag other channels in your title. Interesting. But it doesn't seem all the channels have a tag. Okay, he's in there. Okay. Hey, hey, Todd, you came up when I put up G. What if I put at Santa? Does Santa Claus have a YouTube channel? Do you believe that I can't? You put Santa Claus was here as a channel. There's X Santa Claus with an E. XX has a channel. But I'm going to do hashtag Santa Claus. But can you believe Santa Claus, just Santa Claus, is not a channel? But I'll put Santa Claus was here. So I don't know whose channel that is. But we're going to tag him. Yes. Oh, you hear that storm? Oh, wind is kicking up a little bit. I don't think you hear it. All right, you want some Christmas karaoke? We're gonna do this or what? I'll wait for a couple peeps to come on in, stir some conversation up. Meanwhile, shall we play some Christmas songs? I'm putting in. Oh wait, two people came in. Bloop bloop. Heretic, the Z and the G.
Assalamu alaikum, comrades. How you doing?
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam. There you
Alaikum
go.
assalam.
There you go. And happy Kwanzaa, everyone.
Wait.
Kwanzaa. What's Kwanzaa?
Kwanzaa? You don't know about Kwanzaa?
Kwanzaa, yeah, Kwanzaa.
Yeah, it's happy Kwanzaa.
What's Kwanzaa?
Kwanzaa.
I don't know, but it's something.
African. It's like an African.
It is something that I love to say. Yeah, I just love
like
to say.
No, it's an African like an African Christmas.
Yeah, it's like an African Christmas.
Yeah. Is that on 2 days before Christmas as well?
I have no clue.
I think this is about
African. Here you go. I'm gonna pull it up for you, my friend. Okay.
December the
Let's
26th
learn about Kwanzaa
to
today, folks.
December the 26th to January the 1st. So, I mean, this is about the 11th. The 11th Brojo show to do with Christmas, and it's not even fucking Christmas.
Is it? Oh wait. Oh, Heretic, wait till the day after, because we have 12 days of Christmas.
Can't you go for Happy Easter from the 26th of December? you start there?
We could do 3 months of Christmas.
Or you can go 2 months of Valentine's Day. Happy Valentine's Day.
Oh man, I'm trying to ban that holiday.
And then you can go for Halloween after April the 1st.
Halloween should be a 3-day holiday, by the way.
Yeah.
Yes.
It should be a 3-day festival.
Well, you have the day after is a Spanish one, right? Day of the Dead. It's a Mexican holiday, right? And All Saints Day. So it's kind of like 2 days Halloween in a way. No?
I should combine them, definitely. So, what's the status on the war on Christmas?
They won. Christmas is dead this year.
Oh, really? Holy shit!
Yeah,
there was a war on Christmas.
Tell us more.
Yeah, tell us more about this war, Brojo.
I don't know. From what I'm hearing, nobody's in the spirit.
I lost a lot of friends in this battle.
They're struggling. A lot of people are struggling.
Oh, I mean, the temporary loss of spirit of Christmas is different from a war on Christmas. So, I mean,
well, they killed the spirit.
Trying to ban Christmas forever.
No, not yet.
Not yet.
Well, we have gay Santa now. I think we have a gay Santa and his gay elves. Maybe next year he'll be trans Santa.
Well, that's Christmas expanding itself. It's going outside the box.
Yeah, it's not getting
outside the Christmas box.
It's growing. It's growing. It's
like Santa's waistband.
Yeah, it's growing its tentacles around every culture imaginable.
So does that mean he's not going to be in red? He's going to be in rainbow.
Yeah. Oh, there you go. Yeah, rainbow. Christmas.
Everybody's going to have their own personal Santa.
Will it be Coca-Cola that comes up with the first rainbow Santa in one of their adverts?
Well, does that mean Depeche Mode will have to come out with a new song? Your own personal Santa.
My own personal Santa.
Our own personal Santa.
So Kwanzaa is an annual celebration of African American culture, which doesn't seem to be anything to do with Christmas, other than it's around about the same time. But I've only read the first half of the first sentence.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're reading Wikipedia? I pulled it up.
Yeah.
I'm not reading that shit.
So it's an annual celebration of Afro-American culture from December 26th to January 1st, created by an activist, Maulana Karenga, based on African harvest festival traditions. So it sounds like it goes back prior to Christmas. It's trying to take it back.
1966.
Well, that was the first time that he brought it back in. The reason is to give blacks an alternative to the existing holiday of Christmas, an opportunity to celebrate themselves and their history, rather than simply imitate the practice of the dominant society. So it's a bit like the winter solstice stuff. It's all back again. It's paganism, but it's an African paganism.
This is like the Christians, right? Who were trying to take do your own pagan holiday, and now it's a blacks trying to take from the Christmas.
And this other bit here,
why don't you just do it a whole totally different time? Why in the same time?
Because the time is the most important bit. It's the end. It's the death of one year and the resurrection of a new year. That's why it was 12 days. It's sort of like 25th December through to 6th of January. 6th of January is the
Shut the fuck up.
So he says here, this guy, Karenga, believes Jesus was psychotic and Christianity was a white religion.
Oh, where did he say that? Oh, there it is. Ooh. I'm distracted by the noise. And who's in the mental ward today?
Oh, well, I got family over for the holidays.
Oh, how dare you?
Are you celebrating Kwanzaa?
No, unfortunately not, but we should.
You You celebrating the birth of Jesus?
The birth of who? What?
Jesus.
No.
Yeah.
No.
What do you mean?
No. I
Wait,
got
wait. Isn't it true that Muslims believe that Jesus was born of a virgin?
yeah.
Virgin as
Yeah.
in didn't have sex?
Correct.
Oh, okay.
That's the scuttlebutt around the Islamic circles. Yeah.
Until
Oh, they-
later, of course, because she shagged like a fucking man. Wow.
Yeah.
He had at least 4 or 5 more, according to the scriptures, or what people say is in the scriptures.
James is one of them, I bet. I think. Right,
James.
brother,
And a twin.
Oh,
He had
what the
Thomas.
fuck
There
is
was
going
Thomas as
on?
well.
Right, Thomas might be his twin. Some say, right?
Yeah. So what I'm interested in is this stuff about Christianity was a white religion. Green, I think you'll be able to explain something to me. I mean, if you're everybody talks about white and black. It's as if it's a fucking binary. There's only white and there's only black, whichever.
Correct.
And you have to go into one of them. But how would you therefore describe Middle Easterners and Arabs?
Green, olive colored, beautiful people. That's what I would describe them.
Well, I agree, but I'm talking about this white versus black, because this person who's black is clearly defining people from the Levant as white.
Interesting.
The people of Israel were white, therefore the Palestinians are white. Most of fucking Arabia is white in his eyes. And it is something that I actually suffered from when I was a kid. I mean, this is why I hate fucking race stuff. I fucking hate whites and I hate blacks, because I was classed as a half caste.
You hate yourself?
I was classed as a half caste and wasn't allowed in either community. I was not a member of either community.
Why?
And
wait a minute, you're half black?
No, I was classed as half caste, right? Because I was brought up in a very white society, but I'm not white in their eyes, okay?
You're not white enough.
In their eyes. So
Correct.
I was classified as a monkey or a half caste, right? All the way through my childhood.
Yeah.
And
like
yet,
Brojo.
And yet the black community did not accept me into their community either. So I basically did not have a community, which is why I hate them fucking both. I think they're all fucking wankers, right? But one of the interesting things is, okay, I mean, where do people of the Levant, people of Arabia sit in this? I mean, you've got a big differentiation. You've got very dark through to very light. People in India and Pakistan, very light all the way through to very dark, but not black in the way that I think this person is describing it. So where do they sit within this? Or do they have their own race?
Well, the thing is that
color,
this person in particular, that he obviously don't know about his history. You know, so like
lights just flickered. Sorry,
the lights just flickered. Yeah, I've been having the same issue here at where I'm at too, because my power went out.
Oh man, yeah. I don't need power going out. It's supposed to be like 4 degrees tonight. I don't need power going out.
Oh, okay. I better go to the store quickly after this.
4 degrees Fahrenheit. 4 degrees Fahrenheit.
Correct.
What is that in Celsius? That must be minus 15.
That's pretty cold.
It's pretty cold. It's 18 now.
It doesn't feel like 18, but what I'm saying is that
not when you're in the house.
I think the whole white thing and the black thing is something of a new phenomenon, and I think it extends back to the slave trade in the late century, where it was easy, and it could be an American thing as well, because back in the Roman days, there was no such. You could be a slave either if you're white or black or olive color. It didn't matter. what your race was, or the color of your skin, that it's a later on phenomenon, I think, because of the recent slave trade. Because that's how you distinguish between, who's a slave or not. But back in the days, that didn't matter. Slavery was many years.
Yeah, I mean, back in the original days, slavery was between groups of black people in Africa, wasn't it?
Correct. Yeah, there was a lot of slavery. It still goes on to this day. Well, it started everywhere. The slavery is not it happened everywhere. But as far as this is this shit is made up. So I think in the future this wouldn't be a big problem. I think this is going to be like, because now the world is getting smaller in some sense, right? So like people are just going to start mixing and traveling. It's much easier. So that whole race concept is most likely in the future is going to go away. Probably just going to be a different type of separation. But I experienced the same thing as well. I grew up in the inner city. I was never really accepted between either white or black. It's just like people who actually looked in between,
Half caste. You were an outsider. You were an outsider.
Correct. Because however, now that community of people who are more mixed is growing. And is starting to become more accepted. But the whole concept of whiteness is it's very broad.
And it's fascinating because that mix, the word Obama used was mutts. The mix.
Yes, well, we're all
one white, one black parent type of thing. But from what I can tell, and I've got no evidence for this other than just anecdote from seeing it all the time, is that those people who are mixed always say they are black. Always.
Not necessarily, because in Latin America, if you're mixed and if you didn't
depends
look
where
really
they're applying for a job.
Yeah, then there would be white. Like I know people, like especially the Argentina, like the Argentina soccer team, for example.
Yeah,
they look white, but they're not really white. They're really mestizos.
Yeah,
they're mixed mestizos, meaning white and Indian, native to Argentina.
Yeah.
So they're not all white. They may look lighter skin, but they're
what do you
not
consider
white.
people from Malta?
Malta is Mediterranean. Just Mediterranean, like.
And they can be very dark all the way up. They can
be very dark, or they can be very light.
That's the point. Same with Spain. And it's like,
because I recently found out I have a little, I guess you say Maltese.
Maltese,
yeah.
Maltese.
You're a falcon. You're a falcon.
I found out I had a little
you
of
ever
that
seen
in me.
Greeks? You ever seen Greeks? Greeks are dark as fuck. The darkest people I've ever seen.
And some are really
not
light.
The darkest. They're dark. They're like.
This is the point, though. This is the point. Mediterranean. I mean, they're still within the. What's that word? Begins with C. The word that describes all of us people.
Caucasian.
Yeah, they're Caucasian. But you can go from extremely fucking dark Caucasian to pretty much albino Caucasian.
Correct.
And it's really difficult to bring it in. But if you were brought up in an extremely albino society and you weren't albino, you're an outsider. But you're not. But to anybody else that's actually from Africa, say, you're fucking white. Which leaves you in no man's land. You are in fucking no man's land.
I always thought,
especially if there is no community of people like you at all anywhere in your life. And that that just means you're forced to be independent forever.
Not if you go to prison. Then you have to pick a side.
Yeah.
You got to pick a side when you go to prison because you can't just be like, oh, I'm a mixed race. Either you're going to be with the Aryans or you're going to be with the essays or you're going to be with the blacks.
Was it you that put the Joe Rogan show one up about that earlier?
Yeah, yeah. I was watching that. That was interesting. It was like, holy shit, where do I belong? It was like, are you part of this? You part of that?
And it's different rules in different prisons in different parts of the country, and you don't know what the rules are because no one will fucking tell you. And you've just got to work it out. And it's like, oh, really? Fuck.
That was a short clip. How long was that clip?
7 minutes.
Clip.
Oh,
Yeah, that clip said a lot. That clip actually got a lot of freaking information. You know?
What I never knew was who the guy was that was speaking to Joe Rogan, or who the black guy was that was just chipping in some really nice nuggets every now and then. It's like, okay, now they've both got some experience here. These two.
now you got me curious here.
It's in the happy chat.
Yeah, I'm looking now. Oh.
It's freaking fascinating.
Oh, this is 35 minutes. Never mind.
35 minutes? No. That's another one. Wait. That's
okay. Oh, I see. Okay.
It was 8 a.m. Yeah,
I got you.
Yeah,
it's a Joe Rogan one.
Oh, no, there's two of them that I sent in the happy chat. Is the earliest one that I.
Yeah, it's the one that's below your FTX.
I got it. What's it like to go to prison for the first time? Unless we want to finish up with Kwanzaa. You want to finish Kwanzaa first?
No, fuck Kwanzaa.
And it's all part
Nobody
of the
cares.
same.
It's made up.
Part of the same, you know? And it was made up by an American black guy. You know, that guy was American.
Yeah, I know.
just like Mormonism.
There you go.
Just like
American. Ron Karenga. Ron Karenga, who changed his name to something fucking traditionalists, I don't know, Zulu or whatever he did. For whatever.
Do you ever see any Kwanzaa commercials on TV? Do they do that? Happy Kwanzaa? I never see them. I don't watch TV, but
they should. They should put that shit on TV because I think we should be all forced to celebrate it. That's why.
I understand where black people in America are coming from by saying, why the hell do you worship Christianity? Why do you? I understand that. African Americans, it's like they were brought into Christianity through slavery and they worship it. And I don't understand that. I do see that as oppressive, but I don't agree with the way that it's labeled in here, that it's a white religion. It's like, no, it was just the religion that was taken on by these white people in America.
Well, if he did a little bit more research, I think he would have changed a lot of aspects to it.
Maybe,
like they have to understand that a lot of slaves that were brought into America were Muslims as well, and
white Irish.
Yes, and you had the white Irish that were slaves for a period of time. Nobody forgets about that.
I mean, they were below. They were below the blacks because they couldn't.
I want my reparations. I want my reparations.
Because they're fucking weak. Because they're white.
Hold on. There was a period that I heard.
I'm part Irish. I want my reparations.
That in the 1800s, that there were signs of no Irish apply. Like if you were either a dog or Irish, you cannot go in there. And a lot of it stems to the alcoholism, and plus they were Catholic. There was an anti-Catholic shit going on in the United States for a while.
Well, we had it in the UK. You would have bed and breakfast hotels, little mini hotels, which would have signs on it: no blacks, no Irish.
Yeah,
I mean, they were classified like gypsies or something. You know, all they would do is just steal everything that's in the house. Blah blah blah. It's like
all they would do is just drink everything in the house,
and then steal it all, steal everything else.
Exactly.
Oh,
Oh,
He said something about the Irish. My son went nuts.
oh, Kwanzaa!
does he like the Irish? He loves
I
the
don't
Irish.
know. I think he's talking to somebody that's Irish because he's been on his phone a little bit too much lately. I blame it on the Irish.
But Kwanzaa, 7 principles. Come on, let's look at these real quick.
7. Why not
7
8?
because oh man, my lights are flickering again. Come on, don't fail me.
Damn, boy.
Stop
That's
it.
God hating you.
I mean, a lot of it's very.
Every time I say Kwanzaa, the lights flicker. See, look, it just did it again. I fucking swear to God.
yo, you're gonna get the Kwanzaa God angry.
We're gonna test this now. That happened once,
Okay,
just
okay.
now. I said,
Okay.
every time I mention the word Kwanzaa,
And we got a love fest going on with JPAC and fucking
it
Jill.
didn't do it. Oh,
I'm
they,
sorry.
Right.
them two,
Rojo,
them
you're
two need to get a
for-
room already.
Yeah, man,
Wow.
you guys, this is too much.
4 degrees Fahrenheit.
It's a little bit too
minus-
much, guys.
4 degrees
15.5.
Fahrenheit is minus 15.5 centigrade.
Right,
And
exactly.
it's like, fuck me.
You
That's
ever had
cold.
that? That's fucking
and
cold.
then,
man.
and then, I mean, are you getting this sort of bomb cyclone thing with the
I don't know.
reduction?
Right
in
now
air
it's
pressure?
let's see. Right now it's 18 Fahrenheit.
That wasn't my
So
question.
let me see. When is this expected to go down?
It's 22 right here. Bro.
Oh yeah, overnight. We're looking at about 4 o'clock in the morning. It's gonna get down. It says here to 5 degrees. But yeah, after sunset, oh man, 12, 10, 9, 7, 5, all the way. Oh man, it's gonna be cold tonight.
Cold as fuck.
Cold as
Yeah.
fuck, and I'm glad I'm in a nice, warm house.
Is
Mostly.
everybody coming into the chat anyway? Is everyone coming into the stream that's out
Yeah,
there? We've got
come on.
William Freeman, we've got Jill, we've got Jay. It's
Oh,
like,
boy.
we've got Irenic.
Jay
saying
and
it's
Jill
4
went to the
Fahrenheit.
cafe to fetch
Ira-
themselves some bud.
Yeah. And they met William. It's 4 degrees Fahrenheit with Irenic right now.
Yeah, shit.
Lely Gadley. And Fatso Watts out there as well. Hello, Fatso. Good to see you. And Crypta. Crypta, you can come in as well.
Mm-hmm.
Come on in. And we got 10 minutes to the actual 420 here in East Coast. So
All right,
Anyway, that was my story as to why I fucking hate race arguments by people of certain races who moan about X, Y, and Z when all they do is fucking exclude people. They are exclusive clubs. It's like, fuck you all.
No, I actually like race. I think it's hilarious. I like the fact that people look different. I don't want people looking the same. I want a variety of people, and that's basically what I want.
No, I'm with you with that, Green. I'm absolutely with you. I hate the exclusivity that people.
I like a little browning on my meat, if you know what I mean.
Look, in my coffee, you know what I'm talking about?
Jill's coming in to set me straight. Yay! Come on, Jill.
All right. Yeah, it's a
Get in
Christmas
here.
party.
Get in
Everybody's
here.
invited. Let's just, keep it to a limit, all right? We're not going to make this the Jay and Jill show for too long.
This is Kwanzaa, right? Have some respect.
Yes.
Well, Kwanzaa is actually Monday.
So these 7 principles. Number 1 is umoja or unity.
Umoja.
To strive for and maintain unity in the family and community, which sounds like exclusivity. Then you've got kuchikagulia.
No. You said that wrong. It's Kuchichagalia. That's the way you say it.
Kuchichagalia.
How's he know?
Self-determination.
Because, bro, Kuchichagalia. I know that word.
Oh, how do you know that word?
Because there was a bookstore I used to go to, and that's what it used to be called. Kujichagalia. I got some freaking fine books from that place. It was an African bookstore.
Did you know it meant self-determination?
No, I did not. I just know the word. But,
Kuchagalia. I kind of like it though. It's got a nice.
I
It's got a
love that
nice-
word.
It does. It's got a
Kuchagalia.
nice flow.
They
to
actually
it.
had a commercial for that bookstore. It's like Kuchichagalia, and I used to love like, holy
Brojo, there is something in the outside chat that I have to read this to you.
Okay.
And I need you to sing. I need you to sing as the right words come out. Okay. Irenic says, "I just made a big mistake. I took a piss in this little glass bottle."
Oh,
I thought he was about to sing.
I literally thought he was gonna say, "I took a shit on my pants." I'm sorry.
I send an SOS to the world. I send an SOS to the world. I hope that someone gets my. I hope that someone gets my pissing in a bottle. Dum dum dum.
So Irenic took a piss in this little glass bottle that he keeps in the car as opposed to underneath his table. And
why is Irenic doing that?
I have no idea. As soon as the piss hit the glass cracked. What I want to know is whether he got his dick caught in the glass bottle.
How did his piss actually make the freaking glass crack?
Because it's only 4 Fahrenheit where he is, and he's.
Oh, I thought it was because of the meth.
Well, it might be.
I thought the mess would just make your piss really hot. Yeah.
Yeah. So, it's 4 degrees Fahrenheit where Irenic is.
Next time, a plastic bottle, please.
Nah, I won't play it.
Oh, why not? Why not?
Oh, God.
Okay. I mean, it's karaoke night.
Anxiety in my room, you see. I got to go, but the toilet's not for me. The blood is floating now, more than I can bear. I'll take the damn bottle, I don't fucking care. I send a sample to my girl, I send a sample to the world. I hope that no one drinks mine. I hope that no one drinks mine. I hope that no one drinks mine. Piss in a bottle.
That's pretty disgusting.
My piss in a bottle.
Classic to MK. Yes. For you, MK. There you go. Wait for it.
MK, please.
So good. You used to be creative, Brojo.
I know. I gotta get back into it.
Where is it all gone? Where has it all
It's
gone?
all gone. I know. It's gone. Anyway, 4 minutes to 4:20. What were we talking about? Oh, Kwanzaa. Oh, back to Kama.
Could you what? Kuchi
Kuchichagalia.
Kuchichagalia. Almost sounds like a
self-determination. Now, this is a very United Nations thing, to define and name ourselves as well as to create and speak for ourselves. It's like, self-determination. It's what the United Nations stands for, unless you're from the Donbass. Ujima. Did I say that one right? Ujima.
Who knows? I have no
collective work and responsibility.
He only knows that one. He only knows that one word.
I only know that fucking one word. And
it could be Ujima or Uhima. Could the J be pronounced? No, it's J. So
Kuchi.
Yeah, J.
Ujima. It could be Ujima.
I think you have to read it in English.
Ujima. That sounds like some kind of.
To build and maintain our community together and make our brothers and sisters' problems our problems and to solve them together. And that to me goes with the number one, umoja.
Yeah.
Unity. And it's all about exclusivity. Our community is our community. And anyone else, fucking get out.
Well, go to the next one.
That is. Ujamaa. Cooperative economics. to build and maintain our own stores, shops, and other businesses, and to profit from them together. So we will only employ people who are from our community and from our race. I mean,
should
it's
write a
very
book on that.
exclusive. Very exclusive.
Definitely write a book on that shit.
You commies.
But I mean, that's exactly what the Brits did. I mean, all this stuff. No blacks, no Irish type of stuff.
No blacks, no Jews.
That was
no
the same.
gays. Remember that song?
It's the same. It's the same with employing people.
Grace of God. That grace.
Exactly the same with employing people. The government in World War II, if you were female, you were allowed to join the government, but only as a secretary or as a personal assistant or something. Somebody right at the bottom. But you had to resign from your job if you ever got married. Those are the rules. If you're married, you're not allowed to work for the government as a woman.
Wow.
Interesting.
And there was some real silly things going on.
You think we're gonna have to go back to some kind of rules to get?
No. Those are rules considered at that time. I'm sure they have specific reasons to do, even though if it's wrong or right. But times are different in certain situations. I
Absolutely.
guess,
But what if in 30 years nobody gets married no more? Nobody has babies.
Well, but they changed those. I'm sure they changed those rules. But I think during that time, I think they did that for a specific reason.
But that was employment rules as opposed to anything else. I mean, you were allowed to be a spinster and then a thornback. And
what the
stay
fuck
in a
is
job.
a thornback?
Right. That's the interesting stuff. I've just been listening to and just Googling. Okay.
Thornback. What is a thornback?
Okay. Well,
sounds like the wetback.
I'm excited.
We've got to start with spinster. Okay. A spinster was a woman between the ages of 23 and 26 who was not yet married.
Spinster.
Once you were a spinster. So an old maid. You may.
I'm taking
know
notes.
the term or whatever.
Spinster sounds cool though. A spinster.
I like
spinster.
spinster.
Oh no,
sounds like better than spinster.
It was a.
It's like a person that spins and shit like that. You know, that's what.
No, that was a spinstress. That was a spinstress.
It's a spinstress. That's freaking awesome.
Yeah.
These are some cool ass names. I like this.
So a spinster was somebody who was left out, so to speak.
Left out. I like that.
Outside of society, that's you know. Whereas after the age of 26, if the woman wasn't married, they then got called a thornback.
A thornback.
And that's even worse.
That sounds hot, actually.
Because a thornback,
that sounds really sexy.
A thornback is a fish. A thornback is a fish with a very thorny skeleton back.
All right. Cheers. Happy 420, motherfucker.
It sounds like a woman you can't do.
Now it's 421. See, I'm not late now.
I kept you interested. Right. I mean, it's not my fault you're fucking shit.
No.
Bring it on the other side. All right, we dedicate this 420 to the Thornbacks and Spinsters. Happy 420.
Yes.
Merry Christmas.
Smoke weed every day. Smoke weed every day. Smoke weed every day.
Okay, for this 420, I'm going to give you a little Kwanzaa, Futurama Kwanzaa song. Here you go.
Yo.
Hey, what's up? La Barbara, Hermes, happy Kwanzaa. We brought a chocolate cake, but now I'm worried that might be offensive in some way.
Just sit down.
Happy Kwanzaa, brother man and sister man. Well, look at the cat dragged in. Kwanzaa tradition encourages educational gifts. So I brought Dwight my book on basketball.
Whoa, let me see that.
I'll sign it for you later.
Man, it's a cold one out there.
Barbados Slim?
Come in, Barbados. Look at yourself, all throbbing and shirtless for the holiday. I hope you're ready to celebrate.
All night long, woman. Ho, ho, ho.
I'm glad you all could be here with my family. Kwanzaa traditions are quite ancient, dating back over 1,000 years.
Wow. If only someone could tell us more about these traditions.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, Kool-Aid's here. No, child, that's not a made-up character. It's Kwanzaa Bot.
And I'm going to tell y'all how we celebrate Kwanzaa. Zoidberg, lay down a beat.
How about I just lie down?
There's 7 basic principles that go to make up Kwanzaa. So sit your asses down and have some knowledge dropped upon you.
Kujichagulia.
And the moja.
On the wrist.
Now we get it.
Sit back down. There's gonna be a test. My favorite is Sujama.
Cooperative economics.
Yo, Boondocks, I'm talking here. Put away the comments. Kaumba is another one. It stands for creativity.
Like the ever-changing nature of my sexual proclivities.
I think there's one called Nia, but I don't speak Swahili. Something about a pine tree and an all-wrestling dealing.
That's from Xmas and Robonica, you plagiarizing loud.
Yeah, I'm kind of losing interest here. I best be rolling out. But before I go, the most important thing.
What's that, Black Santa?
You need 7 Kwanzaa candles that you light up every night. But they best be made of beeswax, so y'all might as well be white.
They must be made of beeswax, so you might as well be white.
They might as well
That
be
was-
made of beeswax.
That was
Might as well
good.
be
I
white.
liked it. Oh, that was funny, man.
There you go.
Haven't we got any of the happy clappers coming in yet?
Happy clappers.
No, they're actually having their own side. There's 2 different things going on. Is this chat and there's just a comment section. They're just not connecting.
What's going on up there? Let's see. Jill, without free will, I am unable to repent.
Yeah, there's 2 shows going on.
Luckily, without free will, I also can't sin. I wish English was a requirement. These people should not be allowed to speak. I don't know what he's talking about. Probably talking about the video.
I have no idea.
I wish you much harm and
Who actually?
and failure.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm glad they got the holiday spirit. It's good to see. Yeah. Now when all else fails.
This is what they say. This is what they do while in Kwanzaa.
Pound
Now
on
I know-
him till his open theism breaks.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
How could you have these type of discussion during Kwanzaa? How disrespectful do you have to get?
Unbelievable. But Kwanzaa didn't start yet. Again, I have to remind you.
Well, it's about to start.
It's Hanukkah. Actually, it's Hanukkah.
Oh,
we should be, talking about Hanukkah.
Oh, so anti-Semitic. Look at this. Look how disrespectful during Hanukkah. Was it was like the
Calvinism is a wrong approach. No, Willie, we will keep pounding you on your pan-open theism until you break, motherfucker.
Mother Goose, come on, please.
Oh, man.
So Nia is purpose. To make our collective vocation the building and developing of our community in order to restore our people to their traditional greatness.
They all sound like the same candle to me here.
They do, don't they? They do. That is, again, we are better than you. It's just straight narcissism, really.
They could have had 3 candles.
Yeah.
Just put one candle. They just need one.
Kuumba sounds
one big black candle.
Yeah, but then then that's bad for business. See, the more candles you can sell, the more money you can make.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
should have made it like a 12 candle, dude.
The picture in the bottom right doesn't look like it's proper candles, and it doesn't look like they're made of beeswax. It looks like they're LEDs.
They look like candles.
They look like LEDs. They look like you've got to plug them into the electricity.
Yeah, it's a public one, so that's probably his LED.
Well, They're not true believers.
To believe with all our hearts in our people, our parents, our teachers, our leaders, and the righteousness and victory of our struggle.
Imani.
Mao.
It's like Iman.
Mao.
I have no clue.
Mao Zedong.
I'll be right back.
Uh-oh.
Oh, is Pixie out there?
So we have the candle holder is called a Kanara. The candles are called Mashuma Saba. Crops, so I guess the first fruits. Mazao.
Maize. Crops. Maize. Yeah.
Maize. There you go. Well, corn. You'd think the corn would be maize there too. Mahindi.
Well.
Mahindi. Oh, like Hindi. People of the corn. Children of the corn.
A kikombi cha umocha.
Oh, I like that. That sounds nice. Sounds like a nice drink.
To give shukrani to African ancestors. That sounds Indian, shukrani.
Oh, no. See, you said shukrani. The lights flicker. Zawadi.
That sounds like the Islamic one for giving charity.
Zwahi.
No, I can't remember what it is.
I was saying, isn't Zawahi a word? I wonder if that's no.
Anyhow,
looks like an Iraqi name, Zahawi.
Oh, that's our minister.
Ah, yeah.
Zahawi.
Iraq.
Anyway, if that picture of that
Kurdish name. Zahawi. Oh, Zaha, not Zawa, but Zahawi is a Kurdish name. Okay. I just get curious like sometimes. There you go. Happy Kwanzaa. Whoever celebrates Kwanzaa anymore, I have no damn idea.
No,
Joe is waiting for you to leave, William says. I don't know why. I don't know.
Oh, he says he's scared of me. Jill's not scared of me. I treat Jill really well. It's like I like listening to Jill. I let him speak and listen to him and then discuss what he's just said.
It may be me.
Rather than assume what he's saying.
Jill doesn't like to be controlled, so he doesn't like if I have to put him backstage.
Oh man.
Just give me no choice sometimes.
How many hours?
Triggered. You do get triggered by him very quickly, though, Brojo.
Not quickly, no.
It is quickly. It is.
Not quick enough.
See? He says not quick enough. People say not quick enough. Some people say, hey, Brojo, you've been doing a better job. Listen, you got Wild Heart out of there. I think things have improved a little bit.
And what was it, Brojo?
He's in prison now. He's in prison. I told you he's going to go back to prison. That's going to be his detox program. I hope when he comes back for the 28th that he's.
So, Brojo, what did you do to Richard Madsen yesterday?
Yeah, what's about that? Yeah, I was watching that. That's a good
maybe perhaps I got triggered. Maybe a little.
Well, you definitely got triggered. But what did you say about him that got him triggered? That's the question.
He knows, and I'm not the only one. But maybe I'm a little bit more vocal about it. That I listen again.
Okay.
And I told Richard, I have respect for Richard. I just think some of his
I know you do. I definitely know.
I just think his ideas, I think just like a lot of other people, these interpretations of the Bible, a little silly.
So he got triggered by that. That's kind of silly.
No, but I think I assume that he's upset about it, therefore attacking. And I was on the defense.
Okay.
But I don't know.
No.
Yes, there was a lot of passive aggression going on.
Well,
Gio totally
I,
doesn't like him at all.
I like
well,
Richard. I think
no,
Richard's
I like
brilliant.
as a person. I think he's great, but I think his ideas about space aliens really interesting and silly at the same time. It is a little comical.
Is there anything a little bit? Is it any less silly?
Than Scientology or even other religions? Yeah, anytime I hear that,
Or is it
it's
any?
a new take on something.
Well, I
You
mean,
know,
let's look at Islam and
correct.
going up to heaven on a winged horse.
See why he brought this up, Green? This is
By
why he brought this
via
up.
I think it's
via
I think it's
Jerusalem
fascinating.
when
These
I mean
these
they never
atheists,
went anywhere near Jerusalem, and Jerusalem is the number
sneaky
3
little
city in
atheists, you
Islam or
sneaky
something. It's
little
like,
atheists.
I'm glad that you brought that up actually, because I think it's comical as well. There's actually other stories that actually add on to that. That's
yeah.
even more bizarre.
And it's the same with Christianity. It's got some really strange fucking stories in there.
It got some strange shit, and
But why we would
I
argue that his interpretation is silly, I've no idea.
well, the only thing is his approach of between being symbolic or being literal.
No, he
About it.
believes they're prophecies. A lot of this did not happen
Yeah,
yet. Yeah.
correct. So it's an interesting take on it. I find it but I go to the route of symbology. It's very symbolic. So a lot of times you hear about, the whole thing with 72 versions, right?
Right.
There's 72 that appears in the Bible as well. So these
Okay.
numbers have some type of significance in,
Right,
in interpretation.
47, number 3.
Correct.
Yeah.
So a lot of these
500,
things, yeah.
1,000. Yep.
So it really depends on what you kind of take what is literal or not. I don't take these things as literal things at all. I'm looking at a symbolic point of view, even like in a psychological way.
But wait,
And
is the
how these
Messiah? So do you expect a actual Messiah, or is that symbolic too?
I think it's maybe a little bit of both. I think there's
That's
maybe in the future could be
convenient.
somebody that come in as some sort of bringing people together. I'm not discounting it, but I'm saying it's highly possible. Now,
How do you decide if he's a Messiah or a devil, or like Antichrist figure?
Well, the thing is, I look at it as a more internal thing than something external. Right? I think it's a more internal person. That's why I think spirituality is a very personal thing for that individual.
So who's Jesus then? I mean, who's Jesus to you? I mean, if it's
Well,
just
I think Jesus to me, for me, like what I believe in, what Jesus does, I think Jesus actually spreads the message of monotheism.
Yeah, but is he an actual person? Do you believe he actually existed?
I believe he actually existed.
Was he born of a virgin?
That I don't know.
Okay, because earlier you said he did. Earlier you said he did.
Yeah, it's a belief, and I just take it as a belief. But like for me personally, I don't know. But I
would it matter?
The person.
Does it matter? If
I don't think it matters at all. Actually,
to the Muslims, like the Islamic religion, it doesn't matter.
Me personally, some people have different ways of feeling about it. But what's really important is the message that Jesus actually said. That is the main theme of the message of what Jesus is proposing. What is ancient Judaism, but like the belief in one God, right? So that tradition is kept alive, through Jesus.
Now I heard there is a difference because I've been listening to that hangout. Richard's been in there.
Mm-hmm.
Rakeen has now been visiting over there, the Muslim hangout.
Yeah.
Yeah, learning a little bit about what they believe and stuff. So it's my understanding
Mhm.
that there are prophets, and then there's the Messiah, which is Jesus. But
Mhm.
the Messiah is a prophet, but the prophet can't be the Messiah or something. Is my understanding?
Yeah, I that I don't know. I don't get into like specifics like that.
Oh, okay.
You know, I hear a lot of things and how people. That's really for me. For me and personally, I think it's a waste of time to really dive into that. But people get into it.
Do you believe Jesus performed miracles?
So when you say miracles, what do you mean? Like, like
Something that's not
what exactly?
natural, supernatural, like healing people, like
I
healing the
believe it.
blind.
Shit. You know what? We're doing that now.
No, well, we're talking
Whatever.
about with the touch of a hand in mud, spit and mud. Do you believe that Jesus healed a blind person with spit and mud? Like, spit and dirt, maybe mud, put in the eye?
No, I don't believe that.
I have my own interpretation of that.
Yeah, I don't believe that. Well, this is why I see it. When that story comes along, I think what it means is if you look in the really symbolic sense of what that really means, like the way you could interpret that is it's like people learning, right? They don't know something, and then they finally know something, they could see it. So if you
Mhm.
look at it like knowledge, then yes,
He opened
then
his
definitely
eyes.
yes.
Yep.
Yeah, he
Yep.
opened his eyes
Yep.
to what the real world is. It's like Plato's cave and stuff. So like,
But the
yeah, in that
message of
sense,
Jesus was he was opening people's eyes to God, monotheism, what you said earlier on.
mhm.
So that particular story for me is he brought that person faith that allowed him to accept his blindness because God was waiting. God was waiting for him. So he brought him that personal faith and that personal understanding that allowed him to accept his life, accept his suffering, because it will not last for eternity.
He brought him enlightenment,
Yep.
opened his eyes.
Yeah. Which is the same with all of this stuff about all the people that were resurrected and brought back from the dead and whatever.
Right, that was my next question. Do you believe he rose
in real
from
life? Not in
Okay.
real life, but
So
in,
Lazarus didn't actually die and rise. He's
he
just a
rose to
fictional
heaven.
character.
He rose
I
to
See,
mean,
heaven
I
with God.
believe that the
I'm an
symbolic thing has
ex-Christian, yeah.
more significance to real life events, and it's for me that's more spiritual than if you take things. Of course, as human beings, we take things literally at
Right, and
first.
that's where the problem comes in, yeah.
But when you go deeper into it, you start realizing that this is a living message, and that's basically this is when my spirituality comes in, and this is why I chose this faith, because this is how I understand it, for myself. So yeah.
There you go.
But it's fascinating to actually hear other people talk about it and how they view it, because I like to listen to different points of views. I'm really open to it.
Yeah. You know what I think? When Jesus went and they put him in the tomb, and then
Mhm.
then you had the two women come by with the oils.
Correct.
I think they gave him a massage. They gave Jesus a massage, and he came out a new man.
Well, he definitely deserves it. Jesus does deserves a massage, and I don't think there's nothing wrong with that.
A messiah, a messianic massage.
He was a carpenter, and I like the fact, and I love Jesus' profession. Like as a carpenter, I respect that definitely.
Well, that's an assumption. He was a carpenter only because
Yeah.
Joseph.
He was a tectone.
He was tactile.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was no wimp. Yeah.
But I did hear somebody in a debate the other day with Bart Ehrman, some guy with big long hair and a massive long beard, John Aiken or something like that, ginger beard, and Bart Ehrman was arguing about, well, did they start in Nazareth to go for the birth of Jesus, or did they start in Bethlehem and go back to Nazareth? And basically Bart Ehrman was saying these two cannot be reconciled, and the other guy was saying, well, they could, because Joseph actually had two houses. And you could hear the disdain in Bart Ehrman's voice going, a tectone. Somebody who made stuff with their hands was perceived as very, very low down the pecking order, didn't have much money. And you're trying to tell me that this person had two fucking buildings, one in Bethlehem, one in Nazareth. And not only that, this is the bit that I was adding in my head because it wasn't mentioned. One of those businesses was so successful as an inn that when they got there, they couldn't even find a fucking room for themselves despite owning the fucking thing. So they had to give birth in a stable. Okay.
Where's this information come from?
This sounds very complicated.
There was no room at the inn.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
So doesn't mean it was his inn.
No, but that's what this John Aiken was saying. It was his. This person, Joseph, had two properties. That's how he was linking Luke and Matthew, that they could actually be the same.
How's he show that using the Bible? Does he?
We got to get a time machine. We have to get a time machine.
Because he was trying to connect that both Matthew and Luke could be correct. And so his argument as to, did they start in Nazareth and have to go to there, or did they start in Bethlehem?
Hashtag, this is what they do.
Yeah, exactly. And the guy basically said, Joseph could have had two properties.
This is what they do.
Yeah, sure.
Two properties? Really?
Properties. Can I see the freaking deed to that property?
One of the really interesting things about the difference between the two is Herod. In one of the stories, Herod is massive, a really big part of the story, because Herod is really worried about this Messiah that's going to come. So he has to go and kill everybody, right? And then they have to run away to Egypt. And then they can't go back. And then they can't go back to Bethlehem. They have to go to Nazareth.
I think that guy's full of shit.
Okay. So that's a really massive aspect of that story. In the other story, Herod isn't even mentioned. No mention of Herod whatsoever.
And there's a whole discrepancy of the reign of Herod and the census. And Jesus could have been born anywhere from 4 BC to 4 AD.
No, I think it's way earlier than 4 BC, because remember, 4 BC was when Herod died. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, so then
and he sent his armies to kill everyone that was at least 2 years old.
And we have no record of that, do we?
You're talking,
you're
6 BC there, but Jesus and Joseph ran off to Egypt as soon as Jesus was born. So
but they might say
Jesus might have been born anywhere around 12 BC, really.
Because there's also, wasn't there? He had a son that was also named Herod. Wasn't there a son of Herod?
Archelaus. He had two. One was Archelaus, who took over Judea, and the other one took over Israel.
Now, the other thing is, I don't think we have any source outside the Bible that such a mass killing of people 2 and under was done. No.
No indication of it, and no indication of a census either.
Right. And why would
What's
everybody
funny
have to?
is,
Yeah.
but isn't it true that they had census back then? Right? Why would they
Yeah,
have
but the
census about?
way they describe it, it would be a
Okay.
logistic nightmare to get everybody to come to one place for the census. It's like
Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah, and that one
It,
place
it
was
was. It
1,000 years
was.
previous. Is
Yeah.
where their ancestors
Yeah.
were from.
Right.
It's too many questions. Too many damn questions.
Where the
It's
fuck are
giving me a
my
fucking
ancestors from 1,000 years ago?
Right. That's
Which
not.
one? I don't
Well,
get
that's
it.
2,000 years. Well,
And here's the other beef I have too, because you have Matthew and Luke, right? Who has this story,
mhm.
and apparently they're supposed to be contemporaries of Jesus, right? People will swear, "Oh, Matthew and Luke wrote the Gospels." Well, if that's the case, I mean, they couldn't have been at the birth of Jesus. They couldn't have wrote about these things if they're contemporaries of Jesus. No,
Absolutely.
so
Well, this is the problem when you take things kind of literally. This is the problem that we go into because we're looking for like specific things because they're claiming some strange shit, and there's a lot of discrepancies. But I think there is some truth to some of the dates. Like to say, it could match up maybe around that certain time frame, but it will not be exact. And I don't know how much history, because I know the Greeks had certain historical things because, how could you distinguish between mythology from actual, let's say, scientific rigor, of historical records? Because the Egyptians also kept records as well, right? But they put some mythology into their records, like the freaking king came from this, the god Ra, and they would put that as historical fact, right?
right, because they believe
So
that to be the case,
that is believed to be the case.
just like God bless America.
Correct, and
God bless America.
so to really get some type of objective historical accuracy, it's kind of difficult, but later on it started becoming easier because people started becoming more sophisticated, more objective, scientifically objective in their historical interpretations of of events, right?
Right.
Because there's always some slant in history.
Mm-hmm.
And you see that progression. So it's a lot of times it's really difficult to pinpoint. You could definitely, actually, I shouldn't say difficult, but I think you could actually pinpoint some historical fact just by our observation of our current environment. But it becomes kind of tedious of trying to prove, all right, was Jesus born in Nazareth, or Jesus was born here, or Jesus, and then we start getting into like really difficult and speculated. There's a lot. It becomes a lot of speculation and hearsay, and what you think is true and what you think is not true. It just becomes a fucking mess. That's basically what I'm saying.
Well, I mean, it was a messianic requirement that they had to place him in Bethlehem.
Okay.
But interestingly, so of the 27 books in the Bible, only those two mention anything about his birth.
Yeah. Paul
There's
doesn't
not
mention it.
one mention at all.
You think it'd be important for Paul? Paul would mention it. Even the miracles.
How you know Paul? How you know Paul didn't mention it though?
Well, not in the letters
Not
that we
in the
have.
books. Yeah.
Not in the letters. Yeah.
Not in Acts either.
No. Not in the canon.
Interesting.
Yeah. Apparently, there's a third Corinthians that's out there that didn't make it into the Bible.
Okay.
You have a second Corinthians from Paul.
Yeah, Corinthians 3 was when he was promoting prostitution. He wanted to set up a brothel. He wanted to set up a brothel in Athens.
That was big back then. I bet.
Yeah. He needed the money.
That'd be interesting. Sending the message, I guess.
It's the third.
I was actually thinking, the tomb where Jesus was buried and he came out. Where was that located, by the way? Was that near Calgary?
I would think so.
Yeah, it was near Calgary. There's that rock. Yeah.
Golgotha, something like that, right?
Golgotha.
What's it?
Holy crap!
Yeah, man.
Yeah, don't get our information from the Bible from us because we have no fucking clue. Golgotha,
Calvary or Golgotha, yeah.
Golgotha. There you go.
Yeah, where Jesus was crucified. Golgotha.
I never knew that. Golgotha.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. So he was in like a tomb in Golgotha.
Well, Golgotha is a skull-shaped hill.
That's pretty hardcore. Shit.
Apparently, there is where he was crucified.
Yeah.
Now, where the tomb is, well, it was Joseph of how do you say his name? Arimathea. Joseph of Arimathea.
Joseph of
yeah.
Well, that's pretty low. Imagine being buried like in a tomb that's shaped like a skull. That's actually pretty black metal right there, bro.
No, that's where he died. That was the hill.
That was the hill that he died. Oh, all right.
Yeah. Where is that today? It's called, okay, so it's Calvary in Latin. It's Calvary.
Oh, it's Calvary. Okay. So they took him down and they put him into a tomb.
A tomb, yeah.
A tomb. They didn't bury him.
No, a tomb, right? Because they rolled a stone in front of it.
Yeah, that's kind of weird. I thought they would bury him, but like, why he gets a tomb?
Well, normally, yeah, the criminals would just be thrown in a grave, a mass grave.
Yeah, so like so they took the body. Well, that's pretty interesting. So where's this tomb? Yeah, it's very convenient. Wow. Hey, sure.
Nah, convenient. Yeah, otherwise they just like garbage. Throw the bodies into the hole. And usually, see, here's the other thing. They would keep the bodies up there a while. And the vultures would come, eat away of it, stink. A deterrent for anyone who wants to come against Rome. It's supposed to be a deterrent. Right? And they could take days for these people to die. Meanwhile, Jesus was only up there a few hours. He could have still been alive, not necessarily dead.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. That's true. He probably, because you're right. He probably never really died. He probably was just like recuperating.
You have the convenience. You have the convenient story of the sword being pierced in the side, right? That's supposed to like determine if he's dead or not.
Well, maybe like a small, pinprick. They don't have to go all the way in.
Another interesting one around the birth is Mary was pregnant prior to Joseph going up to pick her up. And he realized she was pregnant. She told him. And he knew he wasn't the father at all. And he still married her. I mean, this is all written within the Bible. But when you look in Matthew and Luke, at the genealogies. The reason those genealogies are there are to show that Joseph's line comes from David. But Jesus was nothing to do with Joseph or his line.
Yep. Dun, dun, dun.
At all. Because it says he was not born from Joseph.
And some will say, oh, well, one genealogy was Mary and the other was Joseph. They'll try to say that one. But since when does a woman's genealogy matter?
Doesn't matter because the
birthright's in the male, right?
The birthright, it's from God himself. So,
and yet, funny how it's switched around. To be classified as Jewish nowadays, it's your mother that must be Jewish.
Yeah, how did that happen?
You know why, right? No, because the Romans were killing off the males.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's why.
Okay.
Ho, 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 Merry Christmas. Ironic.
Happy Kwanzaa!
Happy Kwanzaa.
Happy Kwanzaa.
Hello.
Well, Hanukkah. It's happy Hanukkah now.
Hanukkah Kwanzaa!
Hanukkah Kwanzaa. Hanukkah Kwanzaa.
I'm here representing Festivus tonight.
Festivus. There we go. But what are we talking about? Jesus' birth. Genealogies, yes.
And Judaism. And Green just came out with a really good rationale as to why it turned around and was suddenly the female, where the genealogy is correct rather than the male.
Yeah, why was that?
Green will tell us again.
Green?
Because the Romans killed all of the male Jews.
Did they?
Yeah, they were. I'm sorry, I had to do something. Yeah, they were killing off the males, and that's why it switched.
What era is this?
I'm not sure, but I think it was around that time, like 2,000 years ago. But I'm not sure. But it happened really early. Yeah,
it'll be after the temple was smashed to bits and they all had to disappear.
Correct. They were just killing them off, so like that's why they kind of switched it that way and became matriarchal. It makes sense. But sense I'll be right back.
So none of it makes sense. Those two genealogies are actually the genealogies of Joseph, and they're both wrong, or they're both different, completely different. But Joseph is irrelevant in relation to the birth of Jesus. Joseph was his father, human father.
Look at
because
this,
because he brought him up. Yeah.
Historical evidence marshaled by Professor Cohen indicates that change from patrilineal to matrilineal-based principle for the offspring of mixed unions of Jew and Gentile took place in the 1st century, 10 to 70 CE. Different theories try to explain this shift to matrilineality, I hope I'm pronouncing it right, in Judaism. Some Hasidic Jewish groups propose that matrilineality and matriarchy with Judaism are related to the metaphysical concept of the Jewish soul. Conservative Jewish theologian Rabbi Louis Jacobs suggests that the marriage practices of the Jewish community were restated as a law of matrilineal descent in the early Tanaic period.
Somewhere between 10 and 70 CE, which fits with the concept of the temple being.
It's a theory, remember? It's a theory.
Smashed up, yeah. It's also metaphysical, and we said it's got absolutely nothing metaphysical is defined as something that has absolutely no connection to reality.
Yeah.
I think another thing you need to consider is the Jewish idea of adoption and how strong that was, or, was there a distinction between an adopted son or one that was in-house born, your born son?
But the adoption strength was around Romans, who weren't Jews at the time. They were pagans.
I'm talking about Jesus.
I don't remember Judaism having a strong adoption connection.
Well, Paul stresses our adoption as believers. And if that idea is a Jewish one, then it could be that.
I forgot Abraham had a third wife. I didn't know Abraham had. Yeah, I don't remember that.
Yeah, Keturah.
Yeah.
He had 8 sons.
What people do we? I mean, because you have Sarah, the Jews, Hagar, and you have Ishmael, right? Became the Muslims. So, what about the people of Keturah? What are they considered?
Non-Jewish.
I think God probably blessed them for Abraham's sake.
Who are they? Anyway.
So it might actually be nothing to do with killing off. Killing off the Jews by the Romans during that period, but it also considers that at the time Jesus was born, then it was a patriarchal lineage, because that was prior to 10 CE. So having the patriarchal lineage is completely irrelevant, considering Jesus was not born of Joseph. Irrespective of the adoptionism.
Unless he was born, like you said,
as late as... doesn't mean anything.
And you said, well, I never heard that he could have been born as late as 12.
Minus 12. Minus 12.
Oh, minus 12. Okay.
12 BC.
Oh, BC. Okay, BC. Okay.
Because you're talking about Herod needed a load of time to go and try to kill Jesus, of which when he sent his troops, he was trying to kill all children at least up to the age of 2. So that suggests Jesus might have been born around 6 BCE. But we don't know how long after that it was before Herod actually did die. So you could be talking there's another 5 years before Herod then died, which would be the time period when Joseph, around about 4 BCE or 3 BCE, Joseph found out in his dream that Herod was dead, but he couldn't go back to Bethlehem, but he was able to leave Egypt, and they went to Nazareth instead.
Well, we went back to Nazareth because that's where Joseph was from.
Not necessarily. It depends which of Matthew or Luke you accept.
Why?
Because in one of them, they lived in Bethlehem.
Well, they left Bethlehem
afterwards.
They went to Bethlehem because of the census. That's not where they lived.
That's Luke. So Matthew had them living in Bethlehem at the time.
Oh, well, I have to look at it.
Oh, which one is right, Luke or Matthew?
Well, that's the question.
I don't think they're contradicting each other.
They are totally contradictory. They are completely.
So the question there is contradictory.
Oh, you're so loud, Green. Damn.
Oh,
you do have a lot of mics.
Yeah, look, yeah.
I'm actually putting my mouth on mic.
Yeah, we notice.
Believe it. I believe you.
If you need to do that, I don't know why you need it. I can. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which one is the right one?
So how they connect? That's the question here.
The contradiction
is it?
Go on, Green.
No. What I'm saying is do they have to connect in order? Like, do they have to connect somehow, or is just one of them is wrong?
Or
Okay,
both of them are wrong. Or both of them are wrong.
So Matthew's,
Oh, of course. Yeah.
look, Matthew's genealogy is clearly Joseph's. It's Joseph's genealogy. He's like, it comes down to Azar begat Zadok, Zadok Achem, Achem Iliad, Iliad, blah blah blah.
And what the
Nathan,
fuck's
Jacob,
what the fuck?
and Jake, hold on, and
What has
Jacob begot
Jesus got to
Joseph,
do?
the husband of Mary, of whom was born Jesus.
But Jesus was not born of Joseph, though.
It says, and Jacob begat Joseph, the husband of Mary, of whom was born Jesus. Jesus was born of Mary, who was Joseph's, husband of Joseph. And
what
Jesus
was the
is called
reason?
the Christ. There's no.
What was the reason?
There's no
for
claim.
The genealogy?
There's no claim here that Jesus was born of Joseph.
What's the reason for the genealogy?
Yeah.
Because
what's the reason not?
Because Jesus was the son of Joseph.
He wasn't.
Son of Joseph.
He wasn't.
But
he was the son of Joseph.
But even
Yeah, he was.
He wasn't.
Yeah, he was.
How can you say he?
Not by his sperm.
Well, yeah,
but
you could still father a child that is not biologically yours.
Is a father who adopts a kid not his father?
Exactly.
Not in a genealogy sense, no.
But when
no, you don't know that. You don't know that.
Well,
I think
what is the reason for the genealogy? Ironic. What's the reason for the genealogy?
No, I think it'd be safest to assume that Matthew thinks there's something
That's
to
not
this
answering my
adoption
question.
thing.
That's not answering my question. What's the reason for the genealogy?
Mm-hmm.
I think to show that Jesus is of the line of David.
Exactly.
Right. Yep.
And Jesus is not of the line of David. He doesn't come from the sperm of David. He does not.
Yes, he is.
No. He's direct. He's not.
Yes, he is.
No,
now this raises a question.
I can make the case that he is.
No, Mary's of the line of David.
What?
That's how Jesus is of David
Then
through his mother.
No, but then it would be her genealogy, not his. Not his.
Then
I'm not making any claim related to this text you're looking at. That's your dumb mistake. Okay, if you go to Luke, you can read about Mary's genealogy.
It doesn't say that at all, and most, if not all, scholars completely disagree with you. They say that.
I don't care what they do. I'm just telling you that's the obvious. That's the obvious answer because everybody knows that when those books were written, when the two testimonies were compared with each other, nobody in the reading them at the time of their writing was going, "Oh, there's a big mistake here."
That's not my question at the moment. That's not my issue.
That's a fact that you have to deal with. It's not an issue. There's no contradiction. There's no claim that Joseph was
massive contradiction.
Was the Siemens, was Joseph Siemens that belonged to Jesus. No one made that claim. But Joseph adopted Jesus. Jesus is Joseph's son, so he counts.
This raises the question, though. Wait, but then we need to then go back to the genealogy, I think, then, and see if there's anyone that came down from the line of David, but was not naturally, not natural born fathers.
What do you mean?
They were adopted, or right? To prove your case, ironic, that would show it to me that Jesus did not have to be
First
of
of
the
all, there's
sperm
nothing that has to
of
be proved.
David.
There's no contradiction here. There's no claim that Jesus is Joseph's son.
There is every claim that Jesus is Joseph's son when the Bible actually states Jesus is the son of God, not of Joseph. Mary was pregnant when Joseph went to pick her up.
There's your genealogy. You can't see the difference from Joseph when you go towards it. I mean, there are differences.
I'm saying that there's no claim in Matthew that Jesus was born of Joseph. There's only the claim that because Joseph is Jesus' father by adoption, That's obviously the reason why he includes.
Yeah, I don't know enough to actually comment
category
on
here.
this. Actually,
I mean, it's not that hard to figure out.
The whole thing is about taking
Yeah.
Jesus as the Messiah back to David.
Exactly.
That's why they
Whether
had
you go
to
through
have
his
him
adopted
born.
dad or his mother.
That's why they had to have him born in Bethlehem. Both of these are Joseph's genealogy, of which there is no genealogical connection to Joseph.
You can't
in
say that.
Jesus's
You don't
term.
know that.
It's right here in the scripture. It's Joseph's genealogy.
No, he can't know that there's no relationship between Joseph's genealogy and Jesus, because that would be dependent on the Jewish mindset.
I don't know enough about this subject to really know.
That would have to do on the mindset of the author who's using these kind of, who's using this stuff.
Okay, in Luke 3:23, it says, "Now Jesus himself was about 30 years old when he began his ministry. He was the son, so it was thought, of Joseph, the son of Heli." So the Lucan genealogy is most definitely Joseph's, because that's how that genealogy starts. He was the son of Joseph, the son of Heli, which is what is on screen here. So Luke is most definitely Joseph's genealogy.
No, it's not.
He was the son of Joseph, the son of Heli. Here it is. His grandfather along Joseph's genealogy was Heli. Luke 3:23. Please go and read it.
Bruh.
What does it say in Matthew 1:2?
3.
This is the genealogy of Jesus the Messiah, the son of David, the son of Abraham. Mathan, the father of Joseph. Jacob. Mathan, the father of Jacob, and Jacob, the father of Joseph. This one turns it round the other way, so it goes downwards to get to Joseph, whereas the other one does it the other way. It goes upwards from Joseph up to God, but via David. Both of them make very, very clear that they are Joseph's lineage, of which Joseph wasn't the fucking father. God
I like that name, Luke.
Okay, so here's the give me 1 second.
Yeah, I'm not a Bible expert.
Oh God, I was muted. All right, so here you have a lot of more names added in Luke, for whatever reason I don't know. But in Luke, he's Joseph, son of Heli, and then Matthew, he's Joseph, son of Jacob.
And both of those are in the genealogy and take it all the way up.
Yeah, so here's the
I see a lot of discrepancies.
This is real simple. So
Yeah,
if you read the book of, if you read Luke,
Maybe it happened in a different universe.
Okay, here's what Luke reads. Okay, all right, just listen closely, heretic. Now Jesus himself began his ministry at about 30 years of age. The son of Heli, the son of Methat, the son of Levi, the son of Melchi, the son of Janna, the son of Joseph, and on down to Adam and the son of God.
You've missed out a whole sentence there.
No, I didn't.
You did.
Oh, you're talking about the parenthetical. Oh, geez, why didn't you tell us? There's a parenthetical there. Oh, okay. Jesus himself began his ministry at about 30 years of age. Insert parenthetical, being, as was supposed, the son of Joseph, and parenthetical thought, the son of Heli, the son of Mathat, the son of Levi. Okay, so it doesn't necessarily include this genealogy of Joseph, because that was only a parenthetical thought to insert being, but really, this is Mary.
Brilliant. No. This is brilliant, because let's remove that. Jesus was about 30 when he began his ministry. the son of Heli. Who the fuck is Heli? I thought he was the son of Joseph.
Jesus is the son of Heli.
Who's Heli?
This
That's
is
his,
way too funny.
Who is
Apparently,
Heli?
that's his grandfather.
This is hilarious.
Because according to
His
Matthew,
grandfather. No,
Holy crap!
He's the
father of Joseph.
No,
Who the fuck is Heli?
You'd have to forget.
Joseph is his father.
You'd have to forget and ignore the first three.
He's the
You'd
son
have to
of
forget everything written before that and how Luke's emphasis is all about Mary, and it's Mary, and it's Mary, and Mary this, Mary that. Well, how do we know it's Mary's father? Well, I don't know. Maybe because he's always talking about Mary?
Jesus is the son of Heli. Where the hell does Heli come
Right
into
away,
the
you're
whole
a
thing?
dumb shit.
Where does Heli come from? Come on. Who the fuck is
where's
Heli? Heli is Jesus' father. What the fuck?
Look, those even they're yelling. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Fucking hell, ironic. Either one of those
you guys
things
just-
that you just said is a complete fuck up.
This is like
No, it isn't.
Either one of them. A total fuck up.
Total fuck up.
If Jesus is the son of Heli, who the fuck is Joseph?
I don't know.
Joseph is the son of Jacob.
What the fuck is Joseph's relationship to Jesus?
Everybody has lost him.
Because Heli's Jesus' dad.
He's his supposed father.
Being as was supposed, the son of Joseph. Well,
Not according
as
to
was.
Luke. According to Luke, Jesus is the son of Heli, not Joseph.
Oh, yeah.
Luke
Well, the
Skywalker.
son.
According
the son
to
of-
you,
According
well-
to Darth Vader.
In Luke, it's Joseph was the son of Heli.
no,
Are you
because
sure
that's a
about that?
parenthetical. Bro, Joe, you weren't listening. It's a parenthetical. It's been added later by some scribe. So
wasn't
you're not allowed to have that. You've got to remove that. So what it actually says is Jesus was about 30
No,
years
the
old when
only-
he began
the-
his ministry, the son of Heli.
The only
It
thing that
actually says he's the son of Heli.
the only thing I'm reading in parentheses here is was supposed to.
Irenic
still
told
says-
me the whole thing was
It
parenthetical.
still says Joseph was still the son of Joseph. Was supposed.
Wow.
Where's
This is
the
a good Bible
par-
study.
Which version are you reading, Irenic?
This is the Bible study.
I'm
Yeah,
reading
that was
the-
the New King James.
This is King James, baby.
This is what I call a Bible study.
This is
King
the King.
James.
That's the King James. I'm looking at the NIV,
This-
and it seems to say.
Oh,
exactly
fuck the
same-
NIV.
No,
NIV
it
is-
seems to say
that's
exactly
heretical.
the same as yours.
NIV is
It seems to say the
heretical.
same as the
Come on.
King James version.
That's heretical.
That's not the right version,
You might
motherfucker.
want to try New American Standard's pretty good.
Can we go to the earliest one that we can find prior to the KJV?
We gotta go with
Well,
American.
then you better go
Red,
with
white, and blue,
Greek.
baby.
You better read Greek, gun. You know how to read Greek?
Yeah, but don't we have an old Greek
I don't want to
one
read no
that
freaking
is then
commie Bible
converted?
here.
You want like a little,
I want the
you want
American
like a
version.
transliteration.
Yeah, but the KJV isn't
You
the
want-
American version,
Young-
Greek.
You want
That's not
you
the
want-
American version.
You
Let's
want
go
the
with young-
SW version? You know?
Let's go with the Young's literal translation.
Oh, the
Okay.
young,
Down to 23. Down to
the young
23.
Chinese one.
Yeah, they have it in there as was supposed, and then all these parentheses, son of.
Well, I
Oh,
love
it's
that
Eli
mean?
rather than Heli, but still, who the hell's Eli?
I love
Oh, Levi.
Eli must be Joseph's dad
Eli.
or Jesus' dad.
They were. They made
Quarterback for the
jeans.
Giants.
They made the jeans.
This is going nowhere. This is going nowhere. this
how-
whole conversation.
That's
was
how they
the
made
time.
their money, man. It was Levi tunics. Levi tunics.
Oh my god! It was all about the tunics. Oh
So
god!
there are some problems with these. You cannot bring them together, Ironic.
Yes. Ironic.
You can't bring them together. You
Yeah,
can
it's like
have
Humpty Dumpty.
somebody tell you. Somebody has clearly put it into your head. One of them is
Yeah.
the genealogy of Mary, and that's not true.
This can't be in here.
The text does not allow that.
There's an Orthodox Jewish New Testament.
Okay, so go down to 23.
Oh,
I
yeah,
never
yeah,
seen
this is
that.
good.
I never fucking even seen this. The fuck? And
No,
your
this is gonna be
culture.
interesting. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Just fucking
This is
read it.
you. Schnutzes, schnutzes, nash, nach the arbon.
For himself was about Shaloshim, Shana.
Shimmy, shimmy, yeah, shimmy, y'all. Yeah, look at
Being
this.
the Ben.
So ironic, when you said
Yeah.
it's a parenthetical.
No.
did
We
you-
don't know what this means. He's probably right. I think there's proof right here. The ironic is correct. Look at this.
How? Where? What does it say?
Right, Ben Masha Hamza Ben Nashim Ben Ben Nika.
Ben is
I don't know,
Stunner.
man.
Uh-oh.
Ben
Hey,
is
this is a
Stunner.
racist, this Bible
Yeah.
here. Ben, that's
wait, hold on.
That's racist. Ben Naga.
I think
Gay.
right here, there's proof in the pudding. Irenic's right. There you go. Case closed.
What do you mean? How is he right?
And then move on. Oh, well, it
No,
says
we
it right
don't
there.
move
Whatever
on.
that
We
says.
keep
It's
ironic
something.
squirming.
No, we don't move on. We stay
keep
on
ironic
a
squirming
hey. Here we stay on a word for at least 4 hours.
Yeah. Yeah. May the Schwartz be with you.
So he's still nothing, huh? Still quiet over there.
I don't know. What the hell are we talking about?
We're talking about the problems with Matthew and Luke.
Oh, the problems. Oh, okay. I didn't know there were problems. That was all right.
Well, I mean, if you don't take it literally, there's no problems, I guess.
Oh, yeah. I guess, yeah. It's a hard thing to connect to actually say that they're same thing when there's actually more names in one and less name in the other. I don't know how that connects.
Look at this. Look at this name, Arfazad.
Yeah, that's a big discrepancy.
Arfaxad, Arfazad,
Yeah.
Arfazad.
I don't know how that is the same thing. I can't. I don't see it.
Levi's not even in Matthew. Levi's over here. It's not even over here.
Okay.
Joshua. You think Joshua? I mean, that's a big name there, right? A popular name. It's in Luke.
Is that the Joshua that I think it is?
I don't know.
Is that the actual Joshua? Or is that because sometimes it's kind of hard when they don't have two names. It's just one name.
See, in Luke, they bring him all the way back to Adam, back to God. So they want to try to show the godhood of Jesus being the second Adam, being the son of God. Because then Adam is actually the son. Look, all these people.
So the way it kind of works is like Adam, son of Seth, Seth, son of Enoch, Seth, son of Canaan, and so.
But I'm saying, if all these people now, if Luke is
this is really a poor job. Yeah, this is really a poor job from Matthew and Luke, the way they put this genealogy together. If I was looking at it as a lay person and trying to find a genealogy, it's actually pretty
look all the
archaic
names they add. The whole first
put it.
row of Luke.
Yeah.
The whole first row of Luke is added.
Mm-hmm. So they understand it is that they combine these books and they put it all into one book. These are two separate books. Interesting.
Well, this is where you see, like, because you'll say Mark was written first, Matthew built on Mark. So now here you're seeing a Luke built on Matthew and Mark.
Okay,
Okay.
what if Luke read this way, heretic? And now Jesus himself began his ministry at about 30 years of age, being, as was supposed, the son of Joseph, the
Well, let me get a pen and
grandson,
paper.
the grandson of Heli, and where son is taken as grandson, and because of the fact that anyone reading this story up to this point knows that Mary got pregnant through special means without Joseph. So, you gotta give the author credit, to, I don't know, at least not to be, contradicting himself within this first 3 chapters or whatever. So, anyways, that's the theory. And it's okay. So the one genealogy goes backwards, right, and forwards. The other one goes like forwards and backwards, right? Those are one set of differences. And they're obviously a different set of genealogies once you get past David, moving forward, or starting towards David, moving back, whichever side you're looking at. But in that range, that indicates from David on, Mary and Joseph were not in the same line. They were out David, both of them, but from different kids of his, I guess, right? So, and then you have the Jewish idea that the word son is often mixed with grandsons, or son is not a fixed term for a son compared to a grandson. Like either one might be used.
I've heard that before. Like they don't have a word for cousin, so you would be brother.
Right,
You could
you'd
be
be
brother,
or the
right?
brother.
You could be a brother. Okay, I've heard that too.
So Rennick, what is your argument for these kind of discrepancies between Matthew and Luke?
Well, let me just read this here.
Okay.
Jesus himself. Okay, emphatic. Oh, wait, let me get that down to this part. Hold on. So Jesus himself. Let's see. Okay, was about 30 years of age. Okay, blah blah blah. That's not important. And this is a commentary. I just want to get this guy. Okay, Joseph, the husband of Mary, of whom was born Jesus, who is called Christ. Matthew employs the word begot each time, while Luke has the article toi, repeating son, son of, like that, except before Joseph. They agree in the mention of Joseph, but Matthew says that Jacob begat Joseph, while Luke calls Joseph the son of Heli. There are other differences, but this one makes one pause. Joseph, of course, did not have 2 fathers. If we understand Luke to be giving the real genealogy of Jesus through Mary, the matter is simple enough. The 2 genealogies differ from Joseph to David, except in the case of Zerubbabel and Zelophehad. Luke evidently means to suggest something unusual in his genealogy by the use of the phrase, as was supposed. His own narrative in Luke 1:26-38 has shown that Joseph was not the factual father of Jesus. Plummer objects that if Luke is giving the genealogy of Jesus through Mary, then this one hoios must be used in 2 senses here. The son as was supposed of Joseph, and grandson through Mary of Heli. But that is not an unheard of thing. In neither list does Matthew or Luke give a complete genealogy. Just as Matthew uses begat for descent, so does Luke employ son in the same way for descendant. It was natural for Matthew, writing for Jews, to give the legal genealogy through Joseph, though he took pains to show in 1:16 and 1:18-25 that Joseph was not the actual father of Jesus. It was equally natural for Luke, a Greek himself and writing for the whole world, to give the actual genealogy of Jesus through Mary. It is in harmony with Pauline universality that Luke carries the genealogy back to Adam and does not
So
stop
wait, one's a
Abraham.
legal one and one's a actual one.
Well, yeah. Well, basically, it's Joseph's. Matthew gives Joseph's legal adopted status, and he gives Joseph's genealogy. Luke actually gives, he starts with Mary's father, Healy would be maybe Mary.
But
The
there's still
father
so
of
many
Mary would be Healy,
problems,
maybe.
though. Like look in Matthew, you have after David, right, which is Jesus supposed to be from the line of. David goes to Solomon. Solomon's not even mentioned in Luke, and then where it shows Nathan, which I think is a key, is not mentioned in Matthew.
Well, it's obvious that something's going on in Matthew different than an actual precise genealogy because of the 14 sections that are broken up evenly. And like you said, and like you mentioned, some names are missing and stuff. And it seems obvious that Matthew wasn't, he wanted to make 14 and 14 and 14 for some reason. And he had to exclude some of the, but that's why you see, you can, in Jewish stuff, I mean, with the way the Jews kept track, I mean, you could say, like, you could refer to the great grandson of what's his name, and that would be part of the genealogy. That would be fine, as far as the genealogy goes. I guess. I don't know.
I don't know. Yep, on my end.
But I've never. I mean,
but I think, yeah, I think I think you probably put up a point that I'm starting to see a little bit. Like the way these things were written, like I could see like somebody, Matthew, writing it somewhere else. This thing was not all like centralized, right? I guess they had the information what they had because I think a lot of it maybe stemmed to oral traditions, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So you may not get all the genealogy. Yeah, and I could see that. All right, so that brings up really something really interesting. I could see how this is kind of comprised in a way.
But you can't see
and
the
there's
building
also
up
different
of the
styles of
character of
writing.
Jesus, though. Right?
It's a massive set of assumptions that are going on.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas if you just turn around and go, well, Matthew made up a load of shit and Luke made up a load of shit in order to just have a line back to David for Jesus.
Well, God, Adam and God too. Yeah.
Well, Matthew goes back to Abraham. Luke takes it further back from Abraham.
That's what I'm saying. There's the building up, the embellishment of Jesus, the progressive.
Yeah. And it was all just fucking made up, all of it. And Luke has got his other sources. This one will be L. Matthew's got his sources. This one will come from M. And it's like, okay, so they're different. Bottom line, they're both fucking made up. And I would say neither of them are right. And they've got a pretty big issue in them because Joseph wasn't actually the father of Jesus. He didn't begat him. So bottom line is just made up shit. And both are just made up. And you can see it with the link through to Abraham. One of them's got Arnie and admin.
I think it's more related to the customs of the time and how people understood it. And I would think that they were completely okay with the way that it was, and people would understand the nuances probably.
No, those
nuances. Yeah, I wouldn't know if it's all made up.
Ironic, those nuances that you've produced there for Luke have been made up in the 20th century by very, very theologically desiring theologians apologists to attempt to bring these two together. And that's just silly.
Well, it's not silly. When you have a text like the Bible, I think it's easy enough to understand that, it might take, some thinking about, what's going on with, especially between different authors in this, in this Bible document, as far as areas where they don't jive or something, we think. So at first, but I mean, I can't tell you how many times, and this is probably true for you guys, like I mean, where somebody like has brought something up and like, oh shit, that's a big problem. And then until someone says, well, except that if you just realize this, there is no problem. And you go, oh yeah, that's right.
Oh,
You know,
really?
I
Really?
don't know.
How far back?
It's like, you
How
know,
far
so it's a
back can
matter
you
of,
go in
there's
your
some,
genealogy?
sometimes it's a matter of being generous
In
in
today's
your
day and age,
interpretations, you know, or
ironic,
being,
ironic.
having some imagination, you
In
know, as far
today's
as
day
what
and
might,
age, in today's day and age of this beautiful set of technology we've got, how far back can you go in your genealogy?
yeah, not very far at all.
Yeah. And this was a day. This was
my
a day and age.
great-grandfather.
This was a day and age when people didn't even write.
Not the Jews. That's not true.
No, it is true.
No, it isn't.
Apparently, Joseph didn't write, and apparently Jesus didn't write. They were illiterate. They had no education. Yeah.
Well, Jesus wrote. We see example of it in the New Testament.
And I have this argument with people as well. I think Jesus was highly educated in order to be able to argue, in order to be able to argue his positions and to be able to argue against the Sadducees and the Pharisees, the highly educated people. But what we are talking about here is Jesus and Joseph understanding exactly what their full genealogy is, going all the way back, not only to David, but through to Abraham and then through to God. These people had to completely understand this. This had to have been written down and passed down through generation to generation to generation. And of course, you've just said this is not the full set of generations. They've had to skip a few to just get the numbers in. So there's a fucking lot more that's meant to be in there.
No. It's apparent that Matthew has some kind of theological reason for grouping these 3 sets of 14 in separate groups. It's weird. But it's obvious that he does it. And then you have to, well, you know, that's weird. Wonder why he did that, you know? And so it's just, it adds mud to the picture, really, is all it does.
So what does Luke do? If Luke doesn't jump different generations, why haven't we got all of the ones that are in Matthew's generations actually in Luke's genealogy?
Well, right, because that's another difference, see, because in Matthew's genealogy, I think Matthew stops at Abraham, doesn't he, or does he? Is it Abraham to Adam to Abraham is 14 generations? I forget. Anyway, there seems to be this difference in going
Let's
all
just
the way
go
back
up to Abraham.
Adam.
I'm only interested in Abraham. I'm only interested in going to Abraham. Once they get to David, it starts changing. David had sons. One was Solomon, one was Nathan. Are you basically saying that Mary was through the line of Nathan and Joseph is through the line of Solomon? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm just saying that, okay, in Matthew's, right? So I was just looking at this again. So it goes from Abraham, right, to David, to Jesus, right?
Yeah.
And then so verse 17 in Matthew 1, and Jacob begot Joseph, the husband of Mary, of whom was born Jesus, who is called Christ. So all the generations from Abraham to David are 14 generations. From David until captivity in Babylon are 14 generations. And from captivity in Babylon until Christ are 14 generations. Like that's like why does he bring in Babylon, you know? So I think they were real keen on keeping track of these genealogies while they were in the Babylon captivity. I don't know if it's related to that. But anyway, the fact is there's no from Abraham to Adam. So that's a big difference. There's no, he doesn't include
I just
Adam
said forget that
David.
one. I just said forget that one. I'm only interested in the stuff we can actually look at and compare.
Well,
we're going Abraham to Jesus.
Okay,
we can do that in both. But where it seems to go different is David goes to Solomon in Matthew and David goes to Nathan in Luke. Solomon was one of David's sons. Nathan was another of David's sons.
Right.
And if you're saying that Luke's genealogy is Mary's, you're basically saying Mary is from Nathan's side,
Exactly.
and you're saying Joseph is from
Yeah, I
Solomon's.
already said that Joseph and Mary were both through David, just from different sons. I wasn't sure who they were, but yeah.
But there's no indication of that in the Bible.
Well, right there in these different.
Well, then
you
what
just
happens
pointed
when you
out
get
the
to the
different-
other names?
You just
What about-
pointed out the Nathan and Solomon difference. That's where the fork starts.
Yeah, but there is
Yeah, but then
Nathan
what about
and there is
Zerubbabel?
Solomon. And the question is, why have we got Nathan and Solomon different? And what you've done is just made something up.
No, well, what would account for Solomon and David being, or Solomon and Nathan being different is that there's two different genealogies. One's that has Solomon in it, and one that has Nathan in it.
Well, clearly they do. I mean, that's what's actually written. But what
Yeah,
you made,
so-
what
and-
you
and
made
it's
up
pretty
is that
clear, though,
Solomon
it's
is
pretty clear.
Joseph. You
I think
made
it's
up
more-
Solomon is Joseph and Nathan is Mary. That's the bit you've actually made up because you're reading it because somebody wrote that down as an apologetic.
No, he wrote that down, sure, but that's, I mean, so
Somebody
what?
said that as an apologetic.
Look, the guy brought up legitimate points, and as much as they are
Who
legitimate,
says they're legitimate?
I think we should take,
Who
take
says
note of
they are
what makes
legitimate?
sense.
Who
Say
says
again?
they are legitimate? Who says they're legitimate?
Who said what is legitimate?
The bit that you said this guy brings up legitimate points, and I'm going, who
I'm
said
saying-
these
I'm saying-
points are legitimate?
okay, so
because
as
they're
I-
not based. They're
No,
not
they're
based in
legitimate
the Bible.
points. They're legitimate
not-
points. Yeah.
they're
and
made
they make
up.
sense. And
They're
they make
made up.
shit. And they make and they dice up your little objection like quite nicely, which is all
But they're
I
made up.
care about.
They're made up. It's a made up.
And if you don't
assumption.
think, if you want to just say it's made up, well, so is your objection.
Well, the Bible actually says Jesus was the son of Joseph in both of the genealogies, and then when
Yeah, that happened to me too, Brother Joe.
It doesn't
Lights
say
went
that.
out.
You just misrepresented exactly what it says. No, it does not say there Joseph is Jesus' dad.
Oh, it
Or the
does.
father of Joseph or whatever.
But it does.
No.
They are trying to go through Joseph's line in both genealogies.
Show
they're
me.
going through
Show me
Joseph's
where
line.
we're
My
arguing
lights
this. We
went out.
know that's not necessarily the case.
Already
we know
did
you
it.
think that makes the
We
most
already
sense
did
of it,
that.
but fuck
Already
you and your
did it.
sense.
Already did it.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Did you guys notice my Christmas lights?
Yeah.
Go back to Luke. Let's see. Here we go.
Does it have Christmas lights in Luke?
New American.
I think there were some lights mentioned in the heavens or something.
When he began his ministry, Jesus himself was about 30 years old. Oh, you fucking hell, you keep bloody going down, don't you? 30 years old, being, as was commonly held, the son of Joseph, the son of Eli, the son of Matthat, the son of Levi. So the son of Joseph being Jesus, and Joseph was the son of Eli. That's how that works. The son of Joseph. Stop. Joseph, the son of Eli. Stop. Eli, the son of Matthat. Stop. Matthat, the son of Levi. Stop.
Have a time.
It's not.
Have a time. Yeah.
It ain't difficult.
Do you see that? Ironic.
What? No, I don't. I was looking at something. What?
Do you see?
Yeah, Luke.
Yeah, I was reading it.
Right.
What
Son
about
of
it?
Joseph, not Mary.
No, as was supposed, the son of Joseph and the son of the grandson of Eli, which
Here's
is
the
Mary's,
difference.
which we can assume is Mary's father.
Here's the difference.
If you assume that Healy is Mary's father,
No, you don't.
then and that
You don't.
son can be grandson,
No, you
then
don't.
it works.
It doesn't.
Why
It doesn't, because you
Look
have
at the
similar
screen.
names in both genealogies in different spots.
So
Look at
what?
the screen.
That's
What?
just a discrepancy in the neither genealogy has all the names that we know there are names missing. We already
There's
know
a
that from
different
the Old Testament.
the bit where it says as was supposed or as was commonly held. There's a different way of interpreting it from the way that you do.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
Which is basically an agreement that actually the text says that Jesus is the Son of God, but the people commonly hold it that Jesus was the son of Joseph.
Well, there's no possible misunderstanding. If you just read from the beginning, get up to this point, you know what happened.
I just did, yes.
No, I'm talking about the whole account with Gabriel visiting Mary, and then
I did.
Mary gets pregnant, and all.
I did, and Elizabeth and John
Right,
the
right.
Baptist.
Okay.
Yes, I did.
I'm just saying. To me, it makes sense that this is Mary's genealogy somehow.
No, because that's what you want it to say.
However ambiguous Luke's writings or weird, like they don't seem, sometimes we can't account for the way people would put things in writing back, 2,000 years ago. That,
the son of Joseph, the son of Eli, the son of Mathat, the son of Levi, the son of Melchi. Why is it that you are choosing that the son of Heli actually doesn't mean the son that Joseph was the son of Heli? It's that Mary was the granddaughter of Heli, who happened to be the husband of Joseph.
Yeah, the reason
Why
you
are
would
you
think
reading
so,
that?
the reason one
Why
might
are
think
you
so,
making that
the reason
assumption?
one might think so is because they read the first 3 chapters and they see the very significant, overwhelming emphasis on Mary and what's going on with her. That's one point. Then there is the, as was supposed, that might have something to do with, this idea that explains to the readers of the time, oh, yeah, okay, he's talking about Mary's, even though Joseph is supposed to be the father. Okay, yeah. But, what I'm saying, we don't know that if this wasn't, Luke wasn't using a rhetorical phrase or a writing phrase, a turn of phrase.
You are having to jump
We
through
don't know
so
that
many hoops.
Luke wasn't using a turn of phrase that these people would easily
So
understand.
many hoops.
So, it doesn't present that big of a problem.
So many hoops. So many hoops.
So it's obviously Mary's genealogy and Joseph's genealogy in the two places.
It's not obvious at all. It's certainly not obvious to scholars.
Well, obviously, this is a place, it's a kind of case where you're going to have differences of opinion, but it doesn't lead to a necessary contradiction or anything.
Sorry, my mother wasn't a virgin. Deal with it. Oh, I just had a nice, fulfilling turkey burger.
What kind of turkey burger? What kind?
Did you have a drink with that?
Turkey burger?
Did it have lettuce?
No.
Does that come with feathers?
No. Okay. Okay. I'm glad it was good. I'm happy for you.
Yeah, real good.
I would die if I ate
turkey.
Can't you afford ground
die?
beef?
Why would you die?
Well, can't you afford ground beef?
You don't eat turkey?
Why not eat some real burgers? That's all I'm asking.
Wait a minute. What's wrong with turkey burgers?
Yeah, what's wrong with turkey burgers?
Yeah, turkey. Yeah, that's like That's like vegetarian.
Oh,
That's like
yeah.
almost. That's like
Yeah.
leading.
That's.
Like you're almost gonna fall over and become a
Excuse
vegetarian when
me,
you
No,
Mister.
no,
start
not at
eating
all.
turkey burgers.
Not at
Next
all. I
thing you
like
know,
mine.
you're gonna be eating turkey bacon. Oh my God.
Not at all, man.
That's
Oh, I had
blasphemy.
bacon earlier.
Turkey bacon's
Real
good.
bacon.
Oh, you already had turkey bacon earlier?
Pig bacon.
Oh, real bacon?
Real bacon.
What do you got
Kosher
against turkeys?
bacon.
Why do you like turkeys, man? This guy's like anti-turkey here.
So who is like these guys in these names? Shealtiel, and Zerubbabel. You have them both in the same. Those two are together, but
Those
they're
are
in the
awesome.
same
I'm
line.
surprised
Wouldn't
nobody
it be
has those
different
names.
after
Oh,
Nathan?
also Babel.
If Nathan's if it's the genealogy of Mary and one's Joseph.
Well, all I'm gonna
Yeah.
say is this is a. I mean,
Wouldn't it be different?
if you think we're gonna get
Yeah.
any answers that anybody's gonna be satisfied, because I'm just telling you the amount of.
Oh, I have I have a satisfying answer.
No, I'm just. Well, maybe you do, but if it's just we don't fucking know.
Yeah, what's your answer,
This is
bro,
a
Joe?
meaningless
I'll
contradiction
your
to point
answer.
out or something. I'm just saying the scholarly work you'd have to do to get into all this, through the Old Testament
I know.
and
God make it so
studying the
difficult.
genealogies and getting into Jewish
That's the
history
thing,
about
ironic.
genealogy. I mean,
If it's so important to believe, why does God make it so difficult to do so?
it's not. What's difficult? I mean,
He's like a
Rojo,
secret,
Rojo,
like you got.
I'm pretty
It's
sure
like
at some
it's
point
like
when
a
you were
box
a
from
Christian,
Hellraiser.
But
I'm
if
pretty
it's so
sure
important, why it's so
at some
hard
point
to
in the
believe?
past when you were a Christian or you weren't
He wants
thinking
you to seek out
to-
for him.
Yeah, I wasn't thinking exactly. I wasn't thinking.
No, I'm just saying you were.
That's your problem, bro, Joe. You
No,
think
I'm
too
saying
much.
you were aware probably at some point about this little distinction, and it didn't present that much of an issue to you, did it? Like, do you think this is a super? This is like the
No,
the
because I
smoking
never really
gun?
looked at it.
Do you think this is a smoking gun that takes down Christianity? I mean, something like that.
No, the resurrection is. If anything, I'm going to go.
Oh, is that
No,
what
I'm
you want
talking
to do, bro,
about
Joe?
this
Take down
apparent
Christianity?
discrepancy about. I'm talking about this apparent discrepancy in the genealogy. Like, is that a smoking gun, death knell?
Yeah, because
look at this. Here we go. It's obviously
there's no
false.
seed of David. There's no direct seed of David from Joseph.
Well, I thought you said the one mentioned Nathan.
Ironic, could you please explain where it actually says anything about Mary being in the lineage of David? Anywhere.
Well, it could be if you accept that it's the grandson of Heli.
No. I didn't ask that. I asked where within the Bible, in Luke, does it say anything about Mary being connected to David, when actually what Luke talks about is how Joseph is a descendant of David.
That was a supposition, but it's mentioned that
No,
the
it's
son
not.
of. I would just claim the son of Heli is one such place that connects Mary and not Joseph.
126.
Because Heli
126.
isn't the father of Joseph.
126. In the 6th month of Elizabeth's pregnancy, God sent the angel Gabriel to Nazareth, a town called Galilee, to a virgin pledged to be married to a man named Joseph, a descendant of David. Joseph is the descendant of David. The virgin's name was Mary. The angel went to her and said, "Greetings, you who are highly favored. The Lord is with you." There is no mention at all of David or descendant of David in Luke that connects that to Mary. It only
Calling Mary daughter of David would be nice, right?
Wouldn't it? It only ever connects that Joseph is a descendant of David, not Mary, at all. So that's one of your first assumptions that these apologists have made that is screwing up your mind.
What's that?
The connection that Mary is a descendant of David. That is a complete assumption that is not within the Bible. It is not biblically sound. It is not historically sound. It's not literacy sound. It's not literally sound.
No, you're overstating your case. Way
Okay, well
overstating
said.
your case.
Okay, explain why.
Because of all the reasons we just discussed earlier, why it could be perfectly relevant and cogent what Luke wrote, and that it was Mary's genealogy, not Joseph's, as you were claiming is so clear.
But Luke makes very clear that the descendant of David is Joseph, not Mary. There is no mention that Mary is a descendant of David
In
at
the
all.
genealogy, it's there.
It's not.
Yes, because
that's another
Joseph-
assumption.
No,
that's
because
another assumption.
How do you figure
Your
Heli is the
first
father
assumption-
of Joseph? How do you figure Heli is the
That's
father
the
of
point.
Joseph?
That's
How do you
the
figure
point.
that? How do you
How
figure
do you
that?
know he's not?
How do you
know
figure
he's
that?
not? How do you know he's not?
Look. We know that Jacob is the father of Joseph.
How?
So
How do you know Jacob's the father of Joseph?
That's just a reason to know. Oh,
Where
there's
does
a
it
clue
say-
that it's Mary's genealogy. That's
Where
why
does
this
it
thing
say that
seems so
Jacob?
puzzling.
Where does it say Jacob is the father of Joseph,
In
other than
Matthew.
in the genealogy of Matthew?
In Matthew, it says that.
Does it mention it anywhere else?
I don't know.
Anywhere else in Matthew, does it say Jacob is the father of Joseph?
Well,
in Matthew.
you
Does
could
it say that
assume-
anywhere? Does it say it anywhere? Could
I'm
Matthew have got it
I'm
wrong?
assuming Luke had it. I'm assuming Luke had that information.
Does it? Is
Taking
it possible?
from the, from what he wrote to be,
Is it possible Matthew got it wrong and he should have gone up the Eli chain and he just got it wrong because he got Joseph's father the wrong name? Is that possible?
It would be a possibility.
Is
I
that
don't
a
think there's
better
any reason
possibility?
to suggest it.
Oh, really? Oh, there's a better suggestion to make up that the word that's used for son should actually relate to grandson.
No,
That this is Mary's genealogy, because we're also going to make up that Mary is connected to fucking David.
No, first of all,
do you realize how many assumptions you're going through to get to your position?
No. All you got to do is, if you just assume Matthew knows what he's talking about, and you just assume that Luke knows what he's talking about, and there is no real contradiction, that's something it'd be fair to assume that, knowing how little we know actually happened, right?
All you got to do is believe, heretic.
So until
You see, the problem, bro, Joe, is that I have to have faith in an apologist's made up assumptions. That's what I've got.
No, you just have to realize,
because there
whatever
is no,
the answer, it's no big
even
deal.
if I had faith in God, I would not be able to make all these assumptions and then go, yeah, that must be right. Yeah, that must be right. Yeah, that must be right. And that gives me something that I can hang my hat on, because that's all that's happening.
Oh, like I said, there's no Christian I don't think would have a problem with the, what do you think? Christians know everything about every mystery that could every question that could, do you think anytime there's a question that can't be answered, oh, that proves Christianity wrong or something? Like, you'd have to have that kind of retarded mindset to think these things are any objections
I wasn't
at all.
proving Christianity wrong whatsoever.
No, I'm saying you'd have
happy.
to have a retarded mindset to think that these kind of arguments show anything against Christianity.
I'm quite happy to say that.
Or against what's true.
I'm quite happy to say that people throughout history have made shit up. That has got no. That has.
Just give me a little poke.
I don't know. I mean,
that should have. That should have.
Who do you know that's made stuff up?
Hang on.
That should have absolutely zero impact on your faith.
Who do you know that's made stuff?
Zero impact.
Name a historical figure that we're all going to agree, yeah, they made that shit up. Who?
No, every human makes some shit
no,
up.
you said okay,
because
so
we're humans.
Well, what's been made up? Name something that
the
somebody
whole of
made
the
up.
birth, the whole of the birth, the whole of the birth stuff.
Virgin birth.
The whole of it.
Virgin birth.
Everything up to the age of 30 when Jesus
I'm asking
started his
you
ministry.
I'm
It's
asking
all
you
made
to
up.
point to
That's what I'm
something
telling
that
you.
we all know is made up, not that you believe is made up.
The whole of the birth story.
Oh no, he's saying everybody.
Human. Clean your ears out.
Yeah. Yeah, heretic, like Santa Claus or
Santa Claus.
Tooth
Well, I mean, you
Fairy,
can take Santa Claus back to something
fire-breathing dragons.
unicorns, flying horses that take.
Okay, are you saying that you know that never did a unicorn exist in real, like an animal with one horn, like described?
No, I'm saying that the animal with one horn, as described, did not exist with wings and fly. Yes, I am saying that.
I think that's a Pegasus. Yeah, that's a Pegasus.
Yeah, but it's still a horse with horns.
Yeah.
It just happens. Pegasus was the name of the horse.
Well, do
with
horses
wings.
have wings?
Pegasus.
Do horses have wings, heretic?
Pegasus had wings.
No, do horses have wings?
No.
Okay, thank you. So
No horse.
Pegasus isn't a horse, right?
Wait, in the Book of Revelation,
Pegasus
don't they
isn't
have
a horse, right?
Don't they have wings?
Pegasus was a flying horse. Yes.
Oh, a flying horse?
Yeah.
Oh, so horses can fly?
No.
Oh, well, I don't know. You're confused.
No, they're horses.
That's the bit that's
Only
made
birds
up.
can fly, not horses.
The bit that's made up.
Of course, and no one can talk to a horse. Unless, of course, the horse.
That's the reason why a horse looks like a horse, because horse doesn't.
So
here's another bit of fiction that's in the
so
Bible.
wait, so ironic, you're saying so you agree
The
then,
Book of
ironic,
Daniel.
horses don't fly, right? Horses don't fly.
I don't believe horses normally fly. No.
The Book of Daniel.
Like, I'm not aware of
Normally
any horses
fly.
that
Well,
can fly.
hey, you never know. Maybe something happened
mean-
in 1 year in the past where like fucking people started hallucinating their asses off.
I mean, I believe that there's like can be
She's some fucking
some
flying
kind of
horse.
spiritual horses with chariots flying in the sky or some
Spiritual
shit. Like, I mean,
horses.
God could make that happen. You know,
What?
but as far as what we're dealing with right now, I think there's just horses.
Shit.
Or,
Here's some-
you know, it
here's
might be a
some
mule.
Here's some
Anything's
fiction.
possible.
Here's some fiction.
I mean, hey,
Here's some
Yeah,
fiction
bro,
that
anything's
everybody
possible.
agrees is fiction that's in the
I
Bible.
mean,
of course it's possible.
Look,
in the
it's
Bible,
hard-
ironic. In the
it's hard
Bible,
to-
ironic.
It's hard to think
Isn't
of what
Santa
limitations.
Claus possible? Santa Claus is possible then.
It's hard to
I
think
think
about
that's
what
possible.
limitations you might put on God
You don't
if
believe,
you grant
Brojo.
that He created the whole universe.
The Book of
If
Daniel.
if someone's willing to grant that, I
The
mean,
Book
what,
of Revelation.
what big deal is it if He does anything special like a miracle?
The Book of Daniel and the Book of Revelation, both of them are fictional, and they are claimed to be fictional by their authors.
It just
They
tells
would
me you
dream
believe
it.
anything.
Yes.
No, I mean,
wish you.
I
It's
don't know,
not.
like the
Unfortunately.
I don't know the biblical the worldview that I've come to believe through the Bible, you know, including the Bible, but including all my experiences and everything. There's nothing like it seems like my entire experience does nothing but confirm everything that the Bible seems to, you know, be teaching is true. You know, so that's why it comports with reality. I mean, and like without.
If I showed up at your house within the next 5 to 6 hours, and I said, and you said, "Oh, wow, Brojo, how'd you get here so quickly?" And I said, "Pegasus." Would you believe me?
You said what?
Rudolph.
Pegasus. Pegasus, a
Rudolph.
flying horse.
Oh,
I came here with my
Pegasus.
flying horse.
Okay.
No,
Flying
I
reindeer.
mean, I'd be.
Hmm.
I mean, I'd ask you, are you shitting me?
Why not? God made it possible. Don't you
No,
believe?
I'm saying that's what I would ask, just because I'd want to know, are you shitting me or
That's
tell
a
me
bad
the truth?
analogy.
God
So
did it.
if that would all depend on your answer after I ask, are you shitting me?
No,
So,
I'm not shitting you.
Brojo, what if you said, instead of saying Pegasus, you said Son of Man?
I flew here on the Son of Man.
That's more believable. Yeah.
The Son of Man picked
The
me
Son
up.
of Man.
Like Superman.
Okay, so Brojo,
Superman. Yeah, like Superman.
Brojo, let me ask you
Yeah.
this. Let me ask you this. Okay, so
That's possible. Anything's possible.
If I was to preface a question to you with, you know, something like you need to. Okay, so
Yes.
Okay. Well, here's my question to you. I guess if you tell somebody, if somebody makes it a point to ask you if you're bullshitting them or telling you the truth, and in that case you say, look, I'm telling you the truth. Are you able to be trusted that you're being honest?
I don't know. Am I?
I'm asking. That's a question I'm asking you.
I like to think so.
Okay, so if I asked you if you're bullshitting me, and you said, no, I'm not bullshitting you, that would be those words would only come out of your mouth if that fucking Pegasus is what you wrote in on, correct?
Maybe.
Why maybe?
Maybe it's another reason. Not necessarily have to lie.
No, but what?
Maybe I did an acid trip.
Maybe you did an acid trip.
Yeah, maybe thought I came on a horse, but it was a trip.
Well, I mean, it wouldn't be too hard to figure out if.
But if I'm known to be trustworthy, does it mean I'm trustworthy 100% of the time?
Well, to my mind, we're talking about historical, looking back in history, and then the arguments that come from, from these questions we have. Did that guy even fucking say that, or is this, blah blah blah? Well, unfortunately, we don't have, we can't grill the guy.
What do you think is more reliable, the trustworthy of the person telling the story, or the probability of the story being true or not, based on facts we already know and experience?
Okay, wait, say that again.
What is more reliable, the so-called trustworthiness of someone's testimony, right, or the probability of something happening based on, what we know scientifically, experience?
Yeah, I don't know. That's a subjective call, but to me, it goes back to my daily
Because that's what you're
experience.
presented with here. You're presented with John, who Bro Joe, you considered trustworthy, or insert whatever name you like we've talked
Right.
about with, like your mom seeing a, fire breathing
Right.
dragon.
Like if
Whatever
my
name
mom
there.
called me and said, I'm looking at a dragon.
The extraordinary claim, gotta admit it's extraordinary, flying horse coming in on a flying horse. So now, where do you go to find the truth of the matter? What are you going to ask? What questions are you going to
Well,
ask?
you got to ask the guy making the claim.
Right. Okay. I'm telling you, I flew in on a horse. You believe me?
Let me see him.
See. Why you want to see him? Why don't you believe me?
Because I want to take a ride on the horse too. What the fuck?
Evidence, baby, evidence.
I mean,
You
why
want
should you
evidence.
be
Getting
why
caught
should
out.
you be
You
the only
want to
one?
see
You
it,
be the only
baby.
one. Why
He's
should you be the only one
demanding
get to ride on
evidence.
this
You
beast, man?
demanded evidence.
I think it's pretty. I
Evidence.
think, and you know what? I think that's pretty goddamn selfish of you to show up to my house riding Pegasus and not like make sure he hangs around so he can give me a ride. That's
I was
bullshit.
testing your
What kind of
faith. I was
friend are
testing
you?
your faith,
What
Ironic.
kind
I'm
of friend
testing your
are
faith.
you? What kind
I'm
of friend
testing
are
your
you?
faith.
It was all a test, and you failed.
Yeah, well, you just failed the friend test, my friend.
Oh man, that was hard. That was hard.
Oh, just for that, I'm not
Oh.
coming there with my Pegasus now.
Yeah, no Pegasus for you.
I'm gonna pull up in a car and just have a name tag on it, Pegasus.
What's the other guy though?
Pegasus.
But Figment might be a different story.
Figment. There you go. I have Figment here. That's Ronin's god.
Have you got pigment though, Brojo?
Pigment?
Yeah.
Yeah. But you wanted evidence, Ironic. Thank you. You wanted to see it. Exactly.
Where's Ronan at, by the way? That should get him in here.
So back to the Virgin narrative. Who was Do you believe
I
that
like that picture.
Matthew and Luke were there when Jesus was being born?
No.
So what information is Matthew or Luke relying on? How are they getting their information that Jesus was born of a virgin and that he went to Beth? All the they went out of Egypt and went to Bethlehem.
Yeah, my guess is
Or
that
didn't go to Egypt.
Or didn't go, and the
Stayed in
kings.
Bethlehem
Yeah, I
for
mean,
40 days and then went directly up to Nazareth.
and who saw the kings following the star? Who was witnessing that? I mean, who was? I mean,
Why
who
is
began
there
the-
no mention in Luke of Herod trying to kill Jesus? Why is there no mention of that whatsoever in Luke?
How do they know all this?
is Matthew the one who includes the killing of the babies or whatever.
Yeah. But Luke doesn't even mention it. There's no mention of it. There's no problems for them. They stay in Bethlehem for 40 days.
Well,
and
these are like stupid objections. I mean,
Oh?
the simple answer is we don't know why any author might include this and might not include that. And you could ponder and come up with all kinds of reasons. Like maybe Matthew already existed and he didn't think he had to, add that. Whatever.
Yeah, but they either went directly from Bethlehem to Nazareth, or they went directly from Bethlehem to Egypt. One's north, the other one's south. One's Israel rather than Judea, and one's Egypt rather
and
than
Luke might
Judea.
not have any interest in any of that part of the story, and for whatever reasons he did have to include what he did, that's what he included. So it's like
I would guess they include the Egypt story because they wanted to make Jesus look like he fulfilled some kind of fulfilled prophecy, which in context wasn't a messianic prophecy at all.
Exactly. That's what I think Matthew did because
exactly. You
So they made it up. So it's fiction.
They made it up.
It's not making anything up. It's just seeing clear parallels in the Old Testament and then applying it to Jesus and saying
it's not just made up.
But it's not a messianic prophecy.
I saw something written over there. So I'm going to write some stuff about it. But it didn't actually happen. But I'm not making it up. But it didn't happen. But I'm going to write it as if it did happen.
But it makes it sound like it has something to do with it.
This is, to me, you guys' questions just show an ignorance of Jewish thought on this stuff, man. I mean, it's crazy how opposed to, or how uncharitable you're not charitable in your interpretations at all. You don't cut any interpretations any slack. It's like nope. It's weird.
I mean, if this is common Jewish thought, then there'd be more Jewish believers.
Yeah, the interpretation that Herod wanted to kill all the children because he realized the Messiah had been fucking born that was going to take away his lineage of control for the whole of Israel. So he wanted to get rid of it and maintain that lineage and that power. That's an absolutely massive part of the story. It's huge. It's a recognition that Jesus is the true ruler and Herod is a fake, and yet Luke doesn't mention it.
Yeah, but
at all.
Yeah, but Luke's was a Greek audience, most likely, and Matthew was writing to Jews that would be important stuff to them.
Was there a different meaning to the word Messiah in both of them then?
I'm talking about as far as so here's what I think happened. Okay, so just like we were mentioning, Broja brought it up, how Matthew seems to appropriate stories from the Old Testament that have maybe obvious parallels or maybe not so obvious to us, but at least they are to Matthew. So he'll say, for example, he told the story about them coming back from Egypt. He says, this was to fulfill what was written, out of Egypt I called my son. Okay, that's the statement.
That's the statement, but you go read the scripture. It's not a messianic prophecy.
Hold on. Now, okay, but first you have to determine.
So Jesus never went to Egypt. Are you saying that? Is that what you're saying?
I'm asking you to.
Are you saying Jesus never went to Egypt?
No, I'm
with
asking
Joseph?
Brojo to think about what Matthew
No, I'm
means
asking you: is
when
there a
he
lie
says-
in the Bible?
What does Matthew mean
Because-
when he says fulfill?
Complete.
Because he's trying to. It looks like he's trying to put in a prophecy there, and that Jesus is fulfilling it. Look, see, this is in the Old Testament. Jesus did this. They went to Egypt.
Out of Egypt I called my son. Right now, in Jesus' case, was he in Egypt, and then he came out of Egypt?
Well,
Right.
according to that story, he's in Egypt, and according to
Okay,
that story,
so
it's a
we
different
would
one.
call
Was he
that.
there? Was
You
he
wouldn't
there?
argue with
No.
this, would you? I don't think you'd argue with this.
Was
but
he
we would-
there?
I would call that, or we in this day, we would call that a parallelism.
Was he
Right.
there? What do you mean by a parallelism? Are you basically saying it
I'm
was
talking
made
to
up?
Brojo, heretic. Please.
Well, no,
Are
go
you
ahead,
saying
but
it was made up?
I would
So
ask the
it's
same
fact.
question. What do you mean? What's a parallelism? What do you mean?
Okay, so you don't know what a parallelism is, like.
I know what
in
parallel means.
Okay, right. So pretend you're reading the Old Testament and you're in Hosea and you read about the Jews going, about their time being held in Egypt, and God, this out of Egypt I called my son, and it's a reference to Israel. God's calling him his son. And and it's a reference to way back then and Pharaoh and Moses, right, and all that, right. So you read that now. Then now you're reading Matthew, and Matthew tells this story. Let's take for granted that it's a true story that Joseph had to go to Egypt, to save his life. And then after Herod died, now they came back, and in Matthew telling that story, he sees this Joseph and the family, Jesus coming out from Egypt, and he says, in his mind, right, this was to fulfill what was written, out of Egypt I called my son. So basically, to me, what he's doing is he's tying Jesus to that marker there. Now, what fulfill? Obviously, he can't be saying there was a prophecy there that now we all see that Jesus fulfilled it. That's not even what he says. I mean, he just says this was to fulfill that.
Compare it with Luke. Compare it with Luke.
Yeah,
they
so
never went to Egypt. They stayed in Bethlehem. There was no indication of anyone trying to kill them. They never went near Egypt.
Luke didn't.
No, which
Luke
was right? Which
just
one
because
is
Luke
right?
doesn't include it.
But they never went to.
Happen. Sorry, heretic.
No, they went direct. 40 days after Jesus was born. They stayed in Nazareth.
1 minute.
And after 7 days, they went and got. He got the snip.
I'm gonna read.
He went
I gotta
and got
do a
the
little
snip.
reading and see if that's even close.
Right?
Okay.
He went and got the snip after 7 days, and then after 40 days, they went to the temple to do whatever it is that the Jews do at the temple for a new child, and then they went direct up to Nazareth. They never went to fucking Egypt in
There you
Luke.
go.
Never went.
Hey,
anywhere
everybody,
near-
get your Bibles out. Come on, and
Smoke
let's smoke
weed
one. Happy
every bloody
420.
day.
420 Mountain. God, we still haven't done any not Christian, Christmas
music.
Christmas
Smoke
karaoke.
weed. Smoke this weed.
Smoke weed every day. Smoke weed every day. Smoke weed every day.
And I just want to thank our 10, 11 viewers out there stopping by the cafe. The link should be pinned to the top of the comment section if anyone wants to come on in. And we definitely want to wish everybody Merry Christmas, Happy Holiday, Happy Kwanzaa, Happy Hanukkah, and a happy, healthy, prosperous New Year. I think I ran out of song for us.
Have yourselves a merry little Christmas. What do you think? I don't know the lines. Anyway, I was just messing around.
You just
Still working
didn't
on
want
that one.
to carry on talking about the subject because you've been
That's
hammered.
well, Brojo. I had to work on that because Brojo said that was his favorite Christmas song.
No, it wasn't. That's not my favorite.
You said you really liked it or something.
Oh, I like that one. Yeah, I do like that one. But my favorite, which I'll probably sing tonight, is "Holly Jolly Christmas." That has to be probably right
Oh,
there.
have yourself a holly jolly Christmas.
No, yeah. Have a holly jolly Christmas.
Oh, have?
It's the best time of
Okay. That was in the Rudolph's show, right?
Yes, yeah. Burl Ives.
Burl Ives.
Burl Ives. Yes. He did the It was the animated snowman that was singing it, I believe. I think.
Yeah, exactly. That's Burl Ives was his voice. In the song.
Classic. Maybe I should just play that part. Yeah, I think.
You know what really struck me? I know, like after I grew out of my kid years, and then I don't know, the first time I remember, like as a teenager or something, watching Rudolph or whatever, how short that show was. It's like it's only a half-hour program, with commercials, and it's like I remember when as a kid watching it, it seemed like a couple hours or something, like this is the most, when Rudolph came on at that Christmas time, that was cool.
Here we go. Yeah, Rudolph the Red-Nosed. Do they still play these classics on TV, on cable? Are they still playing them? Ah, the classics. Here we go.
The holly jolly Christmas is the best time of the year. I don't know if there'll be snow, but have a cup of cheer. Have a holly jolly Christmas, and when you walk down the street, say hello to friends you know and everyone you meet. Ho, ho, the snow hung where you can see. Somebody waits for you, is there one for me? Have a holly jolly Christmas, and in case you didn't hear, oh by golly, have a holly jolly Christmas. Have a holly jolly Christmas, and in case you didn't hear, oh by golly, have a holly jolly Christmas this year.
Ho, 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 ho. Ho, 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 ho.
That's great.
Brojo, I had no audio for you then.
Oh, bloody hell. There we go. You hear me now?
Yep.
Snowman in the dollar store. I saw him in the dollar store. I had to get him. It was $5. He now rides. He rides Ronan's imaginary god. So we're gonna still argue virgin birth here or what?
I hope not.
Let's go to the resurrection instead.
That's what I say. Let's get to the crux of the matter.
Joy
joy to the world. Let us know.
My favorite Christmas song is what is it? Jeez, I just had it in my mind. It's one that I always liked the guy who did it. Aaron Neville. Oh Holy Night is the version.
Oh, I've just found something in Wikipedia that's rather interesting. You might be interested in this. The convenient explanation of a Mary line comes from John of Damascus, or John Damascene, from around 675 or 676. But what is interesting is that John of Damascus says that Nathan is the ancestor of the Virgin Mary, being the Virgin Mary being Mary, mother of Jesus's mother, in Catholic terminology. If that makes sense. Which means that Eli, under this bit, could not be connected in any way, shape, or form to Nathan, because it should say son of Mary, not son of Eli.
I don't think anyone's paying attention anymore to that.
What?
He's asking you.
I'm not anyway. Just to be honest. I was fiddling with my Christmas list.
Next topic, heretic. I guess. Here we go.
Sounds like karaoke.
Oh. No link?
Oh, holy night, the stars are brightly shining. Is the night.
Oh, it's Aaron
Is this
Neville.
ironic?
Voice. No, it's Aaron Neville singing.
Anyway, yeah, that's my favorite version. Sound good, doesn't it?
Yeah, he sounds good there. He's got a good voice. I'll be right back. I need a drink. Anybody coming in or what? Come on, man. It's a Christmas party.
Outside. Come on, don't
Get in here. Bring your alcohol. Or your bud.
Bring the champagne.
Bring your champagne.
Yeah, it's been a while since I saw Heretic on screen draining a bottle. Drunk on
I might
his
actually
ass.
have a drink tonight. I might actually have a drink, yes. Be right back.
Yeah, so ironic. I think your argument has got all mixed up, because it's meant to be the Virgin Mary that the line is through to Nathan, and therefore her husband would have to be Heli, being the grandfather of, or the father of Mary, mother of Jesus. But it wouldn't be Heli that would be the ancestor of Nathan, but the Virgin Mary. So the Heli thing is completely wrong in either of your arguments.
Heretic, who do you say Heli is? Just curious.
Who do I say Heli is? According to Luke's genealogy, Heli is the father of Joseph.
Okay. And then in Matthew's genealogy,
That's
he's
Jacob.
the father of Joseph.
Jacob. And there's no indication which one of those is correct.
You know, I mean, not that I don't know if this. Sometimes people are called by different names. You know what I mean? Like a same person might be called Jacob in one place and maybe Heli in another place, a reference to the same individual. But
none of the
I just know there are some, and sometimes there are these these people that.
But we know that Nathan and Solomon were two different sons of David, and it's clear that that's where the
because it goes back to Nathan, and then
rather
the other
than
one goes
Solomon.
to Solomon.
Yeah. I understand where you're coming from and why you chose that this particular argument gives a good way of overcoming the contradiction, but it doesn't actually.
But you know what? I mean, to my mind, it really, like Matthew kind of makes it impossible to make clear comparisons because of this thing he does about the captivity of Babylon and this 14 generations business. What is
I
that
don't
about?
disagree. I don't disagree with you. I think the bottom line is both of them were made up. I cannot go back 1,000 years with all the technology that I've got nowadays. And I'm just a standard, normal person, very much like Mary and her genealogy was a standard person. And Joseph was no bigwig. He was just a tectone.
I think there was a time in England where you would go to a church or something and they would have the books there for the, and you could look that shit up, wouldn't they? When they keep record. And then as long as you stayed in the village you were in and your family stayed in, you could be for hundreds of years. Everyone would go back. They could kind of
as long as you stayed in the village and all went to the same church. Yes.
And those records were kept safe or not.
As long as it, yes. But whether the records were actually kept safe is a different question.
Well, whatever. So.
But people moved around, and clearly in Israel's biblical times, people moved around a lot, particularly if Israel was invaded so many times by different places, things are going to get lost. Things get smashed up. People get forcibly moved around. It's like impossible.
Israel seems to have had an unusual affinity for keeping track of who's, it was really important even for their religion, to them at least.
I'm not convinced.
What family you were in and if you were part of the nation, this and that.
But back then, don't you think, they didn't really go very far,
Right, they stayed in that one locale, you mean?
Where could they go?
Well, it's not like they got driven out. They got driven out each time the place got...
Well, they did get driven out different periods of history.
Yeah. So how do you get back all the way to David? I mean, it's like... I can understand the argument.
You recognize each other. You know what a Jew is. You're someone who grew up in that and is circumcised and follows all these laws. I mean, it's not like you forget who you are because you.
No, I understand that argument, but that doesn't necessarily connect you genealogically wise.
I know.
To
I'm just
your
saying,
actual family. I mean,
in Babylon, it would be natural for them to, stick together as Jews, right? Congregate.
But also die very quickly in Egypt.
I have a question for Ironic.
Yeah.
But the other bit that I would say, I agree with you that it might be very important for people to claim they are from a certain tribe,
right?
Or they are connected in certain ways,
whether they are or not.
And whether they are or not is a different question, and that's the bit where I just go, I can accept that these are two different genealogies because neither Luke nor Matthew had the faintest idea, but what they were trying to do was link Jesus back to David. Both of them were. And that's all it was. These are just stories to link Jesus to David. Full stop. Make him the Messiah. That's the rationale.
It could be that Luke is describing Joseph's actual genealogy. It could be that Matthew is basically would claim this is Joseph's genealogy.
It could be either.
Because of Matthew's theological issues that he's trying to paint in this little thing among just it's obvious, right? There's something going on there. So And then he also says Jacob. We don't know that Heli and Jacob might not be the same person.
But
I mean,
there's
we
a
don't know
split.
that.
Hang on, there's a split at Nathan and Solomon, so that can't work.
No, maybe it can work because of Matthew's. Matthew might have made arbitrary changes, and that might have been one of them when he mentioned Solomon. Does Matthew mention Solomon, right?
Matthew mentions Solomon, but Solomon was the son of David. And
No, I know.
Luke mentions Nathan. Nathan was the son of David.
Right.
They are
but
both the sons of
would
David,
there
right?
would there be any theological reason for Matthew to make Solomon the person that in the line or whatever?
No, because the connection was always David. So it didn't matter which it goes to, but whichever one it is, one of them is wrong or both of them are wrong. The thing is, not both of them can be right.
Well, okay, here's another issue. Okay, wait. Maybe it isn't. Maybe it's never mind. The issue
All this is, to me, all this is they had to try and make a connection to David. So they both did.
Quickly, ironic. Do you believe Mary was sinless?
No. I mean,
Was the Virgin Mary sinless?
I mean,
mother.
Yeah, it seems to me that Paul's teaching in general, there's none righteous, no, not one, and so it would be presumed that, if she was of age, but I would argue that it's very possible in a Jewish context, in a Jewish setting, because if I would appeal to like Moses referring to all the children of Israel who were the children of those who had to wander for 40 years until they were dead. Now, everyone from 1 to 20 years old was going to go into the land. It was only, it was so the kids, and that included any children from 1 to 20. Now, Moses says of those children, those 1 to 20-year-olds, they don't know good and evil. They don't know good from evil. So anyway, given that caveat, Mary being obviously she'd probably be like 12 or 13, right? I mean, I think we're assuming she might be considered righteous. You know what I mean? In the Jewish sense of if God, considers children innocent.
Do you think a 13-year-old doesn't know the difference between good and evil?
Well, I mean, today, I think today's teenagers certainly do, the ones I know. But
I think these children in those days would have known the laws off by heart.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know, I don't know if a woman like Mary, maybe she hadn't ever committed any sin yet. I mean, it would be, to my mind, it's possible. I don't believe in total depravity or any of that stuff. I'm like, did she always follow her parents? Some kids are like that. Some kids always obey their parents. You know what I mean? They just, for whatever reason, So.
Which Mary are you referencing, Brojo?
The mother of Jesus.
Not the mother of Mary, the Virgin Mary. Because the Virgin Mary is supposed to be the one that's...
We're talking... That is the mother of Jesus, is the Virgin Mary.
Yeah, Mary is the mother of Jesus.
Yes. The Virgin Mary is the mother of Mary.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
In the Catholic bit, the Virgin Mary is the mother of Mary, of which that
Mary's mother's named Mary too?
Yes.
No.
She's not a virgin. Well, they made her a virgin also?
I want to see that somewhere.
Yeah, I want to see a citation, please.
I mean,
Mary was a first century Jewish woman of Nazareth, the wife of Joseph and the mother of Jesus.
So,
right.
Rojo, weren't you raised Catholic?
Yes.
Did you ever hear anything like that?
Well, I'm not sure what Mary's mother's name is, but I know that they made Mary even
Right. See,
conceived, right? Without
they
sin or
came up with the Immaculate Conception, which
Right.
that involves Mary's birth. Everybody
Yeah.
thinks it's Jesus. No, the
Right.
Immaculate Conception, that's why Mary was righteous or
Right, because
sinless.
they had to make right, because you have to make Mary sinless
was
to
somehow she
to
was
have sinless
shielded from-
Jesus.
And that's the
total
point.
depravity
Yeah.
or inherent original sin. Right.
That's the thing. But that's the thing is Mary's sinless. How could she be sinless? She's human.
Well, the Immaculate Conception handled that.
Well, maybe
for Catholics.
Well.
Right, that's where I've got it wrong. Then that's where I've got it wrong. So it's
But I don't hold to total
yes, the
depravity
Virgin
or
Mary
original
is Mary,
sin,
the mother
yeah.
of Jesus. Yeah.
No worries. You're forgiven.
Thank
You are forgiven.
I
and,
accept. I accept.
And you must say at least one.
And you should.
Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou among women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus.
You know, you should thank.
Hail Mary.
You need to thank us because you don't want to be spouting that information out.
No,
in
I
public.
thank you. I thank you.
You get embarrassed.
Yeah, I misread it.
The Virgin Mary is Mary's mother. I was like,
Happy Merry Winter Solstice, Gio. Hi, Gio.
Oh yeah.
Merry Christmas. Happy
Merry
holidays.
Christmas.
Who
Happy
was
New
it?
Year.
Who was it?
Happy Festivus.
So tell me about the Immaculate Conception then of Mary.
I don't know the procedure, but it's just it somehow it shielded her from original sin.
Yeah.
So
But
there was,
if there's an Immaculate Conception, surely Jesus was an Immaculate Conception as well. I don't know. I mean,
Well, they would call that the virgin birth, and of course that there's something special about that. Right?
yeah, but nobody did the nasty. That's the thing.
Right, but the nasty did happen with Mary's birth. I think.
Immaculate.
How?
To be specific here.
Someone look up the Immaculate. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking up now. Immaculate
That's what I'm
Conception.
trying
Is the
to do.
belief. The Immaculate Conception is the belief that the Virgin Mary was free of original sin from the moment of her conception. Her conception.
How?
Does it describe the mechanics?
Yeah,
of
that's
that?
well. I know how.
Mechanics. Yeah, what's the mechanism behind
And
that?
then you have to make her mother special now. Virgin Mary's
yeah,
mother's got to be special.
Yes,
declare
exactly.
that
But
it
they
happened.
did. But then you got infinite regress here, don't we now?
Well, that's what I mean. The whole original sin.
Well, at
doctrine.
least all the way back to Eve. We're gonna.
That's what that's what's problematic with that stupid. You can tell it's a dumb doctrine.
So I'm looking at newadvent.org, and this really doesn't make sense. I'm really having
Some
problems.
doctrine,
with it.
but
So
virgin birth, that makes sense.
the subject of this immunity from original sin is the person of Mary at the moment of the creation of her soul and its infusion into her body. So souls are infused into bodies, right?
I believe that.
In the first instance of her conception, the term conception does not mean the active or generative conception by her parents.
Okay,
Her
not the
body was formed in the womb of the mother, and the father had the usual share in its formation. The question does not concern the immaculateness of the generative activity of her parents, nor does it concern the passive conception, absolutely and simply, which, according to the order of nature, precedes the infusion of the rational soul. The person is truly conceived when the soul is created and infused into the body. Mary was preserved, exempt from all stain of original sin at the first moment of her animation, and sanctifying grace was given to her before sin could have taken effect in her soul. There is no evidence of any of this. They're just saying
That's
something.
completely arbitrary
Yes.
statements. Yeah.
totally
of
arbitrary.
convenience. I mean,
Yes,
this is
but
the
why
son-
don't you see it in your own beliefs? That's the thing I don't get.
you know that if there wasn't an original sin doctrine, no one would have ever come up with that nonsense.
So the formal active essence of original sin was not removed from her soul in the way that it's removed from others by baptism. In essence, it was excluded because it was never in her soul.
It doesn't make sense to me that
No,
you know, I can
just made
understand
up.
them. It doesn't make sense to me that you would worry about original sin of Mary, because if you're going to pretend that Mary's can be wiped out, why not just wipe it out at Jesus? You know, and not worry about her and claim the same, you know, that God protected him from original sin, and everybody would understand that.
Yeah, totally.
Ooh, we haven't. Ooh,
But they
kids
never
open
thought to
forum.
do that.
Catholic kids open forum.
Apparently.
Ooh,
Ooh, ooh, ooh, ooh, ooh, ooh, ooh.
ooh, ooh. Let's see.
I mean, in my mind, if you're going to do that,
You
then
guys are cool.
you might as well
that.
assume-
We got that going for us.
Why wouldn't have God protected that whole line from Adam on down to Jesus? You know, he could have kept one pure human line.
I really appreciate it.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Just goes to show it's all bollocks, isn't it, Irony?
Yeah, pick a toy.
well,
Come here,
it
pick
shows
a
that
toy.
original sin is.
Look, I'll take that one. Oh, look, he's what? Look, the guy in the
Who's
funky
this?
cap.
Who's this?
I want that toy.
Is that Norm?
Right.
No, who?
This is Catholic.com.
Oh gosh,
See, I've got to say, the guy on the right
I like that.
looks like a standard Catholic priest,
Yes.
if you know what I mean.
He's gay. He's definitely gay.
I wasn't talking about being gay. I was referencing something else, possibly.
Oh, well, how do you get that?
I don't know.
Someone
Ain't gonna
touches
know.
little boys. Is that what you mean?
I could never say something like that.
All right. Let's hear what they're talking about. Let's be nice. Come on.
Much like her brother Luke, just one of the finest people in the world. You never feel unhappy when Rose is around. It's always nice to see you, Rose. And you're doing a podcast of your own, or is that over? Are you still doing it?
Well, we haven't done it in a while because my dad has been very busy with other things, but we're hoping to get back to it soon.
But that's how a podcast, you don't have to do it all. I mean, haven't done it in a while. Well, just get back to it when you get back to it. But you do interviews and that kind of
Not
thing.
a very good business model.
So far,
if
I've
you're trying to
only
grow a
interviewed my dad, but once I figure out how to do a split screen, hopefully I'll be able to interview other people, hopefully, soon.
Would you ever be interested in, I don't know, like somebody who just does
you
a
heard of
Catholic,
StreamYard?
host like a Catholic call-in show or anything like that? Would that person have any chance to get on your show or no?
I don't think they
If you're asking about yourself, I'd say.
What makes you think that, Rose? What makes you think that?
She's
I don't know. I
don't
just
know.
do.
I have standards.
Very perceptive. Yes, yeah, Rose.
Have you heard of
Are you
OnlyFans?
got a question for Father?
Yes. So, at Mass, women are allowed to give out communion, but I just don't understand why they can't say the Mass altogether. So, why is it wrong for a woman to become a priest?
Oh, nice. Good question.
Okay. So there's an interesting, I guess, distinction to make with the question, because it's not, the church doesn't say that it's wrong for a woman to become a priest. The church says that it's impossible for a woman to become a priest. So John Paul II,
doesn't that make it worse?
In I can't remember the name. It was called Ordinatio Sacerdotalis, and I can't remember if it's a letter but it's a papal document, right? And he sort of settles this in the most definitive way that we've seen in the recent magisterium, where he defines using the kind of full authority of the papal office. He says the church.
Why is he answering this from what a pope said rather than what the Bible says in Timothy? Why is he answering it in that way? Why is he putting it to a human can turn around and say it, even though they're in a lineage apparently down from Jesus or something. But why not just reference Timothy?
He's in charge, man. The Pope is in charge of the church, declared by Jesus.
But isn't the Bible bigger than the church itself and anybody in the church?
Ongoing revelation, man. Come on.
But this is the point, is it?
Yeah.
I think
Continuing
the Catholics give equal authority to the Bible and their tradition.
Well, you think God just shut his mouth after 2,000 years? He just closed his mouth and that's it? Doesn't talk no more? Come on.
Yeah, but if you're giving evidence, to a child, you can evidence it with the Bible. Here's the real authoritative thing. Whereas he's referencing a 5th or 6th century Pope.
Right, but then they would go and they would just explain to the little girl how, see how Jesus had his disciples and then he appointed Peter here as the head, and then there's when Peter, we see how when Judas got off the scene, he had to be replaced, so there's
but you're referencing the Bible.
I'm just saying,
absolutely.
That there was a succession.
Yeah. No, I can take that. You're referencing the Bible. Why didn't he reference the Bible where it actually says in the Bible, in Timothy 1, women sit there nice and bloody quiet?
Well, maybe he does. I don't know. I wonder if he gets any pushback from the girl. I doubt it, but
I bet
I found it funny. It was like, no, he says it's impossible for women to be.
Yeah, I think that's a brilliant statement.
Something tells me this guy thinks that.
It's running live, but I paused it. And it's running live on Twitch, I think. Yeah, Twitch.
Is this live now? Right now?
It's live now, yeah, but obviously we paused it. That's why I saw it. It was like I saw it down in the corner when we were looking at the article on Immaculate Conception. I was looking at that.
Is that what you were doing? Going, oh.
Yeah. Oh, wait, what's going on here? We got some live Catholic show going on. This priest in this funky jacket here.
Yeah, we got a live gay priest.
You know,
allegedly.
You start. There's a kind of bodily relationship with the divinity and creation, and that's something that the early church and in fact the Jewish tradition wanted to very much avoid to maintain that transcendence about the divine nature. I've probably talked too much, but yeah.
Well, only in this. I don't think you talk too much, but only in this sense.
I don't think you talk too much.
I kind of enjoy this conversation. Do you want to have a follow-up question or
pushback?
How do you feel about it?
I feel
because I didn't allow you to defend your eggnog position either, and because so we can bring you back if you want to do a follow. Well, I'll tell you what. We'll take the break, and then you decide if you want to come back and defend your eggnog position and follow up on this or not.
Well, I think I have the answer to my question, but I would like to defend my opinion about eggnog.
About eggnog, fair enough. All right, so this is what we call a cliffhanger. All right, we'll just leave that hanging there. Yeah, and when we come back, Rose will defend her indefensible eggnog position. And well, maybe I'm prejudicing. I shouldn't do it that way. I'm sorry, Rose.
We'll prejudicing the audience.
There's no way of fast forwarding it. But
see, I'm not sure this is live. I mean, this looks like it used to be done at some point, but you're able to pause it. It looks like it's an advert that was on that.
I can't fast forward or anything, honey. See,
you could leave and then go back into it.
I could do this. Yeah, I could do that. Duh. What's to talk about? Uh-oh. Watch that kid! Watch the kid! Oh, it's over? Oh, he's taking the jacket! No!
He's taking his clothes off. They're taking their clothes off and they're bringing children in. What is going on?
Oh, no, they're bringing out more toys! He's taking the jacket off. Oh.
This is absolutely disgusting.
Oh no, God!
See, they're just enticing children with sweet.
Just entice. That's it. Bring them on.
They're taking their clothes off. Oh, this guy's already undone his shirt. from around his
Hey,
throat.
let's put it. You know, should have thought of shutting the camera off.
Yeah, that guy, we almost saw him scratch his ass.
All right, kids, get off the set. The break's over. Come on, get out of here. Yeah, you with the Spider-Man. Yeah, come on, kids. They keep bringing toys out. Aww.
Someone else has put a strange jacket on now. That's a different person. He looks even worse.
Hey, wait, what are they? What are they? How many people wear that jacket? What that guy took the jacket off, and now a different guy put the jacket on. You see that?
It's not good.
That's
it's not good. Gio,
What's
have you
going
got
on?
something
And
to
this
say on
music
this?
is like terrible. This
What?
music's terrible.
I look what?
Music's terrible.
Have you got something
Sorry,
to
guys.
say on this?
Nah, I don't know.
Are you concerned in any way about how strange some of these men look?
Yeah, who's the
No,
gay
I'm
dude
not
that put on the? Is that
Look,
must be the?
we're gonna tell.
I think we identified
No.
the priest's partner.
I don't care. The kids look like they're having fun anyway.
No, nobody took the cross with Jesus on it. Look, see, there's a cross there. Nobody took that. They're taking all the stuffed animals. They need to put like a stuffed animal Jesus on a cross, so that then kids would pick it up. Oh, they're just leaving it there. Nobody
That might
wants
be
Jesus.
part. That might be part of the furniture. Actually.
Glued. It's glued down. It's nailed down.
Oh, bro, don't.
They might leave
Wait.
that up on the table on a regular basis.
But they had all these toys off
You like that,
camera. They
I
brought,
liked it. No one else fucking
Those
got
kids are
it.
cute.
I don't think anyone else heard it. They heard it, just ignored it.
but the toys kind of
All
multiplied.
those two are related.
Where did the toys come from?
This bloke brought
Look at that
his
nose
tag.
and
They buy
Put it all
them.
there.
They buy them. They're donations.
No,
They
I mean
keep
they
bringing them
weren't.
out. Oh,
When they started, there was very little toys on
Look at
the
this
table.
kid. Look at this kid. He's a real wise ass. Look at this kid.
He's right in
This
front of
kid's
the
a
camera.
cool looking kid. Isn't he? He is a cool looking
Blocking
kid.
the camera.
He is cool. He's gonna be a lady killer. That kid. You can tell he's gonna be a lady killer. He's gonna be-
He's cool kid. He reminds me of like a little Tony Danza or something.
In his Spider-Man jacket.
In his Spider-Man jacket.
Is it Spider-Man? Is it something else?
What's up, William? Merry Christmas. Welcome to the 420 Cafe Christmas party.
Oh, is that a couple? Is that a cup of
Kwanzaa
noodles on the table?
I know. Here, kid. Want a cup of noodles, kitty?
Guy's
Oh, wait.
getting. What's he doing? This kid.
I still want to know what's the deal with the guy wearing the jacket. He took the other guy the priest was wearing the jacket. Now is this his boyfriend wearing the jacket?
No, I mean, it's clear that when they bring a new guy in for answering questions, the new guy wears the jacket because the other guy stood up and took it off and left it on there. Then he walked away in his black.
No, in this case,
Like
the priest is the girl side of this team, and she got kind of chilly when she was walking into the church, and hubby there had let her use the jacket, so now he just took it back.
Trying to low. It's not helping.
Just go to water.
I think
Turn it
we got
off
a lot
and turn
of
it back
fun.
on again.
Reminds me of
William!
Norm McDonald with a beard.
William, how you doing?
Heretic!
Yeah,
Did
heretic. Did you hear me mention the last time I'd seen you like draining a bottle drunk off your ass online on a stream? You remember those days?
That was a while back, wasn't it?
It's been a while now. Is there like, did you quit? Did you give up the bottle or what?
A whole bunch of them are in.
I'm very rarely now on the bottle, yeah.
Okay, you enjoy it on occasion though?
Yeah.
And I go out there and Thomas, who comes
I've
in
never
every
been
now and then, does, uh,
addicted. It just puts weight on too quickly.
It's a, 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 it's
Okay, so it's not out of the question that I could see a repeat of that sometime in the future.
Another kid.
Oh,
has
there's
taken
every
all of
chance.
The balls
Yeah,
off of
given
the
the
Christmas tree and just
okay.
strewn them around.
Like
I
maybe
don't
New,
know what
New Year's
for.
Eve, you
Maybe it's a
plan on
minefield. I'm
uncorking
not sure,
anything?
but
Or?
These kids are out of
I
control.
don't
It
know.
is really not a good situation right now. We may need to call in backup and reinforcements, but it's peaceful here in the studio. So poor Darren is.
So
out
we
there.
were
Police
looking
are
at the
on way.
Immaculate
We have-
Conception and couldn't
Yeah,
really
it's gonna be
understand it
all right.
at
Just for
all.
fun, the Sam Keyes' kids, we need the authorities. I don't know.
And I quite agreed with Ironic. What's the point of this when you could have just said Jesus was the Immaculate Conception?
Yeah, it sort of doesn't, and that would even be logical because you could say, this has to do with him being God,
Yeah, I mean, the idea of it was Jesus's mother that was the Immaculate Conception, but we're not going to tell you how it was immaculately conceived, and you're just going to have to fucking work it out for
Gonna have to
yourself.
believe that it was,
A bit like the Trinity, it's like, what's this about? It doesn't make sense.
Well, thank God it's gonna warm up some. Like the low
But
tomorrow.
I forgot what the immaculate. The assumption.
Yeah, the immaculate assumption.
The immaculate assumption.
Well, there is
Doctrine says at the end of her life on earth, Mary was assumed body and soul into heaven, just as Enoch, Elijah, and perhaps others had been before her. I forgot all about that doctrine. Yeah.
There's another why do that? Why make that up? That's not in there.
I don't
That's
know.
not in the
Because
Bible.
she's the queen of heaven in the Babylonian mythologies. They just put Mary in her place.
Well, that sounds like Gnostic or something. Pagan.
Right, that's the claim that Catholicism is
pagan.
pagan.
You guys remember that?
No, they didn't.
This is interesting, though. This is interesting. It says, some people think Catholics believe Mary ascended into heaven. That's not correct. Christ, by his own power, ascended into heaven. Hold on.
Well,
weren't there some angels that took him up there?
I thought that Jesus ascended to the right hand of the Father. I thought ascension had to do with position at the right hand, but maybe not.
But wasn't he ascended with angels? Didn't the angels take him?
So. I don't believe so.
Didn't witnesses say that they saw some people in there with Jesus?
I don't think so. I mean, the disciples were there, and
not at the time.
After he ascended, the two angels spoke to
You mean
the
at the Transfiguration,
saying, "Why do you gaze up into heaven? He's gone. Go and blah blah blah." So there was some angels at the scene, but
I think they left out the part where he stopped by the 7-Eleven for a strawberry slushie.
Are you talking about the Transfiguration also? I think they wrote Moses and Elijah appeared with Jesus.
The Immaculate Brain Freeze, I think it's called.
So, I mean, it's this thing. Christ, by his own power, ascended into heaven.
So how did Mary do it?
Mary was taken up by God.
Like an elevator.
But the thing is,
Jesus, the escalator. There's an escalator.
One of the statements that one of the Gospels actually says is it Luke? I give myself to you, O God, or something. It's as if he's going, take me up.
Unto you I commend my spirit, something like that.
Yeah, so take me up. It wasn't a case of by his own power he ascended into heaven. This really looks like it's made up shit by.
You think?
The Catholics.
By the Catholics.
Yeah. On the cross.
Well, Gio could have told you that.
On the cross, Jesus is giving up the ghost. I mean, he's dying.
That's
all. That's what's going on there. He's dying.
Yeah,
so why? I don't understand. Ironic. You. This is obviously made up to you, right? Because you think, this is like total nonsense. This is like ridiculous.
Yeah. I don't believe that.
But a virgin birth, yeah.
I believe the Bible. I don't believe these.
But
clowns.
they're basing their beliefs on Bible.
Well, not that I can see. I mean, they play. You can see
And
they play
assumptions,
fast.
you know,
They
it
play
is an
fast
assumption.
they play fast and loose with, you know.
I mean, they're making an.
They hold to doctrines that are necessary, not biblical. And they're necessary because of their, you know, what they do. You know, once you get off track with original sin, now you're gonna make up all kinds of shit. You know, and so okay, yeah, I can understand what they did. I see what happened. I mean, I have a sense of what I believe they have. You know, why they're off. But you know, whatever.
Well, is this?
I have my own mind, and like I said, my
This is
experience as living 60 years on this planet has confirmed every ounce of the Bible, as far as I'm concerned. And so, how are you going to turn away that subjective opinion? I mean, it's real. I'm not lying to you.
Yeah, it's bias.
Well, yeah, I'm biased towards.
Well, he said subjective.
My experience is real. Yeah,
Subjectively biased.
Yeah, I think
by
the
the nature of it
real.
being biased.
It's like
I mean,
being biased that the tree is real. Yeah, I think that tree is real. I'm biased that way.
Well, this is Catholics, right? Is this the
No, I'm not
Catholic
a Catholic.
doctrine? No, this thing that you're looking at right here, that's on the screen.
Yeah, the Virgin Mary's Immaculate Conception, which is
Yeah, so it's so half the Christians are, you know, there's a percentage of Christians that don't even believe this.
Yeah,
So-
and I think the interesting
large.
word, Gio, I think the interesting word within this is the word doctrine.
Now, me being from the outside,
Fuck the
how am I supposed to understand it if they don't?
The interesting word is doctrine.
So I don't bother.
It seems to me that
That's not
doctrine.
reasonable.
It seems to me that the word doctrine relates to the religion itself has made up these or has produced these requirements to be part of that setting of people who are believing these things. Whereas the Bible isn't doctrine, the Bible is the Bible. That is the Holy Scripture. So to me, there's a differentiation, because this is always talking about the doctrine, the something of the doctrine. The doctrine is determined as.
Well, if you take the whole God story, there isn't even any need for Mary or any of these other things.
Which is exactly what Irenic said. Irenic
I'd like Gio
you
to
don't
explain
need-
that, because I think he's right. I just want to hear why Gio says that.
Well, they could just make up any old thing and just eliminate Mary altogether. Why even bother?
Right, because he's got all the powers and all the knowledge.
Yeah.
Why did we even do the whole charade, right?
Yeah, it's ridiculous to add this immaculate conception thing without any explanation except for God did it. Why even bother? It just makes no sense.
In their mind, people are already understanding the doctrine of original sin.
Why?
So
Because they want to
that's
have a
given.
baby. They want to have a baby Jesus, and they want to have a birthday, and they want to give it a date and make it. I don't know. I don't know.
Do you know what original sin is? That Catholics do. Original sin. Do you know what that is?
No.
Okay, that's the view that through Adam, all mankind fell, and so human beings are born with a sinful nature now because of original sin. Now,
So what does that have to do with Mary being immaculate? With
okay, so
God
now
being
the
born?
idea is that Jesus is said to
Oh, so
be.
they had to create a
Jesus is
loophole for
Jesus
Jesus.
is sinless. Yeah, so they got to do something. Like, how do you get from
So they had to
holy,
create.
every human being born sinful to Jesus, not a sinner? How does that happen?
I don't know.
Okay,
I don't
well,
know.
that explains the Immaculate Conception. That's
Well,
why.
it's a little. It's just
It's
convoluted
an
to me.
interpretation of convenience.
Well, I can explain it. I can explain it in many different ways, and so can a different Christian and another
Look at this.
different Christian.
Well, the infinite regression that y'all mentioned is not too far from what the Catholics would try and do with that if you push them on. Okay, well, because the idea is original sin. Everybody has it. It was so extreme that the Mother of Mary had to be sinless in their eyes. at what point is a little bit of sin? I mean, how do you clean up everybody? Like, I don't know which one of you said it was, but all the way back to Eve. Like, what are you going to do? You're going to make everybody clean in the bloodline? It just, yeah, Brojo said that, I think.
No.
Well,
and get
all
this
you
from
need-
Catholic.com. Yeah, I highlighted it.
All you really
mere
need
fact
to
that the
do-
church, the mere fact that the church teaches that something is definitely true, is a guarantee that it is true.
Right. See, that's they're equaling their tradition with the Bible.
Yeah, but what if I wash myself in the blood?
Then you'll need to take another shower directly afterwards to get the blood off.
Oh man, I think
No,
you better
no. I mean,
turn
what if I actually do that?
So, well, there is power.
You'll get sticky.
Wonder-working power in the blood.
Oh, nothing will happen. I won't be washed of all my sins and be.
You'll have red on you.
Well, that's not what the Bible says, right?
I think you're confusing gospel hymns with the Bible now.
I don't think that anyone's supposed to be baptized in the blood. I don't.
No.
That's
Well, what's the whole deal with the blood then?
There is being washed in the blood.
It gives you an opportunity to open a bottle of wine.
So how do I wash myself in the blood?
You drink the bottle
You get
of
drunk.
wine.
You go to communion and you just tip back.
If I want to be washed in the blood, how do I do that?
It's figurative for repenting and joining
All right.
Christ.
So how do I? If I want to claim that I'm washed in the blood, what do I have to do?
All right, I'm gonna tell you. Listening. Hold on, Irenic, I got this. Irenic, I got this. Okay, so what you have to do is first you have to go to your nearest local Catholic church, and then they have this thing they call holy water. And you got any old mug will do. It doesn't matter the vessel, but you put a little of that in, just a shot glass full. Then you get a whole bunch of lamb's blood, and that's not easy to get, but you just get a whole bunch. Probably about 8-9 gallons will do. And maybe like a 55-gallon bucket, and you put the holy water in with the lamb's blood. That's crucial. Are you listening? Do this before immediately putting your head in there, and stay in the blood. Keep your head in the holy blood until the bubbles stop coming up. That's what I would say. Try it.
So how do I confirm that this is the correct way of doing it?
Oh, you'll know at the end.
Yeah,
No, I mean, I need a
matter.
confirmation that this is correct somehow.
You'll be dead.
You'll get a sign. As soon as the bubbles stop coming up. Jesus will be there to meet you.
I need a citation. Really, I need a citation for that.
Well, you're not going to trust the text, so you're just going to have to take my word for it.
No.
Passing the test is the confirmation.
I'm not 100% certain that's
you will be, but you have to keep your head all the way under until no more bubbles come up. At least a couple minutes.
Sorry, Will, but I'm not convinced that that's actually correct.
I think on the other side, everything will be answered. All your questions about death and God, all of that will be answered.
Sorry, Will, I'm not going to go on that vague description.
Well, I mean, you don't have to. You're not a Christian. Don't worry about it.
Thanks for trying to figure that out, though.
Well, I thought that method of suicide was quite accurate.
I was like gonna say you're leaving Gio there with his head in a bucket of blood, dude.
Yeah, that's kind of gross.
Right, but at the end, he would know everything about God.
Oh, because he'd be dead and he'd be talking to God.
Well, it doesn't seem like when people claim
try to keep up, Irenic.
It doesn't seem that when people claim that they're washed in the blood, that they actually did what you said I should do.
You're right.
Leo's really worked out what William was saying.
I'm not buying it.
But heretic might say, "Hey, you have as much reason to believe Will as the Bible."
It's the New International Version translation. I got it out of the NIV. So you have to
no wonder.
Ritual sacrifice under the watch of high
It's the KWV.
Modern comeback. Oh, this
the King William version.
Oh, I like it.
I like to be kind to animals.
I'll give Gio an autographed copy.
What's a King William version?
It's the one where you stick your head in a barrel of blood and die.
It's about 10 pages long. Don't worry.
Tell me they're going to use a sharp knife.
Everyone gathers to pray as the priests reenact ancient traditions from the Bible.
The event that takes place here is not an event in itself. It's a practice. It's a training. And people are coming here to learn to understand.
Out of the eye of the public, the sheep is slaughtered.
Well, they
Its
smoke.
blood
Well,
is
there's
brought
where you
out
can get
for
some of that
ritual
blood.
use.
Gio.
Maybe this
I'm
year,
not going there. You won't find me there.
in 4 days later, the representative of the groups of the Israelites will come with their lamb to the yards of the temple. We built a kosher altar and start all the ritual of Pesach lambs.
To complete the sacrifice, the lamb is skinned and displayed.
Pizza
to the group.
limbs.
The body is cooked to be eaten later that night.
Pizza limbs.
Terrific. That explains nothing.
Pizza limbs.
Well, they go through a lot of trouble just to have some barbecue lamb, don't they?
I don't think we're trying to explain anything, Sam.
Yeah, I know.
What about the origins of human sacrifice?
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
I'm
Where
free
was,
next Tuesday if you'd like to start.
Yeah, are you selling tickets?
Boxing Day? Or the day after Boxing Day?
Tickets.
I thought Yahweh was against human sacrifice.
Not originally, I don't think.
No.
He got Abraham. He got Abraham. He was trying to get Abraham to slaughter his
I didn't
son.
know we were talking about Yahweh anymore. I don't think we were talking about Yahweh. He just mentioned human sacrifice and its origin.
Why wouldn't God like a sacrifice? I don't get it. He seems to like everything else. Why wouldn't he like a sacrifice?
Okay, go get one of your models, and then just for a good next year, I want you to smash it in half in front of us. Just break one of your models into pieces, irreparably.
In the Old Testament,
What made Abraham think that sacrificing a human was okay?
Well, in the
He
Old
didn't.
In the Old Testament,
He did think it was okay.
In the Old Testament, God was going to take all the firstborn of any child as his own, in this, in that sense, I think. But then he took, instead of taking the firstborn of everyone's, that's when he decided to just take the family of Levi instead of everybody having to give up their firstborn.
But then he did take the firstborn of all of the Egyptians.
Mm-hmm.
Or any
not all
Israelites who didn't have the mark around their door too, probably.
Yes, all the Egyptians, unless
only
they had
those that are
animal
right there within the city, apparently.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, the land of Egypt.
Well, somebody
However
died.
you want to define it.
Somebody had.
Oh
to
yeah,
die,
no,
though.
he doesn't mind killing when he has to. In some cases, he wants to.
Yeah, the point is, somebody was dying that day. That's the point.
Yep. Absolutely.
Lots of people died at God's hands on lots of days.
But you were talking about human sacrifice.
Yeah.
Are you interested in where it started, or are you interested in what it says in the Bible about it?
No, I'm not interested at all in it. I don't care
I'm
about it.
interested to know if Yahweh ever required it.
Smoke weed every day.
Yeah, he never.
I wonder why Abraham thought it was all right for him. I still
Smoke
don't get
weed
it.
You're making an assumption that Abraham thought it was all right.
It's 420.
Smoke weed every day.
It is 420.
What do you? Okay. Where is 420 already? An hour. Happy 420 West Coast. Merry Christmas.
Smoke weed every day. Smoke weed every day. Smoke weed every day.
I hope Tog didn't slide off the road.
Tog. Hey, Tog.
All right, I'm gonna pull this one out of my ass for 420 break.
Please
Gotta do
don't. Please
something here.
don't. Please
420
don't. Please
Christmas
don't.
song. Here we go.
Press the button
I have
instead.
no idea what the fuck
Not out
it's
of
gonna
your
sound
ass.
like, so just smoke some.
420 Christmas.
Can you turn it up?
Nope.
It blows goats.
Yeah.
That sounds like it might be like a rendition of like from
Put a comment in there and
Something like
say, my
Nirvana.
friend
Yeah,
put a
Nirvana,
comment and
yeah.
say, my friend William says this blows goats.
sounds like Nirvana. Like Team.
Yeah, it sounded like Underneath the Bridge, that song, whatever that was. Something in the Way.
Yeah, Something in the Way. That's the song, yeah.
It almost sounded the same, except for I could understand more of what Kurt was screaming.
Brojo. I mean, it's only had 631 views in 3 years, and you've just given him shit.
Well, go to the middle of the song and see what it sounds like.
Oh no! Fuck that.
Like
I wanted to play something for 420.
Oh,
you know, I really did.
You did. It said smoke weed every day.
Here's one for you.
It's another freaking Christmas song. Hold your nose and sing along. There's bows and bells and Santa hats. We'll dance around and blah, blah, blah. Something about some mistletoe, something about a sleigh. Fire glows, of course it snows. Hit me frickin' Ray. It's another frickin' Christmas song. Hold your nose and sing along. There's trees and wreaths and bells and crap. We'll dance around and blah, blah, blah.
La 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 la.
I appreciate that song so much.
Do you?
Bit of a downer.
Sounds like you want more.
Yeah.
Then. It sounds like you want to hear
sure.
some more.
Yeah,
Right?
go.
Oh, okay.
Children leaving cookies for Santa Claus to eat. A glass of milk, socks of silk, ain't that frickin' sweet? It's another frickin' Christmas song.
La la la.
Hold your nose and sing along. The drummer boy goes rat-tat-tat. We'll dance around and blah, blah, blah. Mention candy canes and Rudolph's shiny nose. Jingle, kringle, berry, dingle, ho, ho, frickin' ho!
Ho, you
It's
ho.
another frickin' Christmas song. Hold your nose and sing along. La 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 la.
Hold your nose and sing along. La 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 la. Oh, look at that gate.
It's the gay dude in the white shoes. Man, they gotta throw that shit in anything.
Oh, look at that snow. Yeah.
Hey, you know what I was wondering? I was wondering about Santa Claus. What would Santa Claus's actual powers be if he was like? What would
Powers, man?
I think it's silly, Gio. I think about Santa
every
Claus.
home in 24 hours around the world. Hit every home of every good little boy and girl.
It's I can answer this because I was thinking about it too, Gio. It's got to be time travel. It has to be either time travel or the ability to stop time.
Well, he
It's gotta
also
be.
knows. He also knows who's good or bad, who it deserves toys. So he's got some kind of other thing going on there too.
And he's also got a fluid body.
Yeah,
Just
yeah.
slip down the fucking yeah.
Rojo,
He has an omni of gift giving.
Yeah, I always wondered about that with Santa. Like he has to be like God, right? Because he knows everything that you fucking do.
What are you guys talking about?
He knows when.
I mean, you ever heard?
Are there atheists that that do the Santa myths with their kids? I don't know if that's a cultural thing.
Santa miss, but the dude's up there in the North Pole, right? He makes the toys. You know, there's the
All the
island of
time.
misfit toys and all that. I mean, come on.
Yeah, it's
That'd be true.
Will Ferrell works with him. Yeah, he's an elf. I saw it on TV.
Gio, is that a monitor back on your
I bet
dresser?
Ironic still believes in Santa.
Yeah.
But Ironic, I was actually talking about something.
It's a TV.
It's cool.
Like,
the
what is that?
420 You got the 420 going on there.
It's a TV.
Yeah.
Did you notice that, Broja?
Yeah, I do. He does that for all the peeps
Right
that
there.
he does graphics for.
I have.
Cool.
That's an old TV, but it's just I plug in a flash drive with all the files.
Oh,
on it.
speaking of TVs,
Okay. Oh,
I bought a TV for my mom for Christmas. Right?
Oh, nice.
I came today,
Yeah.
plugged it in. She was all excited. Yeah, I was excited. She got a bigger TV.
Nice.
Fucking thing doesn't work. Damn
hate
bastards! I gotta return it now.
Wow, that sucks.
Have you read the fucking manual?
Fuck you, heretic.
Hey, William, can I ask
Have you? Come on, have you?
What's so hard about fucking plugging in a TV and putting fucking
know if it works?
Because
plug it in,
TVs
the power
are
button
not
light up.
they're not necessarily plug and play nowadays. You've got to do everything right in the right order to be able to get it to actually get a signal to then be able to show the signal.
No, I think it won't even turn on, right, Brojo? Or will it turn on?
It turns out I get a distorted screen. It's all it doesn't even.
Okay.
Yeah, and the remote control doesn't even work.
I'm sure it probably got dropped.
And I
you
changed
know.
the battery like 2-3 times.
Did someone say Christianity wasn't about human sacrifice? Who said that? Because 420 says, "What do you mean it's not about?"
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, you got to see Jesus as he gave himself.
Who said that? You said that?
No,
I didn't
William was asking, or somebody was asking me, do I want to know about the original where human sacrifice came
Yes.
from? And I said, no, I couldn't be asked.
Oh, you don't care?
No, I don't
So,
care. I don't care. I
think it's
don't
kind of
fucking
important. I
care.
think it's kind of
I
important
don't
to know.
care. I don't care. I
What
don't
made anyone?
fucking
What made
care.
anyone think that sacrificing a human was going to appease a god?
I don't
When did that
care. I don't fucking
The
care.
idea would be that you would sacrifice animals, you know, and then some people stepped it up to
And
humans.
if the animal didn't work, hey, let's step it up a notch. Let's throw in a guy. Let's throw in
Well,
one
it
of the
was the-
leaders
you
of the
know,
tribe.
it's
Oh,
their
that
attempt.
didn't work.
It was
Hey,
their
let's throw in a virgin. Yeah, pure virgin. Let's throw.
Well,
oh,
it was their
didn't work.
attempt to please the
Oh,
gods.
that's not working. Let's try a child. That's got to be even more innocent than a virgin. Let's try that. I don't know.
Yeah, I can see why people would go off on that.
That sounds like it's escalating there, Brojo.
But the
Well, you're trying to get to purity because you think you think that a god would expect purity.
But the Hebrew religion wasn't like that, really. I mean,
I'm
maybe
just-
the sacrifices prefigured Jesus.
I'm just talking out of my ass. I'm trying to think what gave anyone the idea. I'm trying to think of an idea that someone might have had to think that sacrificing a human appeased a god. Maybe they thought a god was angry because what the hell was going on? Volcano erupted. They had a mad storm. There's a drought or there's a flood.
Right, but okay,
right?
do you have-
They automatically think some god was angry.
Right, but how about not counting a human being? You didn't Did you see any disconnect between these people, like offering grain offerings for to ask the god for good crops? That kind of. I mean, is that?
Yeah, you have those stories as well, right?
I mean, but is that
Pagan
make sense
stories,
to
a
you?
lot of
Does that
pagan
make
gods.
sense to you that people might do that? That's what I'm asking.
Yeah.
Okay, so if you just grant that, it seems to me it's not very much of a slope to go down before people like maybe he's not satisfied with this grain. How about we grab your little girl?
It's actually.
Was anyone
it's
asking
actually
in the village? Maybe nobody was asking in the village. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe this god doesn't exist.
Good night, all.
Oh, good night, heretic. Now you're starting to sound like that movie.
Good night.
Good night, John Boy.
Oh, no, you're not hanging out.
Good night,
Come on,
Chief.
Christmas party, man. What you
Good
doing?
night, Mary Lou.
Mary
What
Ellen.
you
Night,
doing?
McLeod.
Man, party pooper. Party pooper.
Good night,
What
Jim
you
Bob.
were talking, what you were talking about with sacrifice, it was different denominations of spiritual currency. Even like the Romans in those times, they would. I can't remember what their god of death. But soldiers would like sacrifice anything from grasshoppers to lizards, anything that they could catch just to stave off death for another day. But it was different levels of spiritual currency. Sacrificing your enemies to your god, that was one of the bigger forms of spiritual currency until they decided that a blemishless child was the actual most important spiritual currency. Yeah.
And who did that first?
We don't know. We don't know. The traditions just go back, and all we're left with is the idea that because and the life being in the blood is not just a biblical thing. I mean, life is spiritual currency. It's intangible, So
I have some
Yeah.
ideas about in the garden scene, but God does seem to kill some animals in order so that Adam and Eve have clothes to wear.
Yeah, an angel is the first one to offer a sacrifice of a lamb.
But God may have sacrificed some animals so that those to provide a covering, right, for Adam and Eve.
That's what I'm saying. It says that an angel of the Lord did that, and they gave them the skins, and they wore the skins. That's what the Freemasons' apron is, by the way.
Is the skins is like the clothing?
The covering of the genitals with the
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
Interesting.
La 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 la
Wow,
blah
so
blah
what
blah.
I'm reading, wow, this is wild. Trying to find origins human sacrifice. So here in ancient Egypt, they had people when a king died, they would bury servants alive with the king, thinking that they would need those servants in the afterlife.
Wouldn't that suck?
And also cats.
It's fucked up. Oh.
The cats would eat the priests and stuff or the servants and stuff when they died too, because they would put cats in to ward off booga boogas, and so the cats would eat the priests, or the priests would eat the cats, or depending on how it went.
They probably thought, and these servants, they probably thought it was an honor. Yes, bury me with the king. I would gladly serve
The early
king.
Britons used to sink people in bogs. They used to tie them up and sink them into muddy bogs. Like there would just be like loads of dead people just under the boggy surface. Yeah.
In
Funny
Genesis,
how we talking. We're going from virgin births to sacrificial deaths.
in Genesis 3, I was just reading, after the fall there, and it says, the man named his wife Eve because she was the mother of all living. The Lord God made garments from skin for Adam and his wife and clothed them. And the Lord God said, now that the man has become blah, blah, blah. It doesn't seem like an angel there.
Maybe I'm mistaken.
Now, obviously, there were angels placed at the entrance to the garden to protect the way of the tree of to guard the way of the tree of life with a flaming sword. That was after. Anyways,
If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But I still feel like I read somewhere in the Bible that the credit is given to an angel.
I mean, it could be a Septuagint version might say something like along those lines. Who knows?
I want to think it's another prophet talking about the fall. But again, I don't know. And again, how would they know?
Is it something that could come from Enoch or something?
I don't think so. No, I don't think so.
Because I never read the Enoch story yet.
It's really cool. But anyway, it doesn't change the fact that even Jesus' sacrifice falls along the lines of spiritual currency. In fact, the greatest that is the claim that it's the greatest sacrifice, the greatest spiritual currency, or apparently something really, really bad that had to be resolved.
I take a very simple view of it, in a way, I guess. I think Jesus' death was representative of the fact that Adam brought death to all through, by the consequence of getting everybody kicked out of the garden. So that meant everybody was just going to be forced to living their natural life and dying. And imagine before Jesus, there wasn't really this idea that people would live again, And it was like, imagine, so God's got this plan, he wants to have a people for himself, and all these peeps are dying, So Jesus seems to be the rescue plan where I'm going to have Jesus come and be a man and he's going to die, but I'm going to raise him from the dead.
But
now,
you'll admit that plan was in place before Earth was even a thing, right?
Wouldn't have to be.
Jesus was the lamb slain before the foundations of the earth. I believe that indicates that the plan was there before Earth was constructed or populated.
The lamb slain from the foundation of the world, right? That phrase. I'd have to look at.
Yeah, what does that mean?
Well,
what are you drinking that's got you going this path tonight, bro, Joe?
Oh my goodness!
It's winter.
Oh.
It's winter.
Yeah,
you look like an extra from Game of Thrones,
right? Some wicked dude.
He's one of the ice people, whatever they were called, the White Walkers.
Yeah, the Walkers.
But you do look like a White Walker that might suck a dick. I'm just saying, it looks a little feminine.
It's the blue lipstick. Yeah.
This filter is called Winter Queen.
Yeah.
Still, I ask again, what's in the cup? Wild Heart, what's in the cup?
Wild Heart.
Wild Heart.
Wild Heart.
Next thing you know, he's going to be like showing everybody his dick and jumping around and knocking his computer over, vomiting on his carpet.
Geo, you should make a Wild Heart filter where you can pop.
That's just me missing Wild Heart. That's all.
Wild Heart's face on yourself, or like a Wild Heart filter.
I mean, Brojo, are you honestly going to say that you don't miss Wild Heart a little bit, just a little bit?
The filter community is very strict.
Oh, about individual images, actual images or something?
Yeah, they're strict about what you want to make a filter out of. Like, it's really strict. It is strict.
So it has to be a public figure, not just somebody.
I'm not even sure about that. But like stuff about references about alcoholism, I don't think they would even.
Oh no, I'm just saying it would just be an image of his face. Nobody would even know who he was unless they knew him.
Yeah, well, that would be another
Something
thing.
like that,
Yeah, because all the filters, any filter you make that is in Snap Camera has to be approved by the community there.
team.
There's like a group of people.
Okay, well, wouldn't be that hard.
Well, I don't know. I'm not going to bother.
Have you
It's
ever
a lot
done
of work. It's a lot of work to make a filter.
Did you ever do one? Then maybe you've done one. Or?
Well, no, I went and got all the software to do it, and I figured it was just too much work. So.
Oh, okay. It was. Okay,
I didn't.
Look at that. That's a good one. You should leave that one. Kind of cool.
There's good creators out there that are.
Ask William something.
There's people out there already making great filters.
Smoke some weed for Christmas. Gotta smoke some weed for Christmas.
It looks like a combination of a couple of filters.
Smoke
wow, there's a
some
blizzard.
weed.
There's a blizzard going on behind you.
That's a great filter.
Don't tell mommy. Don't tell mommy. Don't tell mommy.
Don't tell mommy. That's Virgil's nephew again.
Yeah. Yeah, don't tell Uncle Brojo I'm in here.
Tell. Brojo, you better look what's going on here.
Yeah, hey, you better get down from the mountain, man. Something's going down there.
Don't tell mommy.
He's taking over. Look out.
That is freaking hilarious. Some of them are much better than others, dude. You know, with the mouth and the eyes and everything.
How's anybody talked with Plastic Jesus recently?
Yeah, he was here yesterday.
Yesterday.
Oh, he was?
Yeah, he was here for a long time.
I wasn't around.
Yesterday.
I wasn't around.
Yesterday, wasn't it?
I saw him yesterday.
Dude, it's cold, Brojo. You're gonna get some cold coming on you. It is 3 degrees, baby.
You ready?
And it's coming your way.
Got those electric socks.
Even my uncle called my mom this morning. He lives in freaking Tennessee.
Right
3
now,
degrees. 3 degrees above zero in Tennessee.
Right now it's 16 degrees.
You have long. Do you wear long underwear?
If I have to.
I have some long underwear, but I don't normally wear them. I don't.
Yeah, I haven't.
There's better things to wear besides. I just rather double up on some other pants.
You got to get a onesie. Get like a onesie.
I have a pair of winter pants. They're like ski pants that I just pull those on. Oh, because I can wear jeans or whatever, regular jeans, and then these will just pull over that, and so as an insulated pants, right? Ski pants, that's basically. So that, and then I just wear maybe a couple sweatshirts, and I got some nice jackets. I'm good to go outside. I got my muck boots I just bought. They're good to 30 below, or 40 below. It's supposed to be for your feet. And they're a nice boot. It goes all the way up to just below your knee. If you've seen those muck boots.
Yeah, I've seen them.
They're they're a good overall winter boot, if you just got to go outside, because they're so easy to put on and take off. That's what's so great about them. And they're not real heavy.
Well,
they're really convenient for someone like us.
Anybody see my grandson around? See my grandson? I think he's got my pipe. Yeah? Where's my fucking pipe?
Didn't see
That
anybody.
little bastard's got it. Where are you?
I don't. Yeah.
I don't know what you're talking about. What are you talking about?
You tell me if you see him, right?
I think you've been dipping into the eggnog a little too much, Uncle.
Where is that?
I'll let him know.
Son of mine. Where is he? Come over here!
We'll let him know. We'll let him know you're looking for him.
Forget what I was going to ask you. I was just going to ask you something.
Huh? Oh.
I had a question I was going to ask you, and then he jumped in with that.
Oh, well. Must not have been that important.
It's not that. It's just my brain can't.
It's not. You snapped out of the court. It just.
I'm stoned. I have trouble.
Boom. It's gone, right?
Yeah, I have to keep on it. Or
I have to write things down if I don't. Especially if,
I do hope William comes back in here. Is there any sign that he's out there?
Huh? He's out there.
Is he in the chat?
The last time he responded was like 5 minutes ago.
Yeah. Well, hey, William, if you're out there, I don't know if you heard me. I was going to ask you a question, but then I don't know.
Forgot what it was.
It had to do with guitars and kids. And if you had some experience with
hello.
Hello.
Hello,
Sparker.
Midnight.
Midnight.
How are you, Midnight Sparker?
I'm doing fine, Santa.
Did you dress up as the mistletoe tonight?
No, that's you.
But I'm Santos.
Santos. I have a
Santos.
question for Santa. Where are the hose, Santa? Where are you keeping the hose?
They're right behind you.
Oh, they are? Tricked again.
The hose right in front of me. Bent over.
Hose.
Mhm.
Oh, is that so?
Ho,
Huh?
ho. If you know what I mean.
Now I see. I've heard that. I've heard that line before.
Midnight likes them bent over too.
Do you?
Well, of course.
You're not arguing with that one?
No, he's not.
That's okay. Oh, look, is that Jill out there?
I mean, give me a
Midnight.
hoe in a maid's outfit any day.
Will your boyfriend be wearing a Santa hat?
No, I don't know. He's not here, or she's not here. Remember?
Santa hat.
You had two.
I asked my housemate if he had a Santa hat.
They're both gone?
I have. Yeah, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, you guess you don't know?
You don't have to answer. You don't have to answer that.
How do you not know?
You don't have to answer that anyway. Midnight.
No, he doesn't have to. He could just say,
Right?
I don't like to answer.
He could say. You could say what you just said. That's perfectly.
You can puss out like the alpha he is,
Yeah.
or the beta he is.
Wait a
I just
minute.
don't know how you don't know.
Okay. Ironic. Ironic. That's rich coming from you. Okay, Mister. Yes, Mister. Yesterday. I would be more agreeable with my, with my wife or partner or whatever, rather than. I can't even
Well,
finish that sentence.
I don't. Well, there's nothing about agreeableness that has anything to do with being an alpha male. An alpha male can have agreeableness, can't they? Or no?
Yeah, I'm not getting into this discussion.
Okay. How are you doing?
That's kind of where I kind of agree with William, because I mean, there has. All I'm saying is there has to be a common goal, and
Yeah, the common goal is to get on their knees.
well, maybe in your case, I guess. I mean, to me, sex isn't the most important part of the relationship. I mean,
obviously.
I mean, to me, it's just a great freaking side benefit of having a life together with somebody that you like to be around and enjoy cracking jokes with and stuff. Cooking meals.
Would you mind that with no sex at all?
With the right woman, it'd be okay. I mean, I can masturbate in the shower or something if I want to, but. Or whatever, but no, I mean, I'm assuming, I want to have a, physical relationship with somebody. It'd be cool.
Is that what you want for Christmas? Is that what you want under your tree? Yeah, give me that under
All
my
I want for Christmas is me.
It's me.
Ooh. You gonna do some karaoke?
I mean, what do you want me to sing?
Sing that song.
Is that a song?
Goddamn green screen. When you were drinking, it just went. It's just.
Oh, like this?
Yeah, it's so fucking weird. The camera just went. What the fuck? Well, that's nightmare inducing.
Merry Christmas. This is a Christmas party at the 420 Cafe.
Well, Merry Christmas, Bro Joe.
Ho ho.
Every time I mention the name Bro Joe, they ask me, well, which Bro Joe? Because there's the other Bro Joe. That's, you remember the other Bro Joe?
That other guy's still around? He's still around?
I
don't
guess,
see him
yeah.
anywhere.
I don't know. He's mostly on
Well,
Discord.
I am the original
All right, they need to understand. I am the original Brojo. I have
Are you?
receipts,
Thank you, William.
at least on YouTube,
I am the radiant one.
in the great debate community.
Also, can you believe that it's 19 degrees outside, below freezing? I want to kill myself.
Dude, Irenic can do better than both of us. But right now it's wait, it just went down. It's 5 degrees here as well.
What the fuck?
5 degrees it dropped.
Yeah, global warming my ass.
Just like that. It went from 15 to 5. Boom.
Yeah, so where's global warming? Give me some global warming already.
Oh, it's funny you said that. I spoke with a lady today. She's been living in this area for 40 something years. And I asked her, have you noticed a difference in the amount of snow over the years? And she said definitely. She notices the difference, that the accumulations are not as bad as
It's 61 here.
a couple of decades. But
Fuck
who
you.
knows? That's just anecdotal.
Hey, 61 Fahrenheit in Celsius is 16. So you just switched to two numbers.
61 over there, right? Yep, yeah. Go ahead. Oh, he's got to rub it in. It's 61 over here.
Arizona.
Oh. How much is it in South Carolina? Huh? Come on, William. Tell us. Come on,
It's
William.
it's in the 20s. It's really cold.
20, so really cold. Yeah.
It is. It's cold. I was just out there trying to pee. It's really fucking cold.
Why
The wind is blowing really hard.
Why are you outside peeing?
I'm at work.
Oh.
Well,
I'm in the middle of a solar field right now.
Sucks.
You have nowhere inside
That's
to
extra
pee.
gas to keep warm. That's extra gas
No.
tonight to keep warm. No?
Yeah, it does cost extra gas.
So what if they don't provide you with facilities to relieve yourself?
Yeah, there's porta johns, but they're still pretty fucking cold.
Oh,
Oh man, why would you gotta take a shit in a porta john? God, in a freezing
When I do, it's cold.
The fucking shit comes out and it just freezes up midway from his ass to the fucking toilet.
Hey,
And
you
then
gotta
just
go. You gotta
plop
go.
like a fucking rock, and then splashes back on his ass and just freezes his ass and sticks him to
cold.
the fucking toilet seat.
There's no splash. It's frozen.
How
There's
you like
water
that?
in there. I'm trying to tell you, it's frozen in there. So there's no splash. If you shit on ice, it just splats.
Shit on ice.
God damn. That's so fucked up.
It's like Disney on ice, but it's shit on ice.
That was a detailed description, Brojo.
Touring in South Carolina right now. Shit on ice.
William, you have my respect for working in this weather.
Hey, I know what it's like, man. I was a fucking mailman. Had to fucking walk around in this weather, deliver mail. Fucking 5-6 miles every day. That shit. Not fun.
Yeah, I've been thinking about some side ventures though. There's this thing that I hear that they're using at wedding receptions now. It's like a phone, and you can call dead relatives and tell them about the marriage.
You're funny.
And I want to start constructing these, what? You haven't heard about these things?
You motherfucker.
But anyway, I was thinking about going in.
Go ahead.
No, I've never talked to you about this before. What are you talking about?
Well, you added on the idea. You added on to it.
What? No, maybe you said something in an off-air hang, and it made me think maybe I should learn how to construct these things just in my spare time.
Yeah.
I was just thinking about that. So I was telling you that I was thinking about that in my own way.
Right, there you go. I like the angle. The dead people. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go.
That's what I'm going to do. So you can call your dead relatives and be like, "I'm getting married," and they probably won't say anything back, but you can leave them a message.
There you go. How about you put these phones on burial plots? People can come by and they leave a message for their they can leave a message for their
You just come out with an app. You just come out with an app, and when you stand by the gravestone, you just punch the name of the person in.
Well, maybe we're doing too much, Gio. You're right. We should just have like a website where you could just send all your condolences, and we'll make sure they get them.
The dead relative.
You don't even have to go out in the cold.
Yeah, it's a dead relative app. Come
something. If we, what if we bury somebody with an iPhone? Turn it on. I don't know. No, that won't work.
Bury somebody. What do you mean?
No, that's a good idea. Like you could have the like a phone inside of the coffin, and the family can continue to pay for the service while they send messages to the corpse.
We have like dead cam. Yeah, dead cam.
Oh no.
Where the fuck is Jill? I see now Jay's here. Jill will never come.
I mean, Jill will be here any moment now.
Hey, William.
You know, any moment he will be here. What's up, Jay? Merry
just
Christmas.
here. I'm just here till Serb shows up. You guys think I have a romantic relationship with Jill? Serb
you guys
and Jill.
have a threesome then, maybe.
And by the way, it's Jill that sends me his spam.
What do you mean?
Jill sends me emails.
He sends you emails telling you where he's going to be?
No. He sent me.
Look. See, look.
When's the big day?
Look. There he goes. Any moment now. I don't know what. Wow. What's
it's the kettle pot. It's the kettle pot getting ready to boil, right, bro? Just waiting for it to just go.
No, I know what it is. I can tell you what it is. His hesitations in these moments are because he has to pray real quick and reassure himself that no matter what asinine thing he says, God approves.
Thank you for reminding me, William. Thank you very much. Because yes. If you're listening, you reminded me. Jill, if you're listening, what I need you to do before you come in here, I need you to pray and make sure you are filled with the Holy Ghost. Do not come in here unless you are convinced you are filled with the Holy Ghost. All right?
He's always filled with the Holy Ghost.
I want your best. I want your best.
He's a Christian. Right? He's always filled with the Holy Ghost. He displays his fruits for everyone, and he displays his fruits, especially against William, that vicious fucking Christian heathen.
I'm just trying to cover all the bases, all right? I want him fully armed. So get filled with the Holy Spirit here with your full armor of God, all right?
You want Jill to bring his A game. You want him fully armed.
A game, that's right. Because I want no excuses later on, right? And no excuses. You got God on the God armor. Come on.
I swear, I think Serb has had more interactions with Jill than I have in the past couple of years. It's ridiculous. And all on your channel, bro, Joe. It's hilarious. But I don't think but I've never seen Cerberus, at least as far as I can remember, in the emails that Jill sends me. I have not yet seen Cerberus added to those email chains, because it's not just to myself. It'll go to me. It'll go to my brother. It'll go to like this last one was to Veckel, Mark Reed, my brother, and myself.
He's got the special powers. He doesn't need the emails. He's got those special Freemason powers, you know?
Freemason powers?
Yeah, he's got those Freemason powers.
Yeah, I bet Jill loves those Freemason powers.
I like this thing, yeah. Those Freemason powers are cool. They're cool.
Well, Mason powers are legit, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't. I don't know where to find Jill. I actually did look to where to unblock the account. I don't know where. I looked in StreamYard. The name doesn't come up. I can even prove it to you.
Which one?
Which account? He's saying rebuke and reprove.
I think it's a well-regulated militia is the one, right?
No, I see that one, but he's saying the main account is blocked here. And
rebuke and reprove.
Yeah. I think that's his main one, right?
Yeah, as far as I know. I mean, he's got many, but yeah, as far as I know, as being his main account, rebuke and reprove is his main. Used to be Jesus is Lord, but then, YouTube caught on to him, and he's like, "Oh, Obama got me."
I don't know if I can screen share my settings, because I'll prove it to you. No, it doesn't. I can't. But I go to settings here in StreamYard. There is a spot you go to guest, and that's where I'm going, guest. And then there's a section that has banned guest. You're not in there. I have Eric Glassman. I don't know who these people are. I don't know how they got on the band list.
He might be conflating. You might have him banned in the live chat. Somebody, one of your mods or something, may have banned him in the live chat under rebuke and reprove, and he's conflating that to you, him being banned under that account in the StreamYard. He may
that's
not have,
not right. If that the main host should not be able to see him, if that's the case, you know.
Did you say his claim was that Obama got him?
I was just joking.
Okay, because I would believe that he would say something like that. I just wondered.
Well, that's why I brought it up. It's rhetorical, but it's apropos. You know what I'm saying? It's just, he still thinks Hillary Clinton. He still thinks
it was a joke so close to reality that I could not differentiate.
Jill is still waiting for that when he opens up when he's done taking a shower and he draws back the shower curtain. There's Hillary Clinton going, "I'm gonna convert you, bitch." He's still of that mentality.
So what's the latest battle
that was
between
horrific.
you and Jill, Jay?
None.
No doctrinal debate as of late.
No.
Jill is on to Cerberus now.
No, he sent me a link to a short, which was about Donald Trump. He sent this link. Like I said, he sent this link. It wasn't just to me. It was something that he started. It was my brother, myself, Mark Reed, Veckel. I think we were the only 4 that were included on this email. And he sent a YouTube link to a short about like Donald Trump talking about how he was going to, if he became president again, he was basically going to sign an executive order so that basically would make it illegal for federal agencies to get involved in like censorship when it came to like mainstream media kind of stuff. And I thought that was kind of odd because Donald Trump was basically saying, I'm going to be as a federal agent, as the head of the federal government. I'm going to basically say, yeah, the federal government, I'm going to say it's federal government is not allowed to basically like get involved in these mainstream media thing. But the problem is I don't know who would regulate that. Like who would be the watchdog of that? Would that be relegated to private citizens, or would that be a federal agency in and of itself? Either way, it was a ridiculous little short that he gave. My brother and I made some kind of asinine fucking responses.
Also, I just wanted to say, isn't that kind of a bullshit reason? Like, I will only come in if you unblock my main. Why can't you come on a sock?
Hey, don't leave before I ask you a question, William, okay?
No, he comes in on the main. It's just the comments and the coming out on his main.
Yeah, then that means that he's thinking that he's blocked on your live chat, not necessarily blocked on your StreamYard. So being blocked so it used to be like if you were blocked on Google Hangouts, you were blocked. Like I think they used to correspond. I think Google Hangouts and YouTube because they were related. But with StreamYard who you allow into StreamYard and who's blocked on your StreamYard doesn't necessarily correspond to who you have blocked in your live chat.
Unless someone can show me where in my settings. I'll go to settings in YouTube and see if I'll find anything.
Yeah, you got to go to your community. Yeah, you go to your community settings.
Is it possible a moderator has him blocked?
That's what I was saying. If a moderator hit him, then he could be blocked in that sense. But that would only be in the live chat. That wouldn't block him from coming into StreamYard.
Do you want me to unblock Jill? No, I'm just kidding. I don't block people.
It's like that happened with me on Praise's channel. They had me blocked in the live chat on Praise's channel, but whenever Praise pinned the StreamYard link, I could still join his StreamYard because he didn't have me blocked on StreamYard. I was blocked on YouTube. See what I mean?
I'm checking my. I'm going to check my YouTube settings. I'm going to go through them again here. Just to prove to fucking Jill.
I think he's lying. I think he's just making a persecution complex for himself.
Rojo, I'm a mod. Could I have him blocked where you don't see that I have him blocked or no?
Well, it wouldn't matter if you got it blocked on YouTube. Ironic, it wouldn't change anything with StreamYard.
Well, that's him entering here, right? But
yeah, it wouldn't change. It wouldn't change his ability to enter in here.
Okay, but is he claiming he's blocked in YouTube?
Okay, so
he just seems to be claiming that he's blocked in some way, shape, or form, and that's why I'm
here's my
speculating.
evidence. I am presenting evidence.
I agree. He's blocked mentally.
Here is my channel dashboard on YouTube, and here you will see this is a list. Hidden users.
Christ.
Hidden users.
I have more than that.
Yeah, it's fucking. There's like all the bots and everything,
Mhm.
and you will see that rebuke and reprove is
Godless?
Not there. God,
Oh, it's godless now?
Godless girl, yeah, godless
yeah.
girl.
You have Godless Girl blocked?
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, Wesley. Okay, yeah, definitely Wesley.
To toke or not to toke, and all these Russian names.
Wait, you blocked Wesley Curry?
Who's Wesley? I don't know Wesley. Who's Wesley? I don't know Wesley. Mr. Lizard's autism. Let's see, Mr. Burgles. See, Mr. Chill, Mr. Burgles again. There's like 3 different Mr. Burgles.
Is True Speller in there anywhere?
Not so far. A lot of bots again. True. See, oh wait, there's 45 and more. Let's see. Maybe I didn't see this part. Could be. We'll see. I could be wrong.
Like I said,
Mr. Burgles again. There, right to privacy.
But like I said, just because.
Oh, there he is.
Yeah.
There he is. Listen. My apologies. I didn't see that little tag that said 45 more. So there we go. I'll take you off.
But again, that doesn't mean that he wasn't blocked on your StreamYard. He was just blocked on your live chat.
There you go.
He wasn't blocked. He could have used that main account and still gone on your channel and still clicked on the StreamYard link and come in as Rebuke and Reprove.
He can find out right now. We can test it right now if he's blocked.
Yeah, come on in, Joe.
He can post it right now. Comment. If he posts a comment right now and it comes up, then it's me.
And why would it matter? Because even if he joined as well-regulated militia,
you must have been a bad boy, Jill. That's why I blocked you. You must have been a very bad boy.
Well, I think
he's not going to come in.
He's not coming. He's making excuses. I think he's making excuses. I think he knows.
I mean, I pointed out that even if his main was blocked in the chat, why can't he come in? It's StreamYard, so it's not like.
Yeah.
Why would he look for an excuse to not come in?
Have you met him?
He's looking for a reason to basically say, "Look at how these non-believers don't want to challenge a true Christian."
Nah, I think he'll be in now. If Jill saw my presentation now,
he could have come in anyway.
Now, Jill. It's granted.
He's lying. He's lying. He could have come in. He could have come in as Rebuke and Reprove. He could have come in as any of his stock accounts, and he could have just changed his name before he came in, before he entered in.
But he's got no reason now. There you go. So now this will be the nail in the coffin for you. But I don't see a reason why he's been in here before numerous times.
Yeah, exactly. Because
and he's here now. See, he's here.
See? But he could have come in. He could have come in under that account, regardless. Just because he's blocked from the live chat doesn't block him from StreamYard.
Did you unblock?
Put a comment in YouTube for me.
Yes.
Jill.
Did you not see it?
My main account. You unblocked my main account?
Yeah,
he unblocked your main
account.
Yeah, but you weren't blocked on. Jill, you weren't blocked on his StreamYard. You were that Jesus is Lord account was blocked, or Rebuke and Reprove was blocked.
Right.
On
that's
his
what I was referring.
YouTube.
Yeah, that's what I was referring to.
Yeah, but you can still do whatever you. But you could still do whatever you want with all your other stock accounts.
Yes. Yeah, I know. I wanted him to unblock my main account.
Why? Why does that matter?
That was the deal, and he kept his word. Wow, I am shocked. An atheist kept his word.
You never kept your deal that you would show your face on camera before coming back in, and yet he let you in.
Well, yeah, he let me in, so he reneged on that deal.
I don't think he should have done that. I think Brojo should have stuck to his guns and said that he needed to show his face at least to you, or at least to him, before you came in.
Yeah.
That was his, I mean, that used to be his stipulation.
Hey, I'll show you my face. Hold on.
Oh God!
Oh God! Here we go.
Oh, you mean backstage? Yeah, show me.
It's going to be guys. It's going to be Pennywise from It.
He's gonna show it to me backstage. Well, yeah.
And it's not going to be the nice face. It's going to be the one where he's fighting Charles Arnold.
Fucking No, it's
Here's my
Did
face.
somebody give you that for Christmas?
There you
God
go.
damn you, racist.
Wait,
Was that a
he's a
Christmas gift?
minstrel?
That's my face. You actually show my face. There you go.
You're a minstrel. Okay.
Yeah,
Screw. You're a racist minstrel.
I'm a Negro.
Nice watermelon, Jill. Is it tasty? You got
Yummy,
you got some
yummy.
fried chicken and some black-eyed peas and collard greens to go with that?
You
Jesus.
can't.
Wow.
So, Jill. Okay. So first, yeah, I went to YouTube. The last time I went there, I didn't see your name there, but there was a tag that said "show 45 more," which I didn't see the last time. So I clicked on there. You were under there. Now, obviously, I
Doesn't
blocked you
matter.
for some
He's
kind of
still
reason. I don't
confused.
remember what reason I blocked you. Must have been a naughty boy.
But it
Don't
doesn't
be
matter. It doesn't matter.
naughty. I'm
It
checking
doesn't
my
matter.
list. I checked my list.
But it doesn't matter because he still could have joined the StreamYard while he was still blocked on your YouTube live chat. So it's bullshit.
So I want to know why
that-
is it so important that you be unblocked from the
Yeah.
comment section?
Jay Pasick, we know that I've been on here before with my main account blocked. We know that
we
you
know
can
that already.
enter into StreamYard.
Well, then what are you getting all uppity about?
Yeah.
Who said I was getting uppity? I just made a
I
deal with
think you
Brojo.
are. Well, you've
And
been sitting out there in the live
his
chat.
end of the deal. I'm not uppity.
But you got
He's
Brojo
calling you an
jumping
uppity
through
Negro.
All right, listen, guys. I mean, all
I'm
right,
not a
let's
clean
get past it.
Negro
Let's
like
grow up a
Obama.
little here, both you guys. Come on. I mean, I'm kind of curious why the big deal
like
that
that.
you can't put your comments in there. I don't know, but
Well, it's a burden to have this.
He's got like over 20 sock accounts. Like he can't be. Come on.
It's a burden on the black man to have to
burden on the
switch
black
to his
man.
stock account every time I come to Brojo's channel. So because you're a white liberal, you're supposed to make it easier on the brown and black men.
No, we're all
Because
racist.
because we're
identifying?
oppressed.
Are you identifying? Wait, are you conveniently identifying as black?
95% of us vote Democrat, which puts
He's
the rest of
conveniently.
us in a
He's
predicament.
guys. He's
And I want
conveniently.
you to quit calling me an atheist. All right, stop calling me.
Ooh, yeah, don't call him an atheist.
95% of us vote Democrats.
It seems like you're only black when it benefits you.
We should get
I'm atheist
yeah,
plus.
well,
Atheist
well,
plus.
everyone wants to be black nowadays because of so much privilege that we have.
Yeah, how can I be black?
Yeah, black privilege is a real thing.
Well,
speak for yourself, my guy. Okay? I'm an albino, and I'm glad for it.
That's probably how
There's this neat invention called makeup, and if you're too cheap for makeup, there's a thing called kiwi. It's black boot polish.
That's probably how Dr. Josh got his scholarship.
I'll pass.
All right, 7 minutes to 4:20. Who's singing Christmas karaoke song?
He uses black privilege.
Midnight. You're gonna sing Christmas karaoke song, right? For us.
I mean, if that's the maybe it depends on what it is.
It's not a.
What are you talking about? Like Batman spells, Robin laid an
It's not a
egg.
recommendation. It's not a recommendation. Just a request.
Midnight, are you gonna sing "It's Raining Men"?
I mean, just to
No,
spite
it's
you,
raining,
yes.
man. It's raining,
All
man.
right. Midnight singing "It's Raining Men." All right.
Wait, Brojo.
6 minutes.
Just for Jill. When you go to 420, play a Pet Shop Boys song. Just play it for him. He'll scream.
You don't like the Pet Shop Boys?
Strike it up. Strike up the.
Go west. We'll just make him go.
It's raining men.
Right?
Hallelujah! It's
West End
raining
Girl.
men.
I'll be right back.
Midnight knows the song.
You seem to know the song also, though.
It used to come on A Living Color. Remember in Living Color? You ain't black. You ain't black.
No, I didn't watch all those colored shows.
You ain't black.
But you're saying it wrong, Jill.
Marlon and Marlon Wayans.
It's Keenan Ivory. It's Keenan. The show was created by Keenan Ivory Wayans.
Right. He's the older brother, right?
He's the oldest of the family. Yes. And Kim Wayans.
It was a family production.
I don't think Marlon was part of it. If Marlon was, it wasn't until later in season.
He was too young.
It was Kim Wayans. It was Kim Wayans, Keenan Ivory Wayans, and Damon Wayans.
No, but wait. You know that raining man?
And the other one.
You're saying it wrong, Jill. It's not.
I am?
Yeah, It's
What's
not
the-
said like that.
Oh, what
It's
are the
said like
lyrics?
this. It's raining, man.
Oh, okay.
It's raining, man.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, that comma. Oh, man, punctuation. That fucks up Jill every time. Just
Right.
like your, and your.
Oh, really?
Ironic. I am
am I
reminding
still
you, even though it's
spelling
inappropriate
wrong?
to talk about whatever it is you're going to talk about.
I spoke to an English teacher and I corrected that.
You corrected an ink.
Yeah, I went
Okay.
down the hallway and I spoke to an English.
No, you didn't.
That was
No, you
years
did
ago.
not.
Yeah, I fixed that
No,
problem.
you did not.
You could never find another your incorrect.
No, because you were never in a school. You were never in the
Never.
school.
I went to a tutor. I get free tutor.
You
He
said
was
went
in
to
the school when the
that's not
plumbing
a
was
tutor.
backed up.
Wait a minute. You know, so he changed it to a tutor. That's not a tutor.
Yeah,
An
she's
English
my
teacher is not a tutor. An English
Well, she-
teacher is the English teacher of the school. That's not the tutor.
Well,
The
she was
tutor
my
is
tutor
different.
for about 5 minutes.
Did she suck your dick?
What?
Oh,
Perverted.
That was a bit left field, man.
Where's your wife? Put your wife on the.
Go suck a dick, suck a dick, suck a motherfucking
There you
dick.
go.
Suck a
There it
dick,
is.
suck a huge or small dick.
Wow.
That was not necessary.
Belts that
Yes,
out.
it
Oh, it
was.
was necessary.
I just keep singing along to that, and I catch myself singing along to that. That's a problem.
Wait, do you do it in public? Do you like scream it out like when you're
No.
walking down the street? Just,
No,
suck a
just
dick, suck a
now
dick,
when it
suck a
comes
dick.
on, I start to no, but I should. I should wait till I'm in an elevator with someone and just start like singing it out.
My
No
first,
shame.
You tell me the next time you're in a public place. Yeah.
yeah, the first time my wife and I were like, we went to Beverly Hills, California, and we were walking around the shops in Beverly Hills, California. Like we went into this one shop and like where a tie would cost like $500 for a fucking tie. And literally the first thing that came to mind was suck a dick, suck a dick, suck a dick, suck a motherfucking dick.
Ah, Jay.
It's way
Come
too
on.
catchy. It really is.
Yeah, it
I'm
is.
with you on that one, Jay.
Wait, sucking dick is definitely.
Sucking,
No, with the
sucking-
reaction
No,
to
that's
the
what I was telling them to
fucking
do because they were charging.
Hmm.
They were charging $500. They were like charging an exorbitant amount for like 100% silk fucking ties. I was like, satin works just fine.
Yeah.
If you guys don't know the difference between silk and satin, you fucking lame.
I'm lame.
I don't know the difference.
You lame. You basic.
I admit it. I don't know the difference.
I'm denim.
You basic.
Silk is natural.
Am I the only one who's offended by Jill's avatar? Just it's so racist. What
I'm
the
not.
fuck?
I'm not. I think it's. I
No,
think
how
it's
is that
completely-
racist?
I think it's.
Why is that
completely-
racist?
No, bro, don't
Well,
tell me to show
that
my face.
particular. Well, to be fair, William, that particular caricature is meant to be racist.
Right, but why is it racist?
Well,
minute.
if the intent was to draw it as
Night.
being derogatory against black people, then it is racist. If
Is it
Yeah.
meant to look like a tar baby?
does it
Give me a link one night.
Voting Democrat is racist.
It looks like an old picture of a lamp.
There's an argument there, but I just don't understand how the
one
picture
moment, please.
itself.
One moment. Midnight for your karaoke. I need you to drop a YouTube link for the song, karaoke song.
What am I doing? The Raining Men one?
Whatever you want to sing to. Christmas song would be
Okay.
nice, but if you want to do
one
It's
in a
Raining Men
million.
just to piss Jill off.
do 1 in a million by the Pet Shop Boys? 1 in a
Okay,
million.
hold on.
Do you know that
1
one?
in a million. Change the way you feel. Yeah, I
Jay's
can
volunteering for the next one.
I'm sorry. to
bullshit. No, I'm not. No,
conversation.
there's no way. I'm still.
Happy
I'm
420,
sober. I'm
folks.
Wow, come on.
Cheers. Anybody? Who's smoking tonight? Who's smoking?
I can't smoke and cheer at the same time.
Smoke weed every day. Smoke weed every day. Smoke weed every day. Smoke weed every day.
Rich, 8-figure, that's my type.
What the heck?
That was one of my better performances.
That's the Grinch.
Yeah,
huh?
dang, Will, that's great stuff there. That's William in Walmart.
Is that's part timer?
Side gig there.
Part timer, Will.
I gotta take the dog out for real quick. I'll be right back.
No, I don't work there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
No, I just show up randomly.
Yeah, he just.
Oh,
what
hey,
do they call
William.
those? What do they call those?
Yes, Sugar Magnolia.
Greeters.
So, William, I
No,
know
when the people come out of nowhere and they start dancing, they have a name for
Flash mob or whatever. A
flash mob, right? Yeah, so you do a flash Grinch or something like that. Midnight, you ready to sing?
Yeah, I'm finding the song. It's Raining Men.
In Training Men karaoke.
Hold on. Okay, can Irenic just ask me whatever the hell it is he's been trying to ask me for the last hour?
Go ahead.
Raining Men. Hallelujah.
He walked away. He had to.
Irenic, what the fuck, bro? You
had to step away. He said he'd be right back.
You're gonna have to
He just
wait.
keeps saying my name in the background. He's like, "Hey, William. Hey, wait. It's been an hour.
An hour? No, it's not an hour.
It has been an hour.
That's the weed. Man.
Will,
That's the
if it's
weed.
from Irenic, it's not that important. You
He's
can wait.
sitting in the dark. He's sitting
That's
there
weed.
in the dark.
I'm waiting for a midnight. Midnight.
With his eyes closed.
Well, okay. Will wanted Ironic to ask him a question, but Ironic is being a little bitch and not asking the question because he's away.
No, Irenic stepped away. I don't know if anybody's listening, or is this Mike? I don't know.
No, you're
But
good.
he's right there.
I realize Irenic is stepped away.
Oh,
Yeah, we're just. I'm just.
Yeah, he's in
I'm
that
just going
tiny
one.
little room. He can hear us.
Not if he's using a headset and he still has his headset attached, then he can't hear us.
You don't understand how small that room is.
That was the most useless.
Come on, midnight. What's going on?
Okay. Jeez,
Yeah,
I'm
man.
getting it.
Man,
Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't sing. It's rainy.
yeah, come on. At least a minute.
What?
Okay, then.
I want a
And I
minute.
won't sing.
Look, I didn't take my pants off for nothing. Sing, boy.
Come on, I'm waiting here. I got my pants down too, man. Come on, ho ho ho.
You got to sing in the theater by Pet Shop Boys.
You just keep changing the Pet Shop Boys song.
I know this is going to be my whole skit for the rest of the time that I'm in here.
I think that if it's your skit, you should perform it.
Yeah, come on now. You do Pet
I
Shop
can.
Boys. Come on.
I really want you to.
Actually, Brojo, I really don't feel like singing. So
If you gave me an entire like lyric board of Pet Shop Boys, especially from the album Very, yeah, I can sing all of them.
I don't even think you need the lyrics. I have this feeling that you really, really like the Pet Shop.
I would need the lyrics because trust me, I'm terrible with lyrics.
So drop us.
Do you
drop
still
us a
tight roll the
YouTube
cuff of your
karaoke
pants?
link, man. Drop me a YouTube karaoke link and let's hear you sing. A little
I
Pet
don't.
Shop Boys.
I don't know.
Wait, Jay, you're in your mid to early 40s, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you still tight roll the cuffs on your jeans?
Oh, fuck no.
Come on. Like just sometimes for just to be sentimental.
Sentimental to what?
I'm just saying, you seem like you living a little bit in the 80s. That's cool.
No, I don't cuff my fucking jeans. My jeans are Wranglers. Wranglers do not get cuffed. So.
Wranglers.
So, hey, William, I got to take off momentarily. Could I ask you a question?
I wish you fucking would.
I know I can't get the chance. It's no big deal, but it has to do with the guitar. And I know you have boys that would have been young enough, like they would have grown up, and at some point they would have been able to handle a guitar. What age do you think is the minute? Like, what's the soonest a little kid can hold a guitar and drag his fingers?
That varies from kid to kid. I waited for my kids to give a shit about like
5 or 6.
leveling up is what we.
I didn't.
Yeah, that's fine. 5, 6, whatever.
Oh, okay. Oh, who said? Was that you, Jay? Or who said 5 or 6? Anyway, I was listening to you, William. What were you saying about your boys, though? I was interested. So there's something about
I just waited till they
leveling
took
up
an interest. I waited till they took an interest in leveling up. That's what I call it. It just means learning some sort of skills. And especially once they started taking an interest in girls, I reminded them that guitar is an excellent way to
girls
break
like
the ice.
guitars. Yeah.
Yeah.
Guys who
So
play
around
guitar.
12 and 13 is when I started teaching them. And I mean, it wasn't like I sat down and taught them. I gave them a chord book, bought them, a little cheap guitar, and just, because if they're interested, they'll do it. They'll follow it up. Showed them how to use YouTube and the internet to find out how to do tablature. And as homeschoolers, I made it part of school that that they would learn a song and then perform it, their first song, just to show that they could read tablature. And yeah, so they each had to do that once just to pass that little bit that I added into their curriculum. And only one of them is really kept up with it. My oldest, he tried to start a band, didn't go well. And my middle son, he's like, video games are easier, and that's where he went. And my 11-year-old, we're just about at the point where I can start working with him. That's the long answer to a easy question, right?
William, I'm sorry I got interrupted by a phone call, but appreciate that. Thank you.
Well, I remember like around junior high school is when I was introduced to, oh, look at all these instruments. Like I went and I saw all these instruments. I was like, holy shit, look at all these.
You remember the recorders, Gio?
Recorders?
The ones the little plastic flutes that they made us all play in school?
Never.
Plastic
I never.
They didn't. Oh God, I hated it.
The recorder? Are you talking about recorders? Talking about plastic recorders?
Yeah.
Yes. Those germ-filled things that they passed out at every class.
Wait a minute, they recycled the recorders?
Fuck yeah. Oh, fuck yeah.
Did they look faded, or did they look still brand new? Because if they were dipped in,
they had Sharpie on them and shit.
Huh?
No,
like
I didn't do anything like that.
From like people were autographing them from the last year's class.
No, if I played an instrument that needed I blow in, I had my own mouthpiece that I would use.
So. It doesn't matter if you suck in; you're sucking in all that bacteria.
Well, that's the way.
Just because you're blowing out doesn't mean that if you still got your mouth next to it, you take a breath.
You could clean the instrument before you blow into it.
Yeah, but I was a kid. I didn't even think about that, Gio. Like, they handed it to me, and immediately it's like, and then when I got older, I was like, what in the fuck were we doing?
Yeah. You're like sitting there going, like, did somebody else's mouth touch this? Was somebody else blowing in this thing? Like, what the fuck?
Oh, but it's kids though, because you're talking about, like, Gio. What were you saying about the age group when you got exposed to it?
Junior high, around
right.
Junior high, 5th grade.
They're filthy animals at that age.
Yeah, they're filthy. Yeah, at that
digging
age,
in their buttholes and shit.
Yeah.
I'm surprised we didn't all get the plague.
Yeah. Sitting there digging in their asshole, and then they sit there and they fucking like scratching, like digging deep, and they go right back to playing it. Yeah,
well, the only hygiene was, make sure you have your own mouthpiece for whatever instrument you're playing, and make sure you sanitize it afterwards. But
you had brass then, right? You had the shiny instruments.
Yeah, I did everything because I was like multifaceted kind of person.
Oh yeah. Which did you prefer?
Huh? Oh, I didn't like playing in the band because it was too rigid. There wasn't like I couldn't express myself. I had to play whatever the music was. If I was playing,
you seem like a saxophone kind of guy. Like I can see you like chilling back with the sax.
No, don't say saxophone. That'll remind Jill of fucking Bill Clinton. You'll fucking freak.
Trumpet. No, I never played the sax. I didn't play the sax in the band. I practiced it on my own, but they allowed me to play it. So I was able to play it, but not in the band. I played a trombone in the band. That's the instrument I played.
Jill, do you play any instruments?
No. But I took tests when I was in grammar school.
I did play
I took
the
tests.
trombone, like.
Oh, you played the
I
trombone?
played the trombone and the sax.
He plays a skin trombone. It's his lover.
Skin trombone?
Oh, that's a different trombone.
They gave me the trombone, I thought, because I was black.
Okay.
That's
So you had this victim complex for a while.
No, they saw those. Never mind. I won't go there.
Because I had
No, go ahead, Jay. Where were you going?
Because you had
Big lips.
Nope.
Big
Not
lips.
gonna do it. Not gonna do
big
it.
lips. Show the big lips. Good. I said it for you.
See, Brojo. See,
There you go. The big lips.
see, Brojo. Racist fuck. Racist fuck.
Racist.
Well, look, he showed his picture, okay, and so I'm saying.
Or
Yeah, what was it?
A trumpet.
He showed-
My lips are too big for the trumpet.
But that's
Well, they figured that since they figured that Jill looked like that avatar, they figured, well, if you can gobble down that much watermelon, you have a great mouth for a trombone.
So back to my interrogation.
Oh.
Go ahead. No, I was being a dick. Go ahead.
I was just gonna ask, can we at least see your lips?
No, that's not weird at all, dude.
A pervert.
Brojo,
Brojo.
Okay,
Show
so
me your
I'm
lips.
seeing this. I'm seeing this going in multiple ways. If he were to acquiesce to such a request and show you his lips, I'm just waiting for you to do like a soundbite of a fly unzipping. You know what I'm saying?
Ding, 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 ding.
Come on.
That's how you get Irenic to come back in the room.
Like, you know, like they did, like, what was it, Rocky Horror? You know, Rocky Horror, they just showed the lips singing. No.
Transsexual.
Oh yeah, no, I know what you're talking about.
Vampire. Yeah.
So Jill, how long did you stick with playing? You said the trombone.
By the way,
you too.
By the way, I'm going to be a heretic right now. Rocky Horror Picture Show, horrible movie.
It's not a movie.
I played it up until high school, and then I just became cool.
You played Rocky Horror Picture Show up until high school?
No. Hold on, Jay. Hold on.
Once I became cool and part of the cool group.
Okay. Wait. What is?
So I told my band leader.
I want to know if you're playing it for the school. Were you playing it for the school?
No, when he became cool, he became the token black guy in a group of white guys.
No, but seriously, there's different ways to play an instrument, whether you're with the marching band or whether you're with the orchestra or whatever.
I was in the jazz band, so I was one of the best.
Okay.
Only the best got to go play for the jazz band. It was only about 5 or 6 of us, or about 8 of us.
Okay, so you were a band geek.
Yeah, and then I became cool.
So this one time in band. Well, wait. So wait a minute. So you were
10th grade, 11th.
So you were a band. So you were a band geek, and then you escaped being a band geek, and then you became cool.
No, I became cool, and then I can no longer be a band geek. So in high school, you can't hang out with the band if you're in the cool kid group.
Well, no, if you're
they needed a lot of validation.
Cool, but that's the problem. You're not looking at this in an ontological sense. You'd be cool when it comes to the band group. So now you were no longer cool when it came to the band group. Now you're cool to another group of individuals. So ontologically, your coolness status has changed between the difference of being cool.
No one cares about who the band thinks is cool. Yeah. No one cares about who the band.
Then why did you care about who cared that you were cool when you were not part of the band?
I remember my band instructor, my jazz teacher, telling me that I was making a grave error. I remember him telling me that, and I was because I talked
because he realized that there was no hope for you, and he realized that any kind of like.
I would cut band and go to the extra lunch period. I would go to another lunch period to hang out with the cool kids. So then finally I just stopped. I got tired of ducking and dodging him. So I just said, you know what? I want to quit the band. So then I quit.
There was an extra lunch period for the cool people?
Well,
yes, I got footage. I got footage of Jill playing the trombone.
You know, I was really trying to ask him serious questions. Jesus Christ.
Oh, God.
Cool kids would go to every lunch period. Come on, Jay, you don't know this? You weren't a cool kid, I guess. We would go to every
go to public school, you dumb shit.
5th, 6th, and 7th period.
Wait, hold on, Jay. Hold on.
Public school, you dingus.
Okay. So you had lunch.
See, William, you got to understand, William. You know, you get them two in the same room. It's very difficult.
I see that.
Yeah.
That's what I was going to say, Jay. I mean, I really want to not be adversarial at this point because I am interested in Jill's.
Bring it.
Okay.
Bring it.
No, I'm not adversarial. See, now you're no, I just want to ask him a question without creating a fight.
Great.
Because it's not about anything to fight about.
I will make it a fight. Make it a fight.
I know.
For channel. I will.
I'm just asking for. I'm asking for a minute and a half. Can I have a minute and a half?
No.
I feel like Hank Johnson of Georgia. You know, can I get another minute? I need another minute.
I'm muting.
2 minutes.
What am I like an amusement park ride? Can I get? Oh, can I?
Everybody wants a piece of you, man. But I'm seriously asking about you. You were in the jazz band, so you. Did you practice a lot at that? Was that something that you devoted a lot of time to?
Well, growing up in a Democratic-run plantation, you could not bring your trombone home to practice. Like you might come back to school the next day with it wrapped around your neck. So no, I didn't practice much.
So you had to like just your class periods. And this was the same for everybody that was in the because you didn't start out in the jazz, man. You worked up.
They passed it right. I could bring my sax home because that was during the Bill Clinton era, maybe. Right?
so you only had the limited time that you were at school to play.
He was still in high school during Clinton.
That wasn't a minute and a half.
We're talking.
It wasn't even a minute, dude. Jesus.
just a side comment. Just a side comment, Will. That's all.
He's taking notes over there. But so you had to earn jazz band, right? Like everybody starts out at school with an instrument, and then you have to kind of like earn it. Is that correct? To get into the jazz band.
The jazz teacher would be the one to determine who makes the jazz band. I don't know what criteria he was using. I guess.
Hopefully that you were talented, right?
Probably, yeah. The best. I could determine that the best players were in the jazz band. Yeah, so I guess I was one of the best.
But so having that limited time, go ahead.
There weren't many trombone players, so it was maybe 4 of us, or 3 or 4 of us.
Now, do you think that was natural talent that you have, like with music, or do you just learn quickly?
I don't know. I don't know what. I really never learned how to read music, to be honest.
Okay, well, no, that's fair. I can't really read. I can read tablature, but not. And so when you felt like you had accomplished something, did you think it wasn't fair that the people that you thought were cool didn't appreciate that you were talented in this way?
What?
Because you said you okay, they didn't know. They didn't know you were in.
No, I quit the jazz band and started hanging with them.
And what made them cooler than jazz band? I guess is where I'm going with this.
Just like you quit Christianity, quit hanging with Christians, and started hanging with open theists.
Sure. So that's what I'm asking you about school. Did you quit that? Or what made them cool? Did you quit that because it wasn't cool and you wanted to be cool,
right.
or?
Yes, because when you're a kid and certain things weren't cool. And playing in the band was not cool.
Now I'm asking you, what was cool that they did that was cooler than being in the band?
They didn't do anything. That was the point.
They were cool because they did nothing.
In the beginning of the school year, you would divide up the entire school in either the band, the chorus, or nothing. The cool kids didn't go, the band would go on the left side of the auditorium, and those who wanted to be in the chorus would go on the right side, and the cool kids were left in the middle.
Go to the subjectivity of cool. Go to the subjectivity of cool. Go to the subjectivity.
No, it's not even necessary. This is just me looking at Jill and the way that he reacts to things. There was something that he was growing in, but in order to be appreciated and validated by others, he stopped that thing and gave it up and remained, ignorant of how to continue on with his instrument, with his talent. So that was just something I'm observing. It's not a criticism because I did similar things. It's just I can kind of understand the desire to want to be with cool kids.
Nobody even knows that he actually did this.
We want to fit in. Yeah, we want to fit in.
I think he's telling the truth. I think he's telling the truth, Jay.
I think it was. Well, here's the thing. Did you guys ever think that maybe he was homeschooled and he's just basically telling you guys that he was in public school?
Then when you become a Christian, you become born again, you don't want to fit in with everyone.
I thought we were talking about his trombone playing.
We were.
So I pray that you experience that one day, William.
Experience what?
William, have you not experienced Christ's glory?
I think so.
Uh-oh.
Christianity is an exclusive club.
Theological Warfare 101. Yo,
wait a minute. You played the trombone in a band in school.
I don't care about the horns anymore. I'm talking about Christianity and whether or not they're theologically.
Why are you dressed up like Santa on Jesus' birthday?
It's not Jesus' birthday.
It's not Jesus' birthday.
Right.
Did you even
It's the
study
solstice.
music?
It's the winter
Why are
solstice.
you buying presents for your family?
Why are you celebrating Jesus' birthday around my pagan holiday?
Why are you buying gifts for your family members and it's Jesus' birthday? You need to give Jesus the gift of your soul.
You can't be in a band in school and not know how to read music.
Yeah, I just talked about Jesus.
That's not how it works.
Yes, it is. Yes, it does.
Gio, the reason
he was in the ghetto. He was in the ghetto. They don't bother with that.
Wait, he was there. He was there at one time. He was there at one time until they realized that he didn't understand the difference between what sum and product are in math.
Come on, man! I had to learn how to. I had to learn. I played the trombone.
Addition, product is multiplication.
Come on,
what's
I don't believe.
the term for division, Jay?
Oh, speaking of trombone, I have footage of. I got footage.
It's a quotation, you idiot.
Footage of Jill.
No,
I have
that's
footage.
the answer to a division problem.
Glad I could tell you the answer to what you didn't know.
Oh no, ever. Oh, that's it.
Don't forget the kick. Whip turn.
Is that really Jill?
Yeah, that's
Do you whip turn?
Instrument.
Shit, it's lunchtime. Like Jill.
Jill likes hard objects in his mouth.
Don't do you whip turn?
This is audition for the audition for the marching band.
You know what's interesting? Hey,
see, I got footage. Look at that footage of Jill auditioning for his marching band.
You know what's interesting about this is I told my wife the same thing, bro, Joe. I said, "You played band, right?" And she goes, "Yeah." And she goes, "You played French horn?" And she goes, "Yeah." And it's like, "So you blew on an instrument?" And she said, "Yeah." And I said, "Here's my instrument." Oh.
What happened to William?
Yeah, but it's not a French horn, Jay.
Mine is.
I should have stayed in the band. I would have gotten a 50% scholarship if I would have stayed in the band. So
principles.
I wound up paying for it in more than one way.
Oh yeah, what clef do you use?
Trying to be cool.
Truck stops. I made truck stops.
What clef do you use? What does the trombone? What clef? What
Here
clef?
he is.
I have no idea. Treble?
Oh, okay. So no, you're wrong.
He doesn't know.
I have no idea. Even if I did know, I wouldn't have remembered that.
Because he didn't play it. He's lying.
I played by ear.
Why would somebody lie about playing the trombone? I don't understand that.
You have to be in order to play in a band. You have to be able to read music in order to know where your place is.
I was taught how to read it, but I just really wasn't good. I mean, of course we had class. He was an instructor.
I wasn't able to play in the band unless I knew what I was playing.
You didn't know the difference. Between a 3/4 beat and a 2/4.
If I say I can't play basketball, it doesn't mean I don't know the rules of the game. I'm just not good at it.
No, that's not the same thing.
Yeah, it is.
No, because we were talking about performance. We weren't talking about the rules of the game. We were talking about performance.
Well, the rules of the game is the music. Is the what Gio was talking about.
No, not unless you're doing jazz. You can go. Come on, you know how jazz works, don't you, Jill? You know how.
Guys, the reality is, even with the limited time that he had in school, there's no chance to really master it, and probably no chance to actually. You're not taking it home. You're not in the jazz band.
Yeah. Will, limited time. Are you implying that Jill is a dropout?
No, I'm just
Jill.
saying that he chose the instrument, he played it a little bit, and then that ended, and he
he
went
got
on to
gas,
his
and
own
then he
thing.
just
I don't think that he was
okay.
in the jazz band if you can't
Ho,
read music,
ho,
but
ho,
yeah,
Jill.
you're right. I
Are
totally
you a
understand.
jazz band dropout, Jill? Ho, ho, ho. Are you a jazz band dropout?
I guess so.
Wait, did you ever learn the acronyms?
But that doesn't mean that he can't play the trombone.
Wait, did you ever learn the acronyms for the bass clef?
Uh-oh.
Oh, yeah.
I did. I remember them, but you'd have to refresh my memory.
Yeah, that's the notes for the notes for the lines.
Face,
Yeah, but we're
and
talking about 40
But you
years,
remember,
30 years ago, right?
You just said, wait a
face,
minute.
right?
You just said you remembered them, but you would need him to refresh your memory.
It just came to me.
What?
That happens. You pass it. Yeah.
Oh,
Face, right?
Jill.
FACE.
I'm taking this over. You started something with me earlier that I want to
Oh,
finish.
Gio was trying to tell me what the acronym are. What the acronyms are.
Yeah, but it's not even necessary. It doesn't matter whether you play, can't play, never played. I was more interested in your character, but you said that God can't forget things. In the side chat earlier, you said that God, when it says that God will remember our sins no more, that it's anthropomorphism or whatever, and then you asked me if it's possible for humans to not remember things, but memory is recall. It is an action. Okay, so you can choose not to remember things. You can choose not to recall things.
Okay, then you're a special human
That's an
being.
interesting philosophical conversation.
I certainly cannot forget.
I don't think that's necessarily the case, William, because there's PTSD.
I know, I've dealt with it, and one of the things that I do is choose not to recall as often as possible, so it's a habit.
But in order to block that, you would have to have those memories. Okay, never mind. It won't matter. You continue on.
Well, I mean, I'm settled. I'm settled now in my understanding of what was going on and what happened. I mean, I forgive myself.
I get it, but we
did.
can have a conversation about it later. But you continue with Jill. Just continue with Jill.
Talking about it now proves that you remember what happened. So
I do remember it, but I don't have to recall it.
Okay.
No, I mean, I do remember it, but I don't have to recall it. I don't have to pull it up and think about it.
You just did.
No, I'm not actually thinking about the instances that plagued me.
Sure, you are. You're telling
I'm
us
really
that.
not.
We don't know what's going on in your head. You can't prove to us what's going on in your
head. I don't have to think about the actual incidents.
You didn't forget about it, however. You choose not to bring it up, but whatever
that
means.
I willfully don't recall it.
You willfully
I intentionally don't recall it. Yes.
Okay. So you don't remember what happened.
Yeah, I don't recall it.
Okay. Do you remember what happened? The text says,
I could.
No more.
Okay. Yeah, I could remember it. What I'm saying is I choose not to think about it.
Are you gonna die on this hill? You brought this out. You of all the things that you could have brought up, you're gonna die on this one.
This is gonna be.
I'm not gonna die at all on this.
Gracious. Let Jay Pasick tell you. You don't know what the heck you're talking about.
Jay Pasick can tell me.
Okay. Remember.
I don't know what you guys are even. I mean, I could get into this conversation. I could get into this conversation with Will, but I think he's taking it in a different direction with you, Jill, than I would take it with him. But
it's a choice. It's a choice because it says in the scripture that Jill mentioned that I will not recall or I will not remember your sins.
Yeah, and I'm showing you that even on a human level, that makes no sense.
No, I don't ponder the things of the past anymore. I mean, I'm settled with it.
Yeah, that makes no sense to take that literally, as we demonstrated here.
Bro, Jay, you're going to want to moderate this. This one's going to turn into a disaster. Just saying. I mean, I don't know what you guys are talking about because, in my opinion, memories can actually come about by when you look at memories, themselves and whether or not you choose to remember something. The problem is that now you get into the problem of PTSD. And where does PTSD get you? Well, PTSD gets you into certain stimulus that actually remind you of certain things in your past, and whether or not you can actually control whether or not that particular stimulus mentally leads you back. So our minds have a tendency to make connections.
Let me drop you a clue as to where I'm going with this, Jay, because I know that you'll follow me. This is going to be about a special pleading for a God that Jill believes in and puts forward. An omniscient God, by the way. Omniscient, omnipowerful, omnipotent God. So, Jill, continue
Well, I was going
me
more
how.
to. Well, I was going to more towards human mental states, but if you're going to go to a
Well, so is
theistic
Jill.
one,
So is Jill.
okay.
He's using me as like I'm God.
Yeah, he's using you
Because
as
I
a
say
sounding
that.
board. Okay.
Well, I'm showing you even on
Right.
a
When I
human
say that I
level.
choose not to recall it, he's talking about a specific verse in the end where after judgment or whatever in eternity that God won't remember. He says, I will not remember this, your sins anymore. In other words, I will not recall them. And so when he wants to say, because I take it literally that I'm saying that God has amnesia or Alzheimer's.
Oh, that's not a good thing. But go ahead. Go ahead.
Right. So God is omniscient. So it's not saying he doesn't know what you did, but he forgets nothing. Okay. He chooses not to hold that against you, your sins against you.
Jill doesn't understand the difference
That's
between
what the
recall
text
and remembrance.
actually
There's a
is
difference.
communicating.
That's a psychological
We don't
difference.
actually forget the things that we do in the past on a human level. It's not that we're not able to recall the offense, we just choose to overlook it. That's all William is saying, that even on a human level,
That's still problematic.
you can choose not to recall it, but you still remember.
So it's not forgetting, though. He's not forgetting. He's just saying, I choose not to remember it. I'm leaving it in the past.
I choose not to hold it against you.
I choose not to hold it against you, rather than treating
Right.
us
It's the
as our
crux of
sins.
forgiveness that I want to get down to what he's talking about. The crux of forgiveness.
Right. Rather than treating us as our sins deserve for us to be treated, God removes our sins from us. Right. One text says, as far as
Salvific
the east is
arguments
from the
are the
west.
freaking greatest.
Psalms 103. Okay. So that's what the text means by God not remembering. So you have to understand that God is fundamentally differently constructed, if you will, than we are.
So is your God not able? Does he lack the ability to forget these things if he chooses? Is he impotent to stop himself from remembering something?
Why did he say our God?
I don't
What's
know.
that?
I think it's an
Why,
ability.
William?
not
Why
to
did?
forget
Wait a second. I'm curious. Just curious. Why didn't you say our God?
Because I don't believe in an omni God at all.
Yeah, he believes in a false God.
Oh, so you don't believe Jill's worshiping the same your God you are?
Well, when he describes him, he describes something totally different than I read in the Bible. So I'm assuming, and he tells me all the time that I worship a different God. So I'm not going to take that away from him.
Oh, this would be a fun
Since you're both since you're both Christians, though, professing Christians, despite the fact you might have a different perspective of the God you worship, couldn't you still say our God?
No, you're right.
Jill wouldn't appreciate that.
No,
He's
it doesn't
right
matter.
too.
Yeah.
No, if his God has amnesia.
Curious. Just curious.
Well, his God has selective amnesia.
I'm giving God a power that you don't want to give him. You're saying he's also limited in his ability to forget things.
Wait, that's a power to be able to forget something?
Oh, I would say that's a great power.
No, that's not a power.
So God can't do it.
That's
yeah,
a weakness.
to be able to, yeah.
Of course, God is not weak.
Oh, this is the rock. This is the rock too heavy for God to lift argument only with remembrance.
No, actually, it's not.
Yes, it's.
So God's nature is that is all knowing. He knows everything. He forgets nothing. That's not a weakness. That's a advantage. If I had that ability, I would be able to remember all the times that I destroyed your arguments in these.
Well, you have
hangouts.
to remember exactly why you instilled grace
Like
upon certain individuals and where
I'd
you
be able
applied
to
grace
recite
versus
it, the actual transcripts verbatim. That's God. He knows everything. He forgets nothing. He knows how many hairs are on your head.
Then why did he regret?
Well, again, the word regret there is anthropomorphic. It is not saying that he regret in the same way that we regret. Just like it's not saying that.
Well, the word was repent, right? The word was repent.
In the same way we remember.
That's regret.
Same answer.
It's when in Genesis when it says that God regretted making man because he saw how wicked they became, how wicked
right.
man
I'm just
became.
saying that he's going to take the word repent, and you're going to say regret, and he's going to say grieve, and it all comes down to God having an emotion and a reaction to a situation in time.
Sure. Well, but he transcends space and time.
When the text says, Adam,
clearly
where
he
art
doesn't.
thou? Earlier in Genesis, in that same book, when the text says, Adam, where art thou? Do you suppose that for 1 millisecond, Jesus or God did not know where Adam was? Do you suppose that? The text says, Adam,
the text does say that they were hiding from God while he took a walk through the garden
They
during that
thought they were
time.
hiding. So, William, do you think for one moment God did not know where Adam and Eve were when he says, Adam, where art thou? Where are you?
Well, he does say that they hid from them.
I asked William.
But God did say that they hid from him.
Yeah, they thought they were hiding.
So, no, but he said that they did hide from him.
I hide from God all the time.
I'm gonna hide somebody.
So William, do you think for
Jill
one
doesn't
moment
remember Genesis
that God could not find Adam? Was he hiding behind one of the fig trees, maybe? William, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Did you not remember? So
what are you talking about?
So in Genesis,
I know what the text says.
So
I
do
can
you
tell you what the
believe?
text says.
Okay, I want to know what you believe. Do you believe for one moment that God did not know when Adam was, or he couldn't find Adam?
I don't really take that as literal.
Okay, so you don't take that as literal, but you do take when it says God repents in a wooden literal sense.
Well, it doesn't.
Yes.
So you don't have a consistent hermeneutic. That's the problem.
Well, no. If you were to ask me, I'd tell you that I think Adam is a general term for mankind at that point, and Eve too, and because they're oral traditions. I think this is the way they summarized it.
Okay, so who is he saying? Who couldn't he find when he said Adam? He couldn't find any man on the earth. He couldn't find mankind.
No, that's not. That's not. Again, I think that almost all of that is symbolic.
Wait,
so we do the same.
Wait a minute, Jill. Jill, do you think that there was more than one man?
You have to be
do you think
consistent in your hermeneutic.
Hold on. I want to correct something. Do you believe that there was more than one man on the earth at that
That's
time?
irrelevant to the conversation. That's irrelevant to the conversation.
No, you brought it up.
He said he brought it up. He said the word means mankind. So I asked him, was God asking, where is mankind? Mankind, where art thou? Was he literally asking that as if he couldn't find
mankind? Where art thou?
So it has nothing to do with any
did God say
number of men on the planet. So you can take your red herring and you can eat it.
It's not a red herring. It's a question.
Yeah,
that's not a red herring. A question is not a red herring, Jill.
It's a distraction. That's what it is. It's a red herring.
No, a question is just a question that just basically goes to your state to what you're talking about. That's not a red herring.
God's not remembering is not what we usually think.
How the fuck does he still not know what a red herring is?
As forgetfulness.
It's not a red herring.
God is omniscient, according to Scripture. Now you can
That's
continue
not what Scripture says.
No, take that. Take it to its limit. Take it to its limit. Take the omniscience to its limit. It's all.
We've done this before. There is nothing you can say to Jill that will change his script. He has to go back to it, even when you can demonstrate over and over again he's wrong.
I know, because he anthropomorphizes all-knowing into some other special category. He doesn't think that omniscience means all-knowing in the sense of all-knowing everything.
You'll take.
Can one of two use the? I love the Socratic method. Do the Socratic method with him about this.
Oh, I can do the Socratic method with him, but I'll let Will do it. It's a conversation between Will.
What is the biblical definition?
Well, then let him have it.
What is the biblical definition?
I am, bro, Joe.
You've been using that word, but we don't know.
I don't really care what the. Hold on. Listen, I don't care what you say. The biblical. If you're going to use the word omnipotent,
don't use the word when referring to our God. If you don't know what it means to be omniscient according to our book, then don't use the word.
Whose book? Whose God? What are you talking about?
Based on another understanding of the word.
Whose book? Whose God?
To critique the text. If you're going to do an internal critique, don't take.
I see you're very defensive right now. You don't want me to ask any questions. That's okay.
Not from Plato, and try to apply that to the text. Use what the text says about omniscience and apply that to the text.
It's a semantic argument. He's getting you into a sentence. Will, he's going to get you.
He's had a different understanding of omniscience.
He's not going to get me to play along. I'm just not going to. I'm not going to sit here and listen. He's going to do his filibuster. I'm going to let him.
Exactly. He's getting you into a semantic.
Find your terms.
Jill,
Yeah.
Can you give me one scripture that shows God's omniscience?
Let me get one for you. Hold on.
Okay, please do. More than one would be, really good, because that really solidify things. The more you have, the more the better. The better.
Yeah, I'll get that for
Omniscience,
you, bro.
that God
No
all knowing. He's all knowing. Because I think Will asked you for this too, but you brought it up again. You just brought it up again, so I want to get a scripture for omniscience. All right. I'm gonna let him back.
I'll look
I'll let
for
him.
that. I'll look for
All right, but I want you to get that before they come in. You should be able to get it like that.
that.
Yeah, I mean, it should be 1, 2, 3. Come on, you got Bible Hub, you got Blue
Okay.
Letter. Come on.
Psalms 147 verse 5. Psalms 147 verse 5.
Psalm
This is in the King
147.
James.
All right. Do you have any others? Any other?
First John chapter 3.
First John, the whole chapter?
First John chapter 3, probably around the 10th verse. You just have to go to the book. You can go to First John chapter 3 and scroll
And
down.
these will state that God is all knowing. He knows everything.
Yes, he knows all things. The text says
All things.
he knows all things. Yes.
Knows,
First John
knows knowledge, gnosis, all
yes.
things. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. All right. I'm
First
going to bring
John
in
chapter 3 verse 20. First John
First
chapter
John
3
chapter
verse
3
20.
verse 20. All right. Is that it? Any more? You want a 3? 3 is really
These
good.
are passages that William ignores because he wants to cling to his open theism.
No, I mean, we got the verses. William, you got the verses now. So let's, let's take it there because this is what it's all about, right? With God knows everything. All right.
These are in the imperative. Notice these aren't
I'm going to
stories.
look at them. I'm going to look at them and let's see if it says
these aren't stories where the author is trying to give you or tell you something
I'll
about.
give you Stu a chance first. I'm going to give you Stu a chance. This way you don't get interrupted by Jay. Go ahead. I'm going to give you a couple minutes. Go ahead. But so William, you got those verses? Psalm 147:5, 1 John 3:20.
Go to First John 3:20. That's more plain.
Oh, you like that one? Okay.
Yeah, that's more plain. It just clearly says God knoweth all things. That's plain, main and plain, which means you can't deny it without heresy, without committing heresy. Let me put it in the chat so William can read it.
What was the question?
What's your response to First John chapter 3 verse 20? It literally says God knows all things.
Well, it's saying that God knows all the things.
It says God knoweth all things.
Yeah, he knows about all the things.
All the things? You added an extra the in there. It says God is greater than our heart and knoweth all things.
Yep. Knowing all the things. All things that
all
are.
Things? Where did you get the from?
Yeah.
It just says know
what
all things.
Yeah. Things,
okay,
everything that exists, he's aware of it.
Uh-huh. Okay. Psalms.
Wait, so did Jay leave? Did Jay leave?
Is the future a thing?
Did Jay leave?
Yeah, the future is a thing. He is aware that the future is something that.
So he knows all things that happen in the future, or just the present?
No, it does not say that.
Okay. Does he know all things that happen in the future?
No.
You only have to do Jeremiah 1.
What about the
past?
Past?
He knows the past and the present exhaustively.
Okay. So he knows the past and so this is only speaking of the past and the present. This is not speaking about the future.
That's right. Those things have not yet become things.
Perfect. Okay, perfect. So we have 2 of the 3 possible times. The past and the present. All we need is another scripture that says God knows all things that will come or happen, right? Right?
Yeah, exhaustive knowledge.
Okay. So if we have the past and the present, all we will need is for a scripture to say that God knows all things that will happen in the future, and that will be complete omniscience, right?
Yeah, everything that's going to happen, that God knows it perfectly.
Okay. So that God, right? So you've already admitted that Psalms 145. Let's go to Psalms 147. Or First John says that he knoweth all things. You're saying that that is referring to the past and the present, but not the future, right?
Yeah, I think that's what John meant.
All right. Psalms 147 verse 5. Bro Joe.
You're gonna have to pull it up because I'm looking further into that other scripture for a moment here in the concordance. Got it. Hello? All right. He's probably looking for it. Looking at all things, all the things, all things, all kinds, all men. Just all every.
Psalms 147. I'm sorry. 147 verse 5. You want me to pull it up, bro, Joe?
Yes, yes.
Okay, hold on. 147. Why can't I? What is going on with this?
Never mind. No, Psalm 150.
I'll just read it to you. I'll just read it
I
to you.
got it. I'll get it. Never mind.
147 verse 5.
Great is our Lord and abundant in strength. His understanding is infinite. That one's going to be That one's going to be debatable. I can see it coming already. Yeah, William.
His understanding is infinite. So, William, does that mean his understanding is that only in the past or the present, or is it?
Yes.
That's just the past or the present. So, infinite is not referring to the future.
That's correct.
It's not referring to past. Only the past and the present.
That's correct.
So he has
and that's the fourth time I've clarified that.
Okay. So he has infinite knowledge of the past and the present.
He says it has his infinite understanding. He understands why it is.
He understands why it is. Can you explain what that means? What? Go ahead.
Yes,
I'm listening.
he understands the motivations and why we do the things that we do up to this point.
He understands all motivations and all the reasons why we do what we do. Does he know that personally?
Yeah, he understands his creation.
Are you speaking in a what do you mean as an individual he knows, or are you speaking collectively? He knows what human beings will do. He knows that if he leaves an apple pie out, we're going to try to get a piece of it. Is that
generally speaking, he knows our character, the creation that we are. He knows what tempts us, what we fall for.
Okay, so this is speaking in a general sense. When it says his understanding is infinite. Right?
You heard me use the term, didn't you?
Okay. All right. So Isaiah 42. So we know God knows the past, according to William. He knows the past exhaustively, and he knows the future, or not the future. He knows the present exhaustively. Go to Isaiah 42, verse 9. I'm going to show you where omniscience comes from according to scripture, not Plato. Isaiah 42, 9.
Say please.
Please. And First Chronicles 28 talks about God searching all hearts. So not collectively, but all hearts individually. And the imaginations of all thoughts. First Chronicles.
I am the Lord. That is my name. I will not give my glory to another, nor my praise to graven images. Behold, the former things have come to pass. Now I declare new things. Before they spring forth, I proclaim to you.
So God is proclaiming what's going to happen before it happens. Do you have that ability? That's how he knows the future.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes,
He
I do.
knows the future because he already decreed it.
Yeah, I
That's
can
what
do it right
Isaiah
now. I can. Would you like to
42
see
is
me
saying.
do it? Would you like to
Okay?
see me do it?
So does God know
All
the
right. So,
future?
yeah, just like this right here. I've got this Coca-Cola. It's a
Right.
Coke Zero, if you want to be, textually correct. I'm going to drink it in the next couple hours. I'm
Okay.
positive of this,
You
and
don't-
I will
you-
enjoy it, and it will be
How
cold
do
and
you know
refreshing,
someone won't come
and then it
rob
will
you
make.
from that?
And I'm gonna add
How do
on
you-
conditionally if this happens, I'm also then going to have to pee.
This is sad. How do you know someone won't come in and rob you for that Coke? You don't know. All right. So
Oh, I'm
the
pretty
reason
sure.
why,
I'm
according to Isaiah,
positive.
all right. Well, we
Hey,
don't really care.
listen to me.
You're not
Listen to me, Jill.
positive because
No,
someone
Jill, you asked
Jill,
me a
come on,
question.
Jill.
You
Jill,
asked me a question.
Jill, come on. You gotta listen.
Wait, I
to
gotta
him, man.
answer his
Come on.
question, okay?
No,
Jill,
no,
I
yeah,
know
yeah,
that I have
I'm
the
getting them.
Jill, shut the fuck up and let me answer. I know that I have the power to protect my Coke. I have the ability to protect my Coke with fire if I need to. Not to mention I have gates and things around me that pretty much make it impossible, as far as I'm concerned, for anyone to take my Coke from me. Is that sufficient?
Those are good points, Jill. You gotta admit. Come on. All right, Jill. Unmute yourself. I hope you were listening. Do unto others, Do unto others. You got 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason. Come on.
What percentage do you know for sure that the Coke cannot be taken? Are you 100% sure the Coke cannot be taken because you have gates around your house?
Yeah, I
You're
got about 2 more
100%
ounces to go. And I know
Are
I'm
you
not at home, I'm at work.
100% sure? Are you going to answer my question? Are you 100%
Yes, I'm
sure?
100% sure.
You're 100%
I am
sure.
100% positive.
You're a liar. All men are liars.
No, watch. I'm actually going
You
to make my
cannot be
prediction come
100%
true right now.
sure unless
I'm
you
going to make
know
my Yes,
the
hold on.
future.
Let me show you. I'm going to make
Okay?
it happen right now.
Now, the Bible says that God knows the future
I'm all done, Jill.
because
It's done,
He
Jill.
declares things.
It's done. I'm omniscient.
It's done.
That's why He
I
can
speak
declare
the
things
truth.
that will
It's
happen.
When I
been
say it,
written.
it will happen. I have the
Hallelujah.
power to make it happen, Jill.
Now He has to
Amen.
make a
Thank
caricature
you,
of the text because He
Jesus.
can't answer Isaiah 42.
Praise
Thank you
William.
very much.
Are
Praise
you
the
not going to
William
acknowledge my
Freeman.
miracle?
That's where omniscience
Hallelujah.
comes from.
Acknowledge my miracle, Jill.
Acknowledge Isaiah 42:9 instead of
I'm
running.
obviously in possession of all knowledge of everything in the future.
Acknowledge Isaiah. You're not in knowledge of everything. Only your Coke,
bitch.
which I could have thwarted had I known you was going to drink it. God could have thwarted you drinking the Coke.
You didn't have my
But
knowledge, and your ways are not like
God
my
had it.
ways.
New things do I do declare. New things before they happen. I tell you them before they happen. The reason why He can do that is because He is the one that is
Go ahead,
decreeing.
self-soothe a little bit
Right?
more, Jill.
There is your omniscience. There is your omnipresence. This isn't Plato's idea. This comes from Scripture. Maybe Plato got it from Scripture. Another one is
This doesn't indicate exhaustive knowledge of the future.
No. So
You
you
put a
got
lot of trust in this book, I must say.
Isaiah 42:9 destroys your argument.
You put a lot of trust in this book. You must.
No, I really don't think it does.
Your Coke analogy falls apart. God is not saying He knows
Read it to me again, nice and slow,
what
okay?
He's going to do. God is
Not only
saying what
trust,
He
you
knows what
depend.
you're going to do. Can
You
you tell me what
depend
I'm going
so
to do
much
right
on
now?
this book.
You're
Can
going to
you tell me
bloviate,
when-
Jill. You're going to
Can you tell
bloviate
me-
like you always do,
No,
and then
what
you're
am
going
I
to
doing-
declare
what am I
victory.
gonna do with my
No, I'm
hands?
going to give you a prediction. I'm going to give you a prediction. You're going to
What am I
bloviate.
gonna-
You're going to declare some sort of victory, and then you're going to try and bring it up again and again to try and prove that you were
Go to
victorious. Let's see.
Chronicles 28. 1 Chronicles 28, verse 9. That's the next one.
Are we having fun yet?
Jojo. He can't tell me what I'm going to
No,
do with my Coke.
I'm done. You want scriptures?
He's-
You pop them up now, all right? And
All right.
do something. All right.
Okay.
All
Let
right.
me pull it up.
Gotta slow your ass down a little bit. All right. Pull up some scriptures.
Well, Jay's
Scripture
been
battles.
Jay's been very cool too. So
You got
thank
some
you, Jay.
scripture. Yeah, it'd be cool. You got some. He's
Yeah,
or
let
he's
me pull
doing
it up.
patrol or smoking a joint. William, you
He
got
can
some
tell me what
scriptures
he's
you
gonna
need to. You're gonna pop up here. You're gonna bring out the sword.
No, not at all. I'm good, man.
Oh,
got
wait.
no
I forgot
Bible.
that. Oh, man. I forgot to vet you before you came in here, Jill. Jill, did you come in here filled with the Holy Spirit?
Of course. Always.
You Always. You're always filled with the Holy Spirit.
Oh, yes. Yeah, that's a
Overflowing
continuous.
and abundant with joy.
Oh, yes. Joy is the fruit of the Spirit.
Jay
Amen.
predicted that
All
you would
right.
say that, I believe.
Okay. Hey, he's a prophet. Jay the prophet. So I'll be listening and looking for those fruits.
So did you figure out, did he know that where Adam and Eve were, or did he just say that for no reason?
Well, we say that it was a test. It was testing Adam. He wanted to see if Adam was going to lie. It's like your mama when she
Who is
says,
the narrator of that
"Were you
story, Jill?
Mama
were
jokes.
you outside today?" Knowing that you were outside today to see if you were going to lie to her, and if you lie, you dare lie to a black mama. That was
Well,
the
wasn't
end.
it the serpent?
Jill, who is the Jill? Who is the
It's a test.
narrator in the Adam and Eve tale?
Who's the narrator? Why is that irrelevant? Why don't you tell us if it's so relevant? And make your
Well,
point.
because you accept it as the truth, right? So you know who wrote it. You know who's speaking in that tale,
Whether you
right?
believe it is irrelevant to the fact of what it says. So I just
I'm
refuted you on
asking
what
you
it
who the
says.
narrator is.
Now
This
you
is
want to
part of
jump
understanding the script, isn't it?
now you want to jump to, well, we don't know who wrote it. Well, regardless of who wrote it, you don't know what it says, but now you do. So
Yeah,
the
I know
omni
what it says.
Yeah, you know what it
I
says
know what it
now.
says. Jill, you're dodging. I'm asking
Finally.
you who the narrator of the tale is.
No one ever taught you that. That's a shame. Doesn't
Still
matter who the
waiting.
narrator is. Doesn't matter.
But I asked you, and you seem to have all this knowledge. Who's the
You know
narrator?
you know who the narrator is. Why don't you tell us?
Oh, I think it was Moses is the one that's retelling it in Genesis.
Okay.
Did Moses witness any of this?
We believe that Moses was given this by God, this vision or these concepts he was taught by God.
So it was just a concept.
Moved by
Adam and
the
Eve
Holy
is a
Spirit.
concept.
What do you mean? No, we're talking about the teachings about the earth and the creation
No,
story.
Moses was the writer of the Genesis account. Do you agree?
Not all of the Genesis. Oh, Genesis. Yeah. Not
And he
all of
wasn't there
the.
to witness it, so I asked you how he knew.
What do you mean he wasn't there to witness it? Prophets are not there to witness what they are taught by the Holy Spirit, and these are things that are happening in the future. So
You
what do you
mentioned
mean?
concepts. So I think that's probably right. The concept is there in the tale.
Okay.
No, but it's done as an omniscient third person.
Okay.
Because that's how it's narrated.
Yeah, that's fine. That was the style of writing back then.
It's not narrated by anyone in the story.
Right. It's not, Gio. It's not narrated. It's a recounting of a tale. It's maybe a vision, even. It would have to be a vision, wouldn't it?
Well, if you're talking about, it depends on what you're referring to. If you're referring to Genesis.
How did Moses receive the information that he included about Adam and Eve in the Genesis tale?
It's the Paradise
It
Lost.
depends on which part of Genesis you're referring to.
The Paradise Lost narrative.
The part about Adam and Eve.
Because
Adam and Eve, is that the first and second chapter? Or chapter
You
3?
remember when there was only supposedly 2 people on the planet?
Okay.
Yeah. So how did Moses learn about this information?
How did he learn about the information? Probably passed down to him through oral culture. But when you're referring to the
not
creation,
through God, then?
When we're referring to the creation, we do believe that was probably some sort of, well, I think one pastor put it this way. He believes that God took Moses and showed him the creation as he was doing it. So I wouldn't have a problem with that.
Oh, so it was a vision.
Could have been. That's just one theory.
I'm just saying there's a lot of visions in the Bible to the prophets, the people that receive these, that sound like gibberish unless they're compared to other things. So without the other context, it's hard to know what actually happened.
It's hard to know what actually happened. Well, it's not hard to know what was actually written, as I just demonstrated.
I get that, but then I asked you, where did Moses get the information from? And you said oral tradition.
Probably, yes, through oral tradition passed down from generation to generation throughout the years, throughout the traditions and the genealogies. You can read about the genealogies. Moses, Noah.
All right. Okay, but what you're suggesting now is that it's oral tradition and not inspired when we talk about Adam and Eve.
No, just because it's oral tradition doesn't mean it's not inspired. You're
okay. So I asked you how Moses got the information. Listen to what I'm asking you. Okay, this is I'll make it
matter
clear.
how Moses got the information.
It
has the
does
information.
absolutely matter.
To
How
you,
do
it
you not
matters
get?
because you don't want to. You
Well,
don't
no,
want to
the
read
narrator,
the text
the
for what it
narrator,
says.
but the narrator
So you
doesn't.
have to question its reliability.
Yeah, but the narrator of that story doesn't offer any interpretation of the text. He's just reading it verbatim.
He doesn't offer any interpretation.
No, so we have to take it at face value because it's being narrated by someone outside the text. It's some third person supernatural thing is reading the
Yeah, because
text.
with only two people,
that
who's
was the style
observing
of
it,
writing.
right?
That was just a style of writing back then.
Yeah, there's only.
People still write that way today.
Yeah, I know,
Yeah,
but
I know.
that's what we're saying. That's what
I can't remember the technical term, but that's just, it was a style of writing.
it's called.
Back in the ancient Near East.
Omniscient third person. That's the way it was written. That's what it's called.
Okay, so Jill, I gotta thank you, Gio. That's a very good observation about the omniscient third party. But Jill, my question is, how did Moses get the information that he
I've already answered
included
that
in
question through oral tradition.
So he did not have a vision, in your opinion. He did not have
In
a vision
some
of these.
instances, he might have. In some revelations, he might have. Some people believe that the revelation, as far as the creation story, could have been something he got revealed to him supernaturally. That's just
How
one
much
theory.
of what he wrote is an oral tradition, and how much was revealed?
It doesn't matter. Why is that
It
relevant?
absolutely matters.
To you,
Sure
it
that
matters
matters.
because you deny what the text says. So
Never
because
heard
you
of the
don't like
game
what
of
the text says,
telephone line? Never heard of telephone line?
the telephone line doesn't work
The
with
telephone
the transmission
game.
of the Bible.
It does work with oral tradition. It absolutely has to.
Oral
That's what
tradition
it
is
illustrates.
not a human being.
Transmission of the text.
Fallible humans. Fallible human beings.
They took the oral culture very seriously back then. So if you play
Humans are
telephone,
they're fallible though.
if you play telephone game with someone in the ancient Near
Very
East, they're
fallible.
not going to get the story wrong because that was part of their
Fallible.
culture. In our
Jill,
culture
even
today,
Jill,
in
even
fact,
you,
some scholars.
Jill, even
don't
you,
compare them
filled
to
with the
me.
Holy Spirit. You filled with the Holy
Anachronism.
Spirit. People will forget what you said the next day, or they'll repeat it the
Don't
wrong
compare
way,
the
right?
ancient Brojo.
You
You're
know
making
what
the
I'm
mistake of
saying?
anachronistic, what's called an anachronistic fallacy.
Amount of humans
You can't
kill
compare
me.
me.
They're
You can't compare
fallible,
me
man.
to someone. Hold on.
They're not
You can't
fallible.
compare me. You can't
They're
compare
less
me
fallible back then.
to someone. As far as this tradition is concerned, yes, because that was their tradition.
Well,
Their tradition.
their
In fact,
tradition.
I
Who
can
told you
cite
that?
scholars. Hold on, relax. I can cite scholars
told you
that
that?
will tell you that the oral tradition that they held was more accurate than some of the written traditions that came
I should believe scholars. Why?
because they actually researched these cultures, which you haven't. You're trying to compare these cultures to people today, which is an anachronistic
Have
fallacy.
you read the scholars that don't agree with you that done the research?
Oh, Dr. Josh? Yeah, sure. I've debated him
I don't know. Just pick any
and
scholar. I'm
crushed him.
sure you know.
Bart Ehrman or somebody. I don't.
Yeah,
Crushed
Bart Ehrman. Have you?
Bart
Have you
Ehrman, what does
debated
Bart
him?
Ehrman teach? I agree with a lot of what Bart Ehrman says.
Right.
He's very he does teach that there are more errors in the Bible than words. I agree with Bart Ehrman. But what he's not telling
So
you is
you
that
have
those
100% confidence in word of mouth.
I have 100% confidence in word. I have more confidence in their word of mouth than yours or to people
How much
today because we
confidence
don't
from
practice that.
1 to 100 do you have in the oral tradition? I mean, when you say oral tradition, how many steps are we going till we get to the writings that were like what
The
1500
Since the
BC?
beginning, since there were two people apparently.
1500 BC is like probably some of the first writings we have. Like the Hebrew writings. So how many
To
steps
6000
before that?
BC.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. So how many steps? How
Yeah.
many people? How many oral traditions? How many steps
the
did
the
the thing?
the neat thing about the text, if you actually study the Torah, you talk to some Jewish who practices or who studies the oral Torah, they'll tell you that the way the text is written, it is written towards your memory. So you can memorize all of Genesis based on how it was structured. Basically,
Now,
there are
now are
10
these?
generations before the flood and 10
Uh-huh.
generations after the flood. So
I,
obviously, the author is trying to write it in a way what's called a mnemonic. He's writing
you're
so the
referring
text was written
to
in a way.
scholars, though. Are these rabbis? You're saying rabbis? This is where you're
The
getting your info from
biblical
rabbis?
scholars, rabbis, yes, they're called
Biblical
mnemonics.
scholars,
In fact, they're the best way to teach today. I can tell
rabbis,
you.
rabbis. Do you how much trust do you put in the rabbis?
I put my trust in those who have studied in this area. Sure. How much trust? The same trust you
How
put
much
in evolutionists.
No, I
Same
mean, how much
confidence you put in
confidence do you have
evolutionists.
in the rabbis'
The same confidence you put in evolution.
interpretation that
Same
the oral
confidence.
that the
The
You
oral
same
can
amount of
say it over and
confidence.
tradition?
over, Jill, but it's not irrelevant to
And I'm
the
going to answer the
conversation.
question the same way. The same
No,
amount of confidence you put in.
I'm asking you to give me a number from 1 to 100. How much confidence do you
I don't
rely
have a
on the
number for you.
rabbinical? The
I don't have a number for you.
rabbinical? Why not?
I don't. I just don't. Do you have a number for the trust you put in evolutionists? Do you
Yes,
have a
I do.
number? What's that?
Sure. If I give you, would you give me a number?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, and trust and evolutionary that they're pretty much accurate in their
Yeah.
findings scientifically.
Mhm.
I mean, what's coming to my mind around about 76%.
Okay, I'd say 99.
You have 99% confidence in the rabbi's interpretations or understanding
Not an
that
interpretation.
of
Tell
the
him about
oral.
your dragon.
It
Hold
wasn't
on
an
about
interpretation. Now you're moving the
the oral
goalposts.
traditions. Oral traditions. Do
Those
you
are
have
not
the?
interpretations. Those are just people passing down the stories. They're not interpreting or reinterpreting. You can assume legendary corruption, but you have to prove it.
I want to know how much you trust the
I just
rabbis that
told you
you said.
99%. 99.
So you trust the rabbis 99%.
Well, it's not about
Now,
being a rabbi. It has nothing to do with being a rabbi.
you
Those people
mentioned
who passed
rabbi.
down the tradition weren't rabbis.
Dude,
They
you
just passed
remember
it down
you
from generation to generation.
for fuck's sake, you said scholars and rabbis.
Scholars and rabbis, yes.
Right. You
But they
relied
weren't the
on
ones
their
passing it down.
am I not the only one?
They're
All
just
right.
telling you
Hold on.
about the oral tradition. They're not the ones that actually passed it down.
I'm asking why do you believe the oral tradition to be accurate?
I don't have any reason not to believe it. If you show me any evidence that will show that or demonstrate
I'm
that
not
the oral tradition
yeah,
was
I just
wrong,
told you the game telephone line. Oral
that's not
tradition, yeah.
evidence. That's evidence of a game that you can play in America. That's not evidence that
Word of
they
mouth,
played that game in
hearsay.
the ancient Near East.
Are you going to tell me over? All right, let me ask you this: how long ago did Adam and Eve happen? About how long
I
ago
have
was Adam and Eve?
no idea. The text doesn't care to tell us.
How old is the earth? How old? You don't know how? Oh,
Text
okay.
doesn't care.
Noah. How long ago was Noah? The
I
text
don't
does
know.
tell you. The text does tell you. You know it does.
No, it doesn't.
Oh,
Not the way it's structured. It's structured in a way that you can remember the facts. That's how the
how long
Bible is
ago?
written.
How long ago did
The
Moses
Bible is
live?
not concerned about what you want the
How
age
long
of the
ago
earth
did
to be
Moses live?
in 2021 or 22.
How
Okay?
long ago did
It's written
Moses
in a
live?
way, if you just understand this, just
How
grasp
long?
this, Brojo. It's
No,
not written.
no. I feel my blood pressure going up inside. I could feel the anxiety building. I'm like,
Yeah.
it's like I feel like, oh, just like throwing water on top of me. I'm like, come on, dude. Like, blah, blah, blah. All right,
Play
so
the
here's what I'm.
station. Play the Ronin ID, the station ID.
See, the thing is, I'm trying to get like, how much is he? I mean, why do you trust the? You say oral tradition brought you the Torah, right? That's the question William Pring bringing up here, right? Like, how you know how accurate the Torah is? What's going on? I mean, so he's saying oral tradition, but over how many years? How many passings of one mouth to another did it go? For how long of a time span? And you're going to tell me if it's just oral tradition, nothing written down, that they were accurate time after time? Say it was 100 accurate time? That's just not probabilistically. That is just a problem. The odds. The odds are just. And so, because I think Jill knows where I was going. When I'm asking him, because he says he relied on the research and the education of scholars and rabbis, right? That there was oral tradition and it was accurate, blah, blah, blah. But I bet that if I brought up something and I said, well, Jill, the rabbis here, they don't think your Jesus is the Messiah. And they got every reason, blah, 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 blah. And, you go Tovi Singer, he'll go down. Isaiah 50, he'll tell you every reason they have that Jesus is not the Messiah. Might be a great man, good prophet, right? Because if it was the case, most Jews, I think, would be Christians. But they're not. Because they're understanding. Rabbinical understanding. Many rabbis. Understanding is that Christianity, Jesus is not the Messiah. That's where you're going to come in problem. So, I don't know. Is it a foul? I don't know. Authority? I don't know.
I'm not sure, bro, Joe. I don't know what to tell you.
You talking to me or Jill? I thought you were talking to Jill.
Yeah, I'm talking to Jill. I just want to know before I bring him back in, and if you wanted to say anything, I thank you for letting me have that all out.
Is Jay still here? Jay, you still here?
Jay's listening. William, no. Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
All right. All right.
I'm still here. I just put myself on mute because I was put backstage with a lot of other people, and holy shit, there's a mouse getting into that garbage. No shit. Anyway.
Thank you, Joe. No, William. All right. Before I bring him in, address.
I'm all good.
I don't. No, it's fine. Bring him in.
All right. And Ironic's here. Welcome back, and welcome back to the 420 Christmas party. Oh, did we miss 420? Maybe we should get a little break too. Little smoke here. Yeah, let's do that. Yeah. Cheers. You like the
Smoke weed every day. Smoke weed every day.
Cheers, guys. Oh, you guys out there on patrol, stay warm, man. Stay warm. All right.
I'm doing so, bro, Joe. But man, it's so cold here in California where I live because it's 45 degrees, man. It is so cold here in California. 45 degrees. Just, I'm looking at these assholes, just feeling so sorry for them wearing their parkas. And I'm just like sitting there going, "Oh, I'm so sorry for you. You just so cold."
45.
And I
You are
just remember,
suffering.
just the suffering, like 45 degrees. Oh, I hate you, Jay. So cold. So cold.
We thank you for your service, man. I don't know how you do it. Man, that's tough. That's rough.
No.
Damn, 45 degrees.
Bear in mind, I do remember my times being at Fort Drum, New York. And I can tell you right now that these people here in California are fucking pussies. Pussies. Straight up pussies.
I can vouch for that. I've been in Fort Drum
Pussies.
in the winter. I've been at Fort Drum in the winter, and it's an asshole.
No shit. It's fucking cold. It's your ball sweat will freeze your testicles to the side of your leg. It's that fucking cold. even wearing Tinselate. It's fucking hilarious. And then you come out here to California and you're walking around and people have like 3 layers of freaking warm gear on. Like, oh, it's so cold. And like, it's 45 and there's no wind chill. What's wrong with you?
45.
That's nothing.
Bitches.
Oh, I had that happen when my wife and I lived in North Carolina. We went to a Walmart, and as we're walking into the Walmart, it's like 67 degrees that day. There's a nice cool breeze, sunny day, perfect weather. And my wife and I are just walking into this Walmart, and this woman comes out, and she's wearing like a full-length insulated parka, and she goes, "Oh, it's so cold." And I'm like, "Bitch, you ain't fucking felt cold ever."
Rose, she's cold, huh? I don't know.
When you spend 16 hours in negative 65-degree weather, that's with the wind chill, then you know what cold is. Yeah, baby.
Pussies.
And I felt it.
I can remember the times. The times that Fort Drum was sitting on the bus just waiting to night fire. Waiting to night fire on a fucking bus.
It's called waiting to die.
It's like, what the fuck, man?
Every exercise is like, is this when I die? Is this when I get relief? Is this when this torture stops?
Oh, I'm back.
I couldn't wait to get in the tank, though. At least there's a heater in the fucking tank.
Not all of them. Some of them were broke down because they didn't PMCS them properly. Or they didn't get a work order in on time.
I never.
Where is this fort? Where is this fort?
Fort Drum, upstate New York.
Oh, upstate New York. Yeah, I get pretty close.
It's way up there. It's north. It's like an hour and a half north of Syracuse. So if you like look at a map of New York, it's like an hour and a half north of Syracuse. It's right there in Watertown. It's 20 minutes from. It's 20 minutes from the border of Canada. It's fucking cold up there.
Yeah,
it's pretty cold. Yeah.
Fucking Buffalo up there, and oh man.
Well, Buffalo's 2 hours away from Fort Drum, so that should probably give you an idea.
Yeah.
Yeah. Buffalo is like the tropics for people from Fort Drum. Like, Buffalo, we're going to Buffalo? The snow actually melts in Buffalo. This is great.
Melts in Buffalo.
Like, you'll actually see guys from
lives up there.
You'll see guys from Fort Drum like shedding a tear. We're going to go south. We're going to go south. I'm like, yeah, we're going to Buffalo. We're going south.
Okay, I see where you went.
Yeah, Fort Drum is way up there, man. It's the
Watertown, all the way up, yeah.
Yep.
Damn, close to Vermont.
Yep, Lake Effect snow. It's the home of the 10th Mountain, man. That's the trick.
Yeah, it's a real nasty place.
I've been to Montreal, but not in the winter.
I've been to Ottawa in the winter, and I can tell you, it's a fun town.
In the winter.
Actually,
summers, I spent a week up in Montreal. That was great.
Actually, Justin Bieber and I think Avril Lavigne are from Canadian towns just north of Fort Drum. I know Avril Lavigne is. I think Avril Lavigne is from Brockville, I think. I think she's from Brockville.
Really?
Which is right across. Yeah, it's right across the border from Fort Drum, or that side of just on the other side of New York.
That's close to Watertown.
Any chance she could go back?
What?
I'm just messing up.
Do you want me to go back?
No, is there any chance she could go back?
That she could go back, or me go back?
You were talking about Avril Lavigne, right? Avril Lavigne.
Yeah, Avril Lavigne. Yeah.
You just shut your mouth, Irenic. She's great.
She's fine. You want her to go back to Fort Drum? You know who else is actually from Watertown, New York? Viggo Mortensen.
Who's that?
Oh, the Lord of the Rings guy.
Yeah. Viggo Mortensen was born. Well, he wasn't raised in Watertown, New York, but he was born in Watertown, New York.
Oh.
Yep. He was a local star.
He played one of the hobbits.
He played Aragorn. Strider.
Strider.
In the Lord of the Rings. Yeah.
All right. Oh, that came out nice.
Oh. Why is Jill so quiet? Did y'all tweak his nipples while I was gone or something?
I don't know.
Oh no, bro, Joe kicked me, so I guess he didn't want to talk anymore about the oral tradition. But I had some resources for him.
He's tired of your Negro talk.
Yeah. He seems to think we're like the ancient Near East.
Wait a minute. What did I miss while it's gone? What do you mean about the oral tradition? Was Jill arguing the veracity of anecdotal claims?
Yep. You didn't
Indeed.
that, did you, Jill?
I have some resources for you.
Did you hear a word I said, Jill?
Yeah, you were complaining about the oral tradition, how it's not reliable because people today can't do the telephone game, and so I just found some resources that might help to understand that the ancient Near East was a lot different,
So humanity was different.
They were smarter, huh?
Oh, okay.
No, they just practiced certain things that we don't practice today. That's all. They weren't smarter.
We do anecdotal. We do oral histories all the time.
We don't do oral history. We don't memorize oral histories. We don't memorize encyclopedias. They did, basically.
Memorize.
They had more. That's all they had to do. They didn't have video games.
Memorize encyclopedias.
Right now.
Yeah. Wait, they had encyclopedias, Jill?
Walking encyclopedias. Yes.
It's an agrarian. In agrarian society where the livelihood of people rested on them actually producing goods and then trading those goods for money and food and other things, they didn't have any other time but to memorize encyclopedias.
At the end of the day, everybody gather at the front gates, and the elders would spew out their stories and that kind of thing.
I mean, this guy's never watched Cowboys and Indians.
Right, but you said they memorized encyclopedias, which obviously don't exist.
Yes, the
So how many generations of oral traditions before it was written down? I want to know.
I don't know. I'll have to look that up.
It depends on whether you believe that Adam lived 900 something years, because if that's the case, that skips over generations because you're getting it directly from the source.
Oh, Moses spoke to Adam. That'd be great.
No, but Enoch spoke to Adam. Noah probably by that understanding, Noah was probably alive when Adam was.
Some of these dudes probably died in the flood.
Adam and Noah having a conversation. That'd be great.
I mean, but you could look at the years given. I'm not saying that those are accurate, but based on what it says,
Adam and Moses, not Adam and Noah. Who's saying that Moses would have been alive during Adam?
Nobody.
Okay.
Nobody. Yeah. Only if Adam
it would just
lived
be less removed than
Noah.
It would be less removed than a standard generation that we have at 70 years. Is what I'm saying.
Here's what an anthropologist, an actual expert in this field, says.
Anthropologist, what's his name?
Patrick Pender Cunliffe. Patrick Pender Cunliffe. He says he argues. I'll say.
Can you spell that? Can you spell that? Wait, I'm trying.
Patrick Pender, Pender -CUDLIP. He argues oral traditions typically have as much concern to receive and render precise, accurate, and authentic accounts of the past as do modern historians. That's how strong the oral tradition was in ancient times. We just don't understand it today because we have Facebook and Twitter and YouTube.
Wait a minute. Are you saying that propositions, Jill, are you saying that propositions had more weight in ancient Near East times than propositions do today?
No, their tradition, their tradition,
No,
their historical tradition.
No. You're talking about an oral tradition in which people propose.
We're talking about passing down history.
No. You're not listening to me. You're not listening to me.
Because you're moving to something else.
I did not move anything. You're talking.
Okay, then you answer yourself then.
How did I answer myself?
No, you'll
Wait,
answer
Jay,
yourself.
go ahead. Jill, shut up. Let Jay, please.
Okay.
We just take turns. Jill.
So what you're talking about is an oral tradition is instead of written propositions or let's say contemporaneous records that are written down, you're talking about oral propositions where instead of things being written down, things were passed on by oral. So it was basically a way of saying, like, this is something that happened in states of affairs, and then people going, yep, I get that, and agreeing to that. That's a way of what you were basically saying is that oral propositions back in the ancient Near East times had more weight than they do today. And I would like you to demonstrate exactly how
I never argued
propositions.
that. So if someone wants to ask me something that I actually argued, or that the actual expert,
I didn't know.
No, you did argue that.
Let me
You
read,
did
let me
say
read
that.
what the anthropologist says. Let me read
You
what he
justified
says
what
again.
you said when you made the claim.
Let me
Jay's
read
just
it again.
calling you to task.
Can I read
would
it again?
suggest-
Because obviously Jay missed it. Can I just read this again really quickly?
Well, hold on. I would suggest that possibly it's a lack of writing skills that leads to the oral tradition.
Yeah, but that doesn't necessarily lead to the veracity of the claims, since these are
let me
all
read
simply
what the anthropologist
orally
says.
passed down propositions.
Listen,
You just
okay,
brought
let me
up
read it again.
veracity for the first time, Jay.
He argues that the oral traditions, the oral traditions, typically have as much authenticity or concern, if you're talking about having a concern about authenticity, the same amount of concern as do modern historians. So if you question the oral history, you would have to question the modern historian.
Wait a minute. As do modern
same way.
historians. Wait, the oral tradition has the same Are you saying that
That's what he's arguing? Yes.
That claim,
just as much.
That statement doesn't make any sense because I don't know what he's comparing it to, other than
He's
are
talking about
historians making claims? Or
as far as modern historians,
talking about
modern
oral
historians use
tradition
written
and
traditions.
He's talking about their mood, their method.
It means it's all secondhand knowledge, and it can't be confirmed
All he's
by
talking
anyone.
about, he seems to me,
I'm
he's
just
talking
wondering,
about the motivations of.
either way, we're still dealing with
motivations.
Either way, we're still dealing with a propositional. We're still dealing with a propositional sense of communicating states of affairs from one group to another, right? So this idea that, like, that's why I asked the question was: is there some greater veracity? And when I say veracity, it means a level of truth to propositions being stated by individuals in ancient Near East verbally, as versus today. That's my question.
We're not talking about whether or not the story itself is true. We're concerned about whether the story is the same as it's being passed down.
Jill,
that's what we mean by veracity.
You're talking.
We don't mean that the
Jill's
story
talking
is
about
true or not.
faithfully transmitted ideas.
No, I don't care about ironic.
Then that's what we're referring to.
Ironic.
That's what we
I'm not talking about faithfully. I'm talking about actual veracity.
Faithfully carrying down means it's accurate.
You don't know what veracity
accurate.
means.
That's what it means.
Veracity means truth.
No, it's not when it comes to textual criticism.
Veracity means
not
truth.
When it comes to textual criticism, it means if I write a story that's patently false and I pass it down to Iranic, and he passes
then
it
it's
down.
not. Then it's not veracious.
It has to match, even though a story is false.
Then
It's
that
the veracity.
means that the veracity of something.
The text, sir.
No, that's not how veracity works.
Veracity doesn't depend on oral.
Oh wow, you guys are so bad.
In the sense of a textual critic,
you guys are so bad. What makes a proposition true?
We're not talking about whether the proposition is true or false. That's a red herring. We're talking about whether or not ABC came back at the end of the line.
You just gave a proposition to demonstrate the veracity of other propositions.
Not whether or not ABC is true or false.
Jill, stop!
Hey, Jill,
wow.
Just shut up and let Jay make a fool of himself here. He's making
let him continue.
I don't know what he's trying to say. It sounds ridiculous.
No, Jay has a solid point. He's asking.
Okay.
He's asking a very legitimate question.
The point. Spell out the argument as you understand it, William. Go ahead.
Oh, you want me to make his? Okay.
Wait, stop. Wait,
I can do it.
Wait. Will, hold on. Hold on. Before Will tries to basically jump, I was not giving an argument. I was asking a question. So this was not an argument on my point. It was a question. But if Will agrees with my question and where that possible question can go, please, Will, continue.
Yeah, you were just talking about the veracity of the claims and the difference between oral tradition being passed down and us being able to even fact check that or whatever, as opposed to modern historians and the way that we do things now that we have books and shit like that. And even then.
Yeah, and it goes deep. Yeah, and it goes deeper than that because it goes to whether or not there's any truth to this in any way, shape, or form, in any way that we can actually match these propositions to actual examples of things that we actually experience in states of affairs. So yeah, Will understood it 100%. So Irenic and Jill get a B- in this class.
Yeah, we understand it's a red herring, so it's no need to address it. That's not what we were arguing.
It's a question. It's a question. It's a question. It can't be a red herring if it's a question,
It's a question that's irrelevant to the subject. The subject is the veracity of the text. Is when you're talking about the telephone game, is ABC at the front of the line? Is it ABC when we get to the back of the line? Whether or not ABC is factual or not is irrelevant.
A written text is still a written form of propositionalism versus an oral proposition.
And one that is copied
text,
and one that is copied.
We want it to be accurate, word for word.
Irenic, do you want Jill to argue for Jill, or do you want Jill to argue for Jill?
I don't know what you're missing here, Jay.
I'm not having a conversation with you, dipshit.
Well, I'm just trying to understand where you're coming from. And
open your eyes, and then you'll realize who's talking to one another on the live stream. You'll see the flashing lights of who's actually talking.
I don't.
All right, Jill. Jill, who do you? 5, 4, 3. Jill, who do you want to address?
I think I already addressed it. I cited. I could cite another linguist, another oral expert, if you will, Joseph Miller.
How does that make the information true?
Oral historians are no less conscious of the past than are historians in literate cultures.
All right, hold on, Jill. Hold on.
No less conscious of the past.
Hold on. It sounds like William. I'm going to let William respond to you. So let William and Jill have a couple minutes back and forth. Go ahead, guys. Go at it. Ding, ding, ding.
Are you arguing that the information passed on in the oral tradition is true and accurate in every way?
Is true and accurate in every way.
That's correct.
We have faith
inspired.
That we believe that, yes, we believe that what is passed down is true and accurate. Yes.
Now, would that be a miracle?
Would that be the preservation of the text? Yes.
Is God superintending this preservation?
Jill is who I'm. Okay, Jill is who I'm
preservation of the
talking
text
to.
is a miracle. It is one of the proofs that this is the word of God, that it's divinely inspired rather than human in origin, that it has survived.
God makes that claim that it's all the way back. These oral traditions are true.
Yes, Jesus does.
Jesus makes the claim.
Yes, he validates the historical stories in the Old Testament, including Noah.
So at some point,
Noah as a historical person, yes.
The origin of all this discussion was you asking the question about God walking in the garden and asking a very specific thing that was a rhetorical question. So what you're saying is that at some point in there, Jesus confirms that all of that is true, that the oral traditions where God speaks out loud and looks for them, that all of that's true, or does it just mention the tale?
Of course, Jesus believed that all of the stories that are told are historical. Are they interlaced with Hebrew idiom? Of course. But Hebrew idiom does not disqualify, or interlacing of Hebrew idiom does not disqualify the historicity of the story. I can write a historical narrative using poetry about today's events.
Okay, so the events that happened in the garden where there were two people, were not witnessed by anyone. The story comes when Moses writes it down. I mean, long
The story
time
would have
after,
been passed down
thousands
to
of
Adam's. The story would have been passed down to Adam's children, and then Adam's children, and possibly Moses could have
Jill.
also received divine revelation.
Okay, that's what we're getting to. So when Moses pins it down, this is in your opinion, a divine check from God, like a reminder that remember that story. It's all true. The entire the oral tradition, that's true. Is that kind of like where there's the miracle of it being preserved is because God told Moses?
I thought these were passed mouth to
I'm
mouth
not.
from Adam.
I think you're grasping for straws, William.
No, I'm not. We're talking about a book written when there were only two, supposedly written about a time when there were only two
this is
people there
not-
and no one to confirm it.
Will is not bringing up anything controversial. Will is actually bringing up a pretty decent line of reasoning.
When my mother and father had me, there was me and my mother and my father, and my brother came later. So I don't. They pass down the information to us. We're going to pass it down to our children.
Yeah.
And Jill, if you told me a story, an anecdotal story, Jill, if you told me an anecdotal story about your
I
third
don't know what that
Christmas,
means, an anecdotal story. What does that even mean?
it would. I'm going to explain it to you. If you told me about a Christmas that you had with your mom and dad when you were 8 years old, and that your dad said this and that, and you three were the only ones there, I would have to take what you said about that on faith, right?
Your parents, you have to take what your parents tell you. Yes.
No, I'm not talking about. No, that's
Adam
not
and
what I'm saying.
Eve.
I'm talking about a
your
report from
analogy
you.
doesn't work. Let me tell you
No,
why.
because you
Your
don't
analogy
understand it.
doesn't work.
You're not listening.
Your analogy
Okay,
doesn't work.
If
because
you
we're
were to
talking-
tell me, if
Can I
Jill was to
respond?
tell me a story,
Can I respond to
okay,
your
you
analogy, please? I
you don't
heard your
understand
analogy.
it. How
Let me
can
tell
you
why it doesn't
respond?
make
You're
sense.
talking about your parents.
Can I respond and tell you why it doesn't make sense to me? Because Adam and Eve were mother and father to who they passed it down to. You mentioned a stranger coming into a family of three people.
I don't
said
know
Adam
anything
and
about your
Eve
dad.
passed down the story to their children, and then their children passed it down
No, Jill.
to their children.
No, Jill.
Not
Jill.
some stranger
Jill.
coming in and saying, "Hey, what happened?"
Jill.
Jill, you didn't
Jill,
understand his question.
May I pipe in? May I pipe in real quick, or no?
Jill, in the case
No,
where
please
nobody
do, Jay.
witnesses your family event, when you tell
Well,
them
I
a
need
story
some
about
time
your
to actually
family
talk
event,
without ironic
how can
yelling
you
with the
trust that
eyes.
except by just taking
Adam
your
and
word
Eve
at
would have
faith?
witnessed
Let
the
me.
story
May I repeat my question?
and then pass it down to their children.
May I repeat?
Hold on, Jill. Hold on, Jill. Go ahead, Jay.
Okay. My question was whether or not there was a certain level of veracity for oral tradition that seemed to be of a greater extent during this particular time in history as compared to any other time in history. So anytime you're dealing with propositions, you're dealing with human beings making statements about things within states of affairs, right? So even when we write things down contemporaneously, these are still written down propositions, right? They're all propositions, right? We found a way to communicate things to one another about states of affairs. But what you seem to be talking about, Jill, and maybe I'm wrong here, and that's why I asked the question, is whether or not oral tradition, this ability this oral transmission of propositions from one person to the next and one person to the next and so on, basically this game of telephone, had more veracity involved than any other time in history. That was my question. William actually understood what my question entailed. You took it in an entirely different way.
Jay,
Well,
right?
you took the conversation in a totally different way. We weren't talking about that type of veracity. We were just talking about whether or not what Moses
type
had.
of veracity
We were just
is
talking
there?
about whether or not what Moses had was what Adam and Eve had and passed down.
What-
That's it. Whether or not you believe it's true or not is irrelevant.
That's where you're screwing it up. That's where you're screwing it up. Whether or
According
not I
to
believe,
all
whether or not I
historians,
believe it or not.
they were no less conscious of the past than historians
No.
in literate cultures.
It's a ridiculous
according
question.
to experts.
Ironic, we get your opinion on it. Let us talk about the ridiculous
why
thing.
is it ridiculous? Why do I think it's ridiculous?
It doesn't matter why you think it's ridiculous.
Well, I'd
We're
like
not
to show
talking to
why
you.
it is ridiculous. If I had a minute, I could explain it. Because he's talking about his question is oral tradition being passed down? Is that more truthful than recorded history? Why in the fuck should you think there's a difference?
Well, that's why I was asking him, because he seemed to be
No, that's why it's a
implying.
ridiculous question. You're assuming there's a difference.
Ironic. You need to calm down.
No, I'm saying
It's a nothing burger question. One of many.
Assumes there's a difference.
No,
Santa, could you give me a count for Christmas of maybe a 5 count?
They believe that there is a massive difference, but scholars are saying no, there really is.
He lost the point a long time ago.
No, you have no point.
It's not his fault. He came in late.
I'm going back to William.
No, Ironic.
Very good, William.
Recorded history being passed down truthfully. Why should there be a difference? Please explain why there should be a difference.
One. Go ahead, William.
I didn't say that there was.
If that's the case, then explain how.
William, 30 seconds. William, go ahead. Sorry.
Jay, we were talking about this before. I'm just gonna. It doesn't matter. They're both listening. The point is, Ironic came in late on the conversation because this was going on before he got here, so he's not caught up. And this discussion was kind of like going on. So I mean, that's all I'm saying is it's not Ironic's fault, but let us talk to Jill about what he said, okay?
Ironic is spot on. Ironic answered for me.
Is the oral tradition not more truthful? He used that more truthful.
I didn't say more truthful. I didn't say that.
You said the equivalent.
I didn't say.
You said the equivalent. Veracity.
No, Ironic, just let. He's trying to get a qualification from what Jill said, and you're just stomping all over what he's trying to clarify.
I've already answered him. It's a nothing burger. It means
no. That's the thing. We haven't even got you to understand the question yet. That's what we're trying to do. And
I understood the question. I answered it, and Ironic just answered.
No, you didn't.
It.
No, you didn't answer. Well,
there is no difference. Historians say there's no difference.
And that was even in the quote.
Can we do a do-over of the whole fucking conversation?
I want to do over. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Who had the? What's the original question?
The original question was based on something about oral traditions being. My question is based on the conversation. Hold on.
That was the quote. Was equally.
I want the question. Who had the original question? Who had the original question?
I'll put it in the side chat.
Jay.
I did.
So what? All right, Jay.
My question was based on the conversation that Will and Jill were having, where somewhere along the line, there seemed to be like Jill was implying that there was some kind of like, based on an oral tradition in this particular time frame, there was more veracity. And what I mean is that there was this veracity, like if people were passing on information orally to one another, there was more likelihood of these propositions.
Question, please. Question,
sure.
Please.
Go ahead.
Please. No, I need you to give me a question.
No, but Jill never represented
I really can we get a question?
Well, but that's the thing. He got to that because remember when we were talking about Jill gave the example of the way that things were done in the Middle East as a practice. They did things differently and were talented in different ways orally. Well, that doesn't sound right, but with oral passing on of knowledge.
Okay.
And so that's how we got there. And that's what Ironic missed earlier. So we're just trying to get to what these practices are and how that makes the word of mouth any more like substantially true.
Yeah. Credible.
Yeah, that's what we're trying to get to.
But hold on.
Is that correct? Is that correct, Jay? Hold on, Ironic. No, Ironic, hold on. Because Ironic, really, please. I really want to get to the bottom of this.
Well, they're misrepresenting him.
No. Then they can't misrepresent when I asked specifically the original question by the original person. Okay?
They are
So that I want the question. So, all right? That's it.
Jill represented
him to
an
give the question.
Jill represented an equality between the two views. These guys are representing as if more truthful.
Ironic, you came in late.
Well, That's
My statement was that they have my statement.
Okay, let me just state this real quick. What Will just summarized, just from like not even a minute ago, before I decided to spurg. Yes, that was exactly my position.
All right, now, Jill, did you hear? Jill, did you hear that
Yeah,
from Will?
my statement was that the oral tradition in their culture, when you tried to compare, Brojo, you tried to
No, don't talk to
compare.
me. Talk to them.
Okay, when Brojo tried to compare telephone game to someone today, a group of kids today who don't even know what gender they are, of course they're going to fail. But in the ancient Near East, oral culture was a thing. It was what everyone did. You would have memorized Torah. You would not just read Torah like we do today.
Everyone?
You would have memorized Torah. All right. Oral narrative. In fact, scholars have documented oral narratives in countries today lasting 25 hours and requiring actors to perform for several days. This has been documented.
So, Jill, can I
These are
ask you a
oral
question?
performances that still go on today in certain countries. Come out of America and go visit the world.
Jill, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Did you ever make the argument that this form of transmission of information is more truthful than a written recorded history
Scholars
that's
suggest
passed down?
Scholars suggest that it's
That
just
also
as
wasn't the
reliable.
question or the
Just
claim.
as reliable.
It's my question.
It's just as
Yes or no?
reliable.
Yes or no? Just as reliable.
Just as reliable. Not greater or less than, but just as reliable.
Equal, right?
according to
And
the scholar.
isn't it the case that the scholar you quoted,
I
that's
think
the
he
exact
answered
point he
just
made, that
as.
there was an equality.
Right.
No one
All
ever
right.
argued
Right.
that there was
What
a
he was
more,
saying is
it
what he
was
was saying
better
is
than.
there's
Just
no
as
reason.
reliable.
Right. What he
That
was
was
saying
not
is
the
reliable.
proposition,
Okay.
though.
what he was
Okay.
saying is there's
William.
no reason to
William.
reject an oral tradition any more so than a traditional.
Okay,
Right.
William.
So
or
now,
Thank you.
a
Jay,
William.
what's your
William.
question?
To William. William. Go, William.
The proposition that you made, Jill, was that they were better at telephony or whatever you want to call it, the telephone game, in those days because of their practices, and it was more reliable than people using word of mouth today. That was the claim, if I'm not mistaken, and that's what Jay was talking about. So all this other stuff is not, I don't think, relative to what was on the table, unless I'm wrong.
Bingo.
Well, it could be in other countries, not just, but in America, no, we do not have long oral epics. That's not our tradition.
I mean, he made
So
an
so of
argument.
course we don't understand the ancient Near East or the veracity of their text. We just think, oh, hey, this were to happen in America, it'll never come back the way it started. But no, that's not the case in the ancient Near East.
William,
That has
can I
nothing
ask
to
you
do
a
with
question?
America. It has nothing to do with America in any way, shape, or form. That's a completely false equivalent. It's a
No, I'm
completely.
saying that we don't have that. Do we have that tradition in
No,
America?
that's not.
Hey,
You
William,
missed my
can
whole.
I ask
You
you?
missed my whole point.
Do we
You
have that
don't
tradition?
understand. You don't understand propositional logic, just like you don't understand
Okay. Do we have
propositional contradiction.
an oral tradition in our country today? Long oral epics read in this town square and everyone
Yes, and
memorized
just
them.
because we have propositional, just
We
because we
have
have
that today.
oral.
25 hours
So
of
are
a
you guys
performance. You have that?
saying?
Where?
Yes, and I can dismiss those oral traditions today just as easily as I could dismiss those oral traditions
So
back.
are you? Is it, Jay, are you arguing that a society that is engulfed in oral tradition habits?
I never argued anything ironic. I asked a fucking
Okay,
question.
I know,
Please
but okay, is
understand the
it your
difference
belief?
between an argument and a question.
Okay, so Jay, is it your belief that a society that's engulfed in this kind of oral tradition, oral transmission traditions, is going to be less likely to?
It's not my position, ironic.
I asked her what you believe about it.
I
India,
think I had one.
Africa,
No, I asked
Asia,
if it's your
Central
position
Asia.
that a society like that is
Sorry,
going to
that was
be
loud.
less
I'm
or
sorry.
more
That was really
capable
loud. I
of
apologize, Roger.
transmitting things than today people word of mouth.
Ironic, you're challenging an argument that's not there. I didn't give an
asking you,
argument.
okay, William, would you answer the question, or do you understand? Does it make sense to you that a culture that's set in oral transmission traditions would be more capable and more apt to remember stories and more
Someone
accurately
please instrument,
than
please
today's
someone instruct Irenic on
today's kids? I
propositional
was talking
logic.
to William.
Jay,
I don't know
I can
why you're
answer. I can answer, Jay. It's okay.
Jay, let him listen. Go ahead, William.
Jay's asking like it's a dumb question.
All right, Jay.
Okay.
All right,
Did you want to
Jay,
add anything else to your question?
Go ahead, please.
I mean, they had systems of memory. A lot of it was done. The oral traditions were done in most cultures as song. Okay, and sometimes set to music, sometimes not, and it was sung. If you listen to it played at one point in time or done in one point in time, in most cultures there were small variations in the way that it was done. Okay, so there is evidence that some of their practices changed. Now, did that take away from the overall message or what they were trying to say? Not at all. Not at all. But they, as cultures split off from different places, they started to adapt kind of different ideas and different ways of representing it. And that's a family thing too.
But specifically in the area of accurate transmission of these stories
William's onto something.
in that
William's
culture
definitely
from
onto
word
something.
of mouth, would you say those people back then, or in a culture like that, they'd be more apt at that kind of thing than kids today trying to pass stories around by word of mouth? That's my only question.
They were good at adapting that technique, like I said, using song or play acting and all sorts of ways to depict these ideas,
Right, there
especially
would be
for children.
tricks and tools, right? You're talking about in order to do this, like poetry, things in rhyme, or right? I mean, that would be ways of.
Irenic, it might help you. It might help if Will can actually finish a thought before you interrupt him.
He did finish, I thought. It's okay, thank you.
You feel satisfied, Will?
I'm not.
Yeah, he asked me a question. I didn't seek it.
Yeah. So
Are you? Do you feel satisfied that you were able to?
I think
got an
I'm
answer.
satisfied.
I didn't was asking William.
I think I can conclude.
I just don't know why Irenic is
I was
answering the
asking.
question.
I'm asking William. William, are you satisfied with Irenic's back and forth with you, or?
But why is Irenic pertinent? The question
you know, you really fucking guy. I don't know. What is the fucking? Is there a fucking epidemic of ADHD and fucking rudeness? I don't fucking get it here. I can't have a decent party here. I just want to get one fucking clarification in, and I got to be fucking interrupted still. I don't fucking get the problem. Is you guys drinking or something? Maybe you're drinking.
Sorry,
maybe you got too
Godfather.
much.
We're sorry,
Maybe you got too
Godfather.
much holiday cheer. I don't know. I got full screen. I'm trying to.
I was just.
And you
Brojo,
guys are
I was
still
just-
fucking go, and they're still fucking interrupting me. Unbelievable.
Okay,
William.
Brojo.
Oh, fucking Jay. You know, fuck. Unbelievable. All right, William.
Yes,
You and
Godfather.
Irenic, are you got your clarification? Are you satisfied with the answer? Do you need anything else?
Thank you. Yeah, I was fine. Thank you.
Wow, everybody's named William for tonight.
I'm good. He asked me a question. I answered it. Oh my God.
Thank you. All right. I just want to make sure. Thank you. Unbelievable. Yeah, I don't know. Too many drugs out there.
I would like to say after this conversation, I have more confidence now in the oral tradition than I do CNN, MSNBC. I have it's no longer 99, it's now 100, Rojo. I have more confidence in them passing down oral traditions from one person to another than CNN,
Jill,
anything that comes
really,
on mainstream media.
Yeah, you might have something there. Really, this is unbelievable. I need a drink. I need a real drink now. I'll be right back.
My whole point is that my question wasn't to Irenic, it was to Jill. That was the whole thing that I was just basically asking. This wasn't to Irenic at all. Irenic was piping in on it, but my question was not addressed to Irenic. Irenic was piping in on it.
I think we all know that.
I answered your question. Yes, I believe the oral tradition is more trustworthy than the written tradition today, or the oral tradition today.
Okay, but that's not my question. That wasn't my question.
Oh wow!
You really didn't have a question. You really didn't have one.
No, that wasn't my
Yeah,
question.
he had a question.
I think he just wanted to bloviate.
No, you didn't.
Jay, I am really sorry that I don't have a way for you to put this question out so that it can be. Maybe if you wrote it in the private chat so that it can be read.
Will steelmanned it like twice. He steelmanned it twice.
Yeah.
He thinks just like you.
Oh, come on. It's a simple question.
That's not an insult, though, Jill.
I answered the
Jay's
question.
pretty sharp.
I answered the question. Yes, I believe the oral tradition of the ancient Near East is more accurate than the written tradition today.
Okay. How did you determine that propositions made by people back then held greater veracity than propositions made by oral traditions today?
Well, if you're talking about CNN's been caught lying on a number of occasions.
See what I mean?
Nobody said CNN. That's not what he.
Well, that's what I was referring to.
You're running away. That's avoidant behavior.
You're going to compare. You're going to compare
What
the
oral
Bible
traditions
to all.
today is he talking about?
Are you comparing the Bible to one oral tradition, or are you comparing all oral traditions in the ancient Near
You
East
already
to
admitted that oral tradition plays a part in Moses' writings.
Can I finish
Jill.
answering my question?
I get that oral tradition. I get that oral tradition can play a part. Well, hold
Can I
on.
ask my question?
I think I know where you're going to go.
I'm trying to get clarification. Are you saying? Do you want me to compare the Bible to a written tradition?
No, I'm
today?
going into it.
Or
no,
do you
I'm going
want?
into
Are
a
you?
philosophical.
Are you? Can I answer? Can I ask my question before you answer it? Or are you? Do you want me to compare all of the oral traditions in the ancient Near East, going all the way back as far back as maybe Babylon or Mesopotamia, to all of the written traditions today?
Mesopotamia, not Mesopotamia. That's
okay. So
anyway.
what are you asking?
Your homie.
No, I'm talking about propositions in themselves as being dictated as these particular oral propositions being necessarily accepted as being true versus propositions made by people today.
Okay, are you referring? You didn't answer my question. Listen again carefully. Don't cut me off, otherwise you can't hear.
I just
are you
answered
referring to just one tradition back
it.
then?
No, I'm referring. I'm referring to propositions in and of themselves across time.
Okay. Are you referring to all of the propositions back then orally compared to all of the
Do you believe that
propositions?
do you believe that propositional logic is subjective to time?
Okay. Answer the question.
Jay, do you have smaller words, or I mean, just to be fair, though, you're using bigger words.
I'm asking for clarification. He doesn't want to clarify. Are you when you're comparing the two, written versus oral, written today versus oral then?
I'm not comparing.
Are we including all oral and all writing?
Thank you, Iranic. Let Iranic ask it.
Simple question.
And then I'll go take you a drink
I
or
didn't
something.
compare.
I'm tired of repeating myself.
I didn't compare them, Jill.
Okay,
I didn't make a comparison. I asked you if you were making a comparison.
So then the answer would be no, and then you need to clarify your
No,
question.
that's not an answer of no. That's not an answer of no on my part, Irenic. Please do not put words in my mouth. Don't do that, sir. Let me just invoke a little Darth Dawkins. Sir. Don't tell me what I'm thinking, sir. That's not what I was saying. I'm talking about propositions in themselves as being true in and of themselves. And is there some kind of propositional statements that can be made by people? And were propositional statements being made by word of mouth back in the time of ancient Near East more credible than propositional statements made by word of mouth today? That was the whole point of my question. And that was directed towards Jill until until you decided to close your eyes and pretend that you weren't talking to anyone but to an audience.
Did the telephone game have an aspect to this thing we're talking about, right? We're talking about oral transmission, right?
We're talking about propositions, Irenic.
We're talking about propositions being transmitted.
We're talking about propositions. Yes, we're talking about propositions being communicated. Do you know what a proposition
by word of mouth? From one person to another.
Correct.
today, as opposed to the people back
Compared
in a society like
exactly. We're talking about the
That's
propositional.
exactly what I said. You said that wasn't the question.
No, what you said before wasn't exactly the question,
No,
but now that you've
I
clarified.
went over it with William.
All right.
Same question.
You've got
and
it. You got me.
you came
You
to an
got me.
understanding.
You caught me. You caught
No,
me.
I didn't
You're
catch
right.
you in anything.
What do you got?
Maybe you don't listen carefully.
Well, I'm giving you credit for it. Now, what do you got?
Nothing. There's nothing to get.
There you go.
It
Then
was a
shut the
ridiculous point
then shut
from the
up.
start. I already
Then
said it was
then
a
shut
ridiculous
up.
question.
Okay, then shut up.
Because it assumes that there's some greater transmissibility through
I didn't say
oral
there was a
writing.
greater. I didn't say there was a greater transmissibility. I asked whether or not there was a greater veracity to these claims that were. So basically, when people were basically making truth claims, this is exactly what Will actually steelman me on, was whether or not, like back in the ancient Near East times, when somebody said the sky is blue, we could necessarily basically take that oral proposition as necessarily being more truthful than today if somebody said that the sky is blue, right? So why is it that back in the day, all these kind of propositions about God and God's existing or God not existing or whatever, whether or not we can take those as necessarily being true back in the day as being more veracious versus
because
today?
back in the day, it was more important that they do so. That was one argument Jill made from
No, that's a falsity.
No, it's not. Prove it.
Yes, it is.
Well, aren't they all subject to the same thing?
They're still subject to the same scrutiny as to whether or not they're actually comporting to states of affairs and what they comport to. Propositions comport to the communication of things that exist in states of affairs.
Societies that are well versed in transmitting orally their traditions are going to be better set up than kids are today.
Props to Geo. Props to Geo, by the way. I'm gonna talk all over you, Irenic, because I want to. Geo, way to be on top of that shit, bro. Fucking yeah. Geo's on top of it.
He just used better. You just used better. So basically, you just confirmed my point. You were saying that back then,
and it's the same
back
point
then, when they confirmed,
I don't mind confirming the obvious, Jay.
Irenic, but
they've been making this point the whole time,
so
Jay.
now, great. So now you're saying that their communication about oral, like in orally representing or proper.
They were better at it than kids today. Yeah, people today.
I never said anything about kids.
Well,
I don't know where you got that from.
I corrected myself. I said people today.
Okay, so how do you now determine the veracity of claims made back then versus claims about the same things today? Are you going to say that there's a special pleading?
Which claims and whose claims are you talking
you just said that they were better at it back then. So if they were better at it back then,
true. That is true. So, but whose claims are we talking
but
about?
just because they were better about communicating these things, does that mean that because they were better at communicating these things orally, therefore the veracity of those claims that they're better at communicating are necessarily true because they were better at communicating them?
No, who would say that? That's ridiculous.
That was exactly my question.
Can I just say that as far as passing on oral traditions, Jordan Peterson is really good at it.
Exactly.
But it does matter on who's making the claim and what the claim is. Like, for instance, these oral traditions.
I never said anything about who's making the claim.
Well, I'm making a point here, okay? So I would
but your claim is starting out with whoever makes the claim. I never said it had anything to do.
Am I talking or does Jay have the floor? I thought I did.
Let's hear his proposition.
Okay, so if I can remember it.
He's got his eyes closed again.
Well, he's stoned and he's trying to hold on to every thought. I know the feeling, so I get when he slips off the track. I'm always there.
I've had these kind of upbeat conversations with Irenic in the past, and it's always funny when he loses track of it. And it's great, but when he gets back on track, it has a tendency to be a little bit more,
It's about oral traditions, Irenic, just to get you back in the ballpark. And
no, it's not about oral. Well, it's not necessarily about oral traditions. It's about propositions being what they are.
No,
It's
I
about
wanted him to get back to where he was. I was trying to help him find
So
his
it's my
point,
belief.
not your
Oh,
point.
It's my
I'm
belief.
sorry. I'm
It's
sorry,
my
Will.
belief.
You're right. I'm
It's
sorry,
my
Will.
belief that
I'm sorry. You're right.
it's my belief that the oral traditions that were passed down that became part of the written record of the Bible were very accurately passed down, and that God, in that case, made sure it was accurately.
How did you determine it was accurately passed down?
By arranging circumstances. So
How
that
did
it
you
would
do,
be,
how did you do that?
well, are you familiar with the building of the
If I
tabernacle?
Jay,
make the
he's saying that
proposition,
God.
if
Jay, are you familiar with
He's
the
saying
building
God
of the
arranged.
tabernacle?
He's saying that God arranged it, Jay.
I'm just wondering if the proposition, if they made the proposition in the ancient Near East that Santa Claus exists and Santa Claus only gives presents to the good children, the good kids that are good kids during that time of Christmas, does that proposition being passed down orally in the Middle East carry any more veracity than that proposition being made today?
If that proposition was contained in the biblical scriptures, then it would, but otherwise, no.
It's special pleading, sir. Special pleading.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's saying that God guided. He's saying that God guided the oral, the traditions and the wisdom.
Well, then
If you remember the building of the tabernacle,
be guided.
God's spirit can superintend.
Yeah, well,
can
God
enable
did it.
people to have special gifts and talents.
If you just say God did it, that's special pleading.
God, look, it's not a
Well,
big
it's an
deal for
assertion.
God
It's
to
not
make sure
necessarily
that
special pleading.
whatever word He
It's an
wants
assertion.
carried forward is brought forward. There's no problem thinking.
Well, an assertion.
Yeah,
an
it could be
assertion is
true,
just
but
an
you can't
assertion.
demonstrate that it's true, and that's the difficulty in bringing that to the table.
Who
I mean,
said they could demonstrate that it's true?
I think it's just funny that
what
I'm
Jay's going to
siding.
I want
ask
Jay
for.
to demonstrate that the opposite is true.
Ironic. I just find it funny that I'm
I don't think he
siding with
could.
a
So
Christian theist, which is Will, and Will is siding with me, and you're a Christian theist, and you guys are both open theists, and you're sitting here arguing for a Calvinist.
No, I'm not.
You
Well,
are
I'm not arguing
for
against, but Jay, I'm not arguing against what he's saying. I'm just clarifying the difference in understandings between. I mean, you know what I'm saying? It's like I get where he's going.
Yeah, I get it. You're right. God damn it, Will. It's a fucking. Sorry, I'm just being funny.
No, and ironic. I love you, but you're a twat sometimes.
Yeah, but I mean, of course I'm assuming a Christian worldview. So when I say God superintended, it's not arbitrary.
Well,
It's
I
part of
don't
my
know what God.
worldview.
I don't know what it means by God superintended anything, because again, that's another proposition, and so again, we
You
get
don't
back into the
understand propositions. You have a problem with those?
you don't understand propositions, and whether or not I don't have a problem with propositions.
Can I do this? Can I do this again real quick? Ironic. He's coming at it from a different. He's not looking at it from your worldview, though. He's looking at it from his, where he wants something solid because he can't put his faith where you do.
No, not
Am I wrong?
Will, no, not my worldview. I'm looking at it in the sense of propositional logic. I'm looking at it in the sense of propositions and stuff.
Yes. Okay, yes, excuse me. I didn't mean to use the term worldview, but I'm just saying you're looking at it through different lenses.
Okay, so what's
Correct.
this propositional logic worldview? What's this look like?
A propositional logic is basically that a proposition indicates that there's something that is the case for something else, or something is the case in reality. So whenever we make propositions about things that exist within states of affairs, that's a proposition. So if we say the sky is blue and the water is wet, or my pants are full of shit, we're making a proposition about something that is happening in states of affairs.
We're claiming a propositional truth at that point. Is that what you're saying?
No, propositions must necessarily be true in order for propositions to be true propositions.
Right, but if you're making a claim
But
about
you could make a false. But you can make a false proposition. You're right.
Are we still making this? Are we still dealing with this nothing burger?
It's not a nothing burger, Jill. It's an actual philosophical. It's an actual philosophical
I was
conversation.
asking about this logical thing he's doing.
Any proposition that is made about states of affairs is something about states of affairs.
Oh, okay. How much concern do you have about modern day historians, Jay? How much concern do you have on a scale of 1 to 10?
I don't even
As
know
far
how to
as the
answer that. I
veracity
don't
is
even know
concerned.
what is modern day
As far as
historian.
the accuracy is concerned, on a scale of 1 to
That's
10.
not what I. That's not
Well, I'm
my
asking.
position in any way, shape. That's
Well, I
not my
didn't ask
position
you
at
your
all.
position. I'm asking you a question on a scale of 1 to 10. How much confidence do you have in the preciseness or the authenticity or accuracy of modern historians?
That question to me is just completely inane. It
So you
doesn't
don't.
make
So
any.
you don't want to answer the question. That's
No,
fine.
I don't understand the question. I don't understand
How
what
much
the question means.
confidence do you have in modern historians as far as the accuracy of the
As
information
much as,
they present?
how about this? As much as you do.
Okay, so you don't have any confidence in modern historians. Thank you.
Do you have confidence in Luke as a historian?
So you don't have any confidence in the one that used to make the argument about oral traditions?
Yeah.
So I go back to what anthropologist Patrick Pender Cunliffe said, that you should have as much
You have
concern.
no
You
confidence in
should
him.
have as much concern.
He's a historian. He's a historian.
He's a
You have no
historian. I have no
confidence.
confidence in it.
Yeah?
No, no
You should
There's no
have. You
confidence
should
in
have.
it.
No
Oh
confidence.
wait, everyone
There's
else
no
is speaking.
confidence in
And
it.
then when I start speaking, all of a sudden
No,
I get talked
because
over.
no.
Hey, Jay.
I don't know what you're
Jay,
saying.
can I ask a
No
follow-up?
confidence. No
You
confidence.
should
No
have as
confidence.
much confidence
No
as the
confidence,
oral
Joe.
tradition
No
as you do.
confidence in him at all.
Jay,
You
let me
just
know when
opened
I
it
ask
up.
a follow-up.
No
I have no
confidence.
confidence in
No
humans.
epistemic warrant to say
I agree with
otherwise.
Brojo. No confidence.
No epistemic warrant to suggest
I
otherwise.
agree with Brojo. No confidence.
All
No
right,
No
confidence.
confidence.
all right, we can move off of this nothing burger now. It's over.
Well, you brought it up, so there we
I
go.
just ate it. Then now it's done. You're done. You don't want to answer the
I
question.
didn't say anything about historians when I was talking about
Okay.
propositional apologetics
nothing burger.
or
Okay.
propositional
How about
logic.
a propositional nothing burger?
That had nothing to do with historians.
Next.
Still didn't answer the question.
Oh, Dio, don't do it. Don't you dare.
But they
And I
did, right?
apologize,
Am I
Brojo, for
wrong?
getting loud and getting too boisterous, but yeah, I get excited and I like pissing with Jill. And you know this. There's that love affair, right, Brojo? It's that love affair.
Yeah, so what's the I don't get it. How do they determine
Yeah,
the
I know.
difference between the two?
They can't, bro. They can't, Gio. They
Well,
can't
that's
do
what's
it.
killing me.
I gave a
Brojo,
link to what
what's
I'm
your
sharing
question?
here.
Ask me. You asked Iranic the question. What's the question, Brojo?
I have no question. I just want you. I was wondering if y'all want to take a look at this link I posted here, and talks about the differences between oral and written communication and the reliability and the advantages and disadvantages.
Yep.
I'm trying to
And we
get
put that.
a source, but it's very hard. This is Digital Class Online Educational Market.
Yep. And we put certain liability on written and spoken, because there's laws about libel and there's laws about slander, which is slander is spoken, whereas libel is written. So we actually arbitrarily, in a way, and we all kind of can see that that's something that can actually happen when it comes to word of mouth. But my whole point is about propositional apologetics, or not propositional apologetics. I'm sorry, why do I keep using apologetics? I'm
Yeah,
so
you can
stupid.
keep saying that to sound smart, but
No,
you really
I'm just being a douchebag.
yeah.
I'm just talking about propositional logic. What I'm talking about is whether or not a proposition actually declares whether or not something is actually true and states it.
Right. Did Rosa Parks give up her seat on the bus in Montgomery? Did she give up her seat?
That has
Rosa
nothing.
No, wait, Jill, hold on a second.
Answer the
What
question.
he's talking about? No, wait. He's talking about a classical
doesn't wanna answer
liberal education. Okay, where you look at things in a broken down
Is
way
that
to understand
proposition
how they
true?
work.
Is that proposition true? Rosa Parks, that's what you learned. That's what historians taught you. Right?
Do you not believe that proposition to be true?
You learned that in school, right? Is that
Okay,
true?
okay. Oh, this is great. Okay, so can I believe that to be true, or do I know
You
it to be
rely
true?
on that? Can you rely on that now that you know otherwise?
No, I don't rely on it.
You don't?
There's nothing I have to rely on in that particular
So I
proposition.
go back to what the historian said. What the anthropologist says.
Jill, hold
We
on.
can rely on oral culture just as much as we can written culture.
Rely on it. Well, Jill, hold on. Rely on it in what sense? And rely on it in
its
being
veracity
true?
or its accuracy.
Okay, so Rosa Parks sat in the back of a bus. Is that
No,
the
she did
proposition?
not. No, she did not.
So
That
Rosa
didn't
Parks,
happen in
Rosa Parks
history.
never sat
That's
on the
what
back
you
of
were
a.
taught. No, she did not. Look it up.
Okay.
It was not Rosa Parks. Rosa Parks was a stand-in. The real girl who didn't give up her seat on the bus, they didn't use. She didn't. She got pregnant. Because she got pregnant out of wedlock, they had Rosa Parks stand in
Okay,
for her.
but
She's an
but
activist. Liberals still do
okay,
this today. She's an activist, a Democratic
okay,
operative.
but did the
That's what Rosa Parks was. But you were
okay,
taught
but
in
did what Rosa
history,
Parks?
All right,
in
come on.
written history, you were
Oh my
taught that
God,
Rosa
this is
Parks
bad.
Oh, stop.
didn't
Well, that's
actually
an
We
argument
heard.
against oral history too, because a lot of this is just passed down.
This is bad.
just
fucking
like the
grind me.
Even if Rosa Parks, what was the intention of
reliable
sitting on the bus?
one
That like the whole thing, the whole idea is just absolutely astronomically stupid.
Well, and what you get out of it is that no matter what format you use, information can get fucked up. People have ulterior motives to manipulate information.
Sure, but even if it was the case that Rosa Parks was a stand-in for the original person that was supposed to sit at the, I don't remember Rosa Parks actually sitting in the back of the bus. If I remember correctly, Rosa Parks was sitting in the front of the bus because being in the back of the bus is where blacks were supposed to
He's gonna
go.
bloviate on a minor technicality. Yes, she sat in the front of the bus, but she wasn't supposed to. But it was not Rosa Parks, according to the written tradition. It was. You can go back.
Yes, but you just gave us an oral tradition.
Several
That was incorrect.
encyclopedias.
There you
Both
go.
there
So
were.
the proposition.
No, this was written down. This was written
Great,
down and
great,
passed
but the
down
written
in
proposition.
books,
But
generation to
wait,
generation to
wait,
generation to
wait.
generation. It's still
Jill,
in the text.
you're making. Oh my
still
God,
in the text.
he's making my point for me.
That's
He's
a
making my
written
point for
tradition.
me.
That's a written modern
He does that.
tradition.
That's why I just let him talk.
You just orally screwed it up.
That's a written, not an oral. That's a written
No, but you
modern
gave it to
tradition.
us.
Just made my point.
You
Not a
just
written
gave it to us orally, and you said it
oral.
incorrectly.
That's a written
Because he
tradition.
said it was in the back of the bus, and that she didn't actually sit
Do
in
you,
the back
do you
of the bus.
guys enjoy banging your head against the wall?
He
Well,
was
clearly, Brojo. That's why we come here.
So that's why I fall
He
back
doesn't
to
realize.
what
He
scholars.
doesn't actually
I'm
realize
losing my
that.
head, man. Totally losing my head.
But
what
that's
scholars suggest.
Just get
that
stoned and
there is no
debate.
difference.
Exactly, Jill. So if the proposition about
There's no
Rosa
difference
Parks,
in the veracity of either.
great. So the proposition, so the proposition about Rosa Parks not being actually Rosa Parks sitting on the front of the bus versus the back of the bus isn't actually a true proposition.
There is
regardless
no
of its,
difference according to his.
just let me go. Let me go. Let me
You're
go.
done, Jay. You want to bloviate on the fact that I
He
said
just
back
made my
instead of
point.
front.
He just made my point for
Good
me.
night,
He
Jill.
doesn't
I got a
even
proposition.
realize it.
I got a proposition.
Funny.
Okay, so my proposition, Brojo, this is better than video games. This is like brain exercise, and it's the 420 Cafe. So I come in and get stoned with other people and get to debate things that may be important, may not be important. Most of this is just ridiculous and pointless, but it's just fun to do. And thank you for hosting.
Ray. No problem.
So I have a follow up for Jay.
I just want to get somewhere. I mean, it's just feel like I'm going in circles here a little bit. We might get there, but we're getting there in circles. Oh,
if we had a different
sometimes
topic,
you have to go. Sometimes you have to go in a circle, Brojo, in order to get to a conclusion. Sometimes circularity leads you to a truth, but a vicious circularity, not necessarily.
Let me ask you, has Jill ever changed your mind about anything?
Is he aware that he even
Wait, Jill? Jill, has it? Well, Jill, has Jill ever changed your mind about anything?
Yes, the hope of mankind.
The hope. Good one, Jay.
Go ahead, Gio. And then I have the same question for Jill.
Well, no, I want to know if he actually realizes that he proved Jay's point. Did everyone hear that? It sounded.
That's a valid question, Gio.
I'm just hearing noise at this point.
Does he understand that? That what he said.
So then tell Jill how he has answered Jay's question.
I already did. I said, well, he's got the Rosa Parks. The whole thing was she was in the front of the bus, man. And some white dude came in and said, hey, I need this place to sit. Oh, you're going to take your spot because you're a black woman. You got to get back there. That's the whole thing, man.
Right.
She don't want to go on the back of the bus because she's sitting right there.
Well, the whole point is the proposition is whether or not
bus.
It's
not
whether
the
or
back
not
of the bus.
Yeah, but everybody knew at that time that the blacks were supposed to sit in the back.
That's not the point. The point is he recited it with his mouth.
No, that's not exactly my point. My point is that the veracity of the claim that Rosa Parks actually sat in the front of the bus, and then Jill is bringing up the proposition that it wasn't actually Rosa Parks, or it was Rosa Parks, but it wasn't supposed to be Rosa Parks. It was supposed to be this other woman Rosa Parks was like a stand-in. You can't actually dismiss the fact that the proposition is true and the fact that Rosa Parks sat in the front of the bus. The only thing that you're missing is the actual criteria as to why Rosa Parks was there, and that's because the other person that was supposed to be there was a pregnant woman that wasn't actually there. But it doesn't change the truth of the proposition that Rosa Parks was sitting in the front of the bus, regardless of whether or not Rosa Parks was supposed to be there or not.
But he got it wrong anyway.
Or whether that pregnant woman was there or not.
Exactly. Or if that pregnant woman was supposed to be the original person that was there instead of Rosa Parks. That's a separate proposition, right?
And our stories can be wrong.
That's right. Yeah.
Jay, can I ask you about another question about this propositional logic?
It's the nature of the
Sure, go ahead
logic.
if you want to.
Go ahead before I let Jill in. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. So it's just this that system. Is there anything about it that requires that for something to be considered a proposition, it must be testable in a certain way?
No. A proposition is just a way of us communicating something about, like, if I say Irenic is a guy that shows up, like if I make the proposition, Irenic is a guy that shows up on Brojo's channel continuously. That's a proposition. Does that actually take place? Yes, it does. Because here you are, Irenic, and here you are on Brojo's channel. So that proposition, it makes a statement about truth. It makes a proposition about an example of someone. Irenic.
Proposal.
Where is Irenic? Irenic is on Brojo's channel. So that proposition would be true. That's propositional logic. Propositional logic makes statements about things that are true to states of affairs. However, there are propositions that can be made that are false propositions, such as Irenic is a fairy that never shows up on Brojo's channel, and he shits gold flowers. That's a completely inane, right? It's a completely inane proposition, right?
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about.
I'm going to teach that tradition to my children.
Okay, so in the propositional logic thing, it has nothing really to do with it wouldn't be
propositional logic is X, therefore Y. That's propositional.
It wouldn't be the case that anything like to qualify or as a proposition, this rule would apply.
There's rules. There are rules that apply to the propositional logic, but again, we make propositions in order to basically communicate to one another what is true. So if I tell Brojo, dude, this sativa, this green crack shit is fucking dank, and he goes, you're right, that green crack sativa is fucking dank, then we both basically kind of understand, based on the concepts and the abstracts that are being used to understand the idea, the concept of what green crack is, which is a form of cannabis, and it being dank, like it being fucking great to fucking use. We use that in a way to communicate to each other basically the kind of like the like a level of like purity or the level of greatness to that particular thing. Right? It's the same thing as like if I say this water is warm or this water is hot. We make propositions to communicate.
So I think I get, basically we're passing
gonna
along
let
a
Jim.
set of facts or
I'm
whatever.
gonna let him in.
But
Jeff.
I can't understand. I guess I'm not understanding how a propositional truth that's derived through oral tradition back in the
No,
day.
propositional truths aren't necessarily a thing. It's a proposition. Propositions are necessarily true. This is called the law of excluded middle, which is the third law of Aristotelian logic. A proposition is
either true or false. Is that what you mean?
Exactly. So if I say,
that's fine.
if I say irenic is Ambrosio's channel right now, that's a proposition. Is irenic Ambrosio's channel right now? Yes, he is. That proposition is true.
Okay, so what
But if I
proposition?
say irenic is not Ambrosio's channel, while irenic is Ambrosio's channel, and I say irenic is not Ambrosio's channel, irenic is fapping it in the backyard, right? That's a false proposition. That's the falsification. That's a proposition of not
All right,
you
was
being
there
you.
was there a certain proposition made by Jill that you
No.
thought? Okay.
No. What he was talking about was a level of propositional making, which was the truth. This is exactly what Will was basically stressing, and he accurately comported from what I was asking Jill was, is there some kind of more veracity? Is there something about the Middle Eastern times when they were making propositions about states of affairs? Was there something about that time that made it so that when they said X is Y, made it more true than today if people orally commuted X is Y? That's all my question was.
Yeah, what's the difference? How do you tell the difference between the two?
All right,
but what you want is the meat of the conversation that we were having that brought us there, right, Irenic?
Well, I appreciate what you've said so far about this propositional logic. I just don't see why it's relevant to this discussion.
Because it was about claims. It was about claims that are being made orally
by Moses
in the tradition. So they're making propositions about things that exist. They're experiencing things, and then they're communicating that over time.
Right.
Jay, let me get Irenic full circle. I want to take a second. All right. So what was happening is Jill asked me a question about Adam and Eve and God walking in the garden and asking where they were. And because I don't take Adam and Eve as literal people, and because it's an oral tradition, I think trying to describe something, when we got to the differences in our way of looking at it, I went to Moses and I said, if Moses got the information, how did he get it? And who was there? Who was the narrator? And how did they get the information? I was just trying to follow the chain of information.
Yep.
And that brought us to oral tradition.
Where did Moses get these stories?
Well,
right. And so we got to oral tradition.
Exactly. And those stories would be propositional. So exactly. What Will is asking is, where did the proposition come from?
All kinds of propositions, sort of, right? I mean, if you describe this happened and he came and he did
irenic,
right?
Propositions come from people.
Okay, so I understand that. That's what I'm saying. All I'm saying is a guy is saying this, and so is what he's saying, did it really happen or not? I mean,
well, no, that's not what I'm saying. Is where did Moses get the information? Because Jill said it was possibly oral tradition, and I was saying, okay, but was it inspired? Did he get it in a vision or something like that, or was it solely oral tradition? Because the level of what kind of credence we should pay it, I think, is distinct. Because even whether it's literature or whatever, when somebody says God told me this, we give it a different level of scrutiny, right? This is inspired.
Brojo, what did I tell you about circularity? We just came full circle, brother.
Right. So, I mean, I guess I would say I wouldn't see any reason why we wouldn't expect that Adam was able to record in some way, these things, that narratives that were passed down
in writing. In writing.
But a narrative is propositional. A narrative is a proposition. All narratives are propositional. All written down texts are propositional.
Right. Those are things you can pass down to other people.
Yes.
Okay, but see, here's why I brought up the way in which they use these traditions. They turned them into songs and things like that to make the memorization easier, and that also means a minimalist view. You have to cut off things to make it fit and make it something that the person can remember. So a lot of times it's a summary, and a lot of cultures it'll be almost symbolic of something to help people remember.
I agree.
Kind of like Cliff Notes.
William, are you familiar with the Tola deaths?
I agree 100% because specificity can become laxed in that kind of like pneumatic sense of like trying to.
What happened?
Hey, William, are you
Jay
familiar with
cut
how
out.
the book of Genesis is
Oh,
broken
Jay
up?
dropped. Jay, you dropped, Jay.
My goodness.
Oh, did he go? I thought he just lost his.
Can we move past this nothing burger now?
William, are you familiar with how the book of Genesis is broken up by these one phrases? And the phrase Tola death.
Am I back in the room?
What's that, Joe?
Oh, I am. Okay.
No, but it's like this is the account of, you get those phrases like that kind of indicates a new section or a different section, and so it's thought that these different sections were separate writings on their own that then formed chronological, put together chronologically with but I mean I'm not claiming any knowledge about these.
Yeah, it wasn't like a chapter and verse
what they
thing.
do,
It was, yeah.
Okay, but you don't. Your view doesn't require an actual couple, right?
You mean an Adam and Eve? No.
Yeah, an actual human couple.
No, I'm fine because I already don't think the serpent is a snake or anything like that. And again, they're trying to pass this information on. What we're looking at is thousands of years, and in song and oral tradition. So I think the idea that they're just summarizing an understanding, a basic understanding or a symbolic understanding is more logically the case. But it's not required that I believe that it's literal.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of views of the Genesis, chapters, early chapters. Right? I was just curious. I mean, to me, I take Walton's view on it that it's a bringing order out of chaos event, more than whatever. So it doesn't really talk. I mean, that would just talk. That would address like the age of the earth and stuff like that. It's like the Bible doesn't really even teach the old. Like maybe the Bible doesn't teach that the earth is young at all.
All right, so I've got a Christmas story. It's not mine. It's an oral tradition. I just want to pass it on since this is the 420 Cafe, and this is a complete change of subject. But a guy I used to work with in a warehouse, his name was Dana. He was a really funny guy, and he's like from the trippy pothead 60s era, that group, you know what I mean? And he was telling me about how like potheads in his area used to celebrate Christmas, and like everybody would save up, from like Thanksgiving towards Christmas to whatever time the party was, and they would buy a lot of weed and they would roll up joints and put them on the little ornament hooks. And I mean, everybody would it was all about giving, right? Like you just brought as much as you could and you wrapped it up, and people brought their snacks and their booze and shit. But so they would decorate the whole Christmas tree, and like throughout the night, and this is probably a good way to spread disease, I'm sure, but people would just come and pluck blunts and shit off the tree and smoke them like with everybody around, and like drink eggnog and like things. And I've never heard of anything like that from the 60s. Like it's traditional, they're all chilling out and fucking drinking eggnog and singing Christmas songs and shit, but they're also blunting it right off the Christmas tree, which I think is fucking fantastic. If there's a tradition that I would carry on that was Christmas related, that would probably be the one.
That's cool. Merry Weedmas.
I think I'm gonna partake right now. Yeah, yeah.
Oh yeah, with that, I'm gonna take you back, way back, 38. Here we go, early 420 Christmas gift. Remember this?
Oh my God, no.
It's Christmas time. There's no need to be afraid. At Christmas time, we let in light and we banish shame. Our world of plenty begins better.
Hey, real quick, what was the name of that stuff you were talking about from Thailand?
Arms around the world at Christmas
Great. Okay, but the stuff is kratom, Kraton. Oh, M, kratom. Okay, and it's brave. All right. Red, yeah, the red bottle. Yeah. Okay.
There's no world outside your window, and it's a world of dread and fear, where the only water flowing is the bitter sting of tears, and the Christmas bells that ring are the lightning shines through. Well, tonight, thank God it's them instead of you. And there won't be snow in Africa this Christmas time. The greatest gift they'll get this year is life. Oh, where nothing ever grows, no rain or rivers flow. Do they know it's Christmas time at all? Here's to you, crazy land for everyone. Here's to them underneath that burning sun. Do they know it's Christmas time at all?
Oh, look how they aged. Look how all of us have aged. Ready to sing it together? Here we go. Come on. Feed the world. Oh, that guy looked thrilled. Look at Sting. Wow. And there's George Michaels. Rest in peace.
Was that Gary Delabate?
I don't know.
Where's Sting?
They're probably like, oh man, how many times we have to do this?
Where's Sting?
Sting, hey, babe. There's Sting. Hold on. There's Sting right there, blonde hair. See right there, Sting. There's Bono. There's
Bono.
George Michael here.
Hall and Oates.
You could just tell in their face, like, oh God, finally gonna get this done. How many takes, It's like
how many takes?
There you go.
Also,
it looks like the gift that year was mullets. Hey, Clockwork.
Yeah. Fucking 80s. Missed the 80s.
Hey, I was sorry if earlier my heater was making noise on for my mic. It's -2 degrees. It feels like -22 at my house. So if I was any closer to my heater, it'd be up my ass. Okay.
I think after a certain point, fucking -2, -10, -20, it'll fucking feels the same.
You got to take care of your anus, Clockwork.
Cold as shit. That's
Yes.
Yes, it is cold as fuck.
You got to be very friendly to your
Be
anus,
friends with your anus and be on the lookout for your anus.
especially in this weather.
Anus, where are you?
Your
Oh,
anus.
I expected my power to go out, but it didn't. Knock on wood.
Oh,
Yeah?
I was getting my. It was flickering here for a bit. In Jersey.
Oh, it
too.
flickered here a couple of times, but it never actually went out. So
My power's
So
just
yeah,
fine.
we're good. Thank
you're in
God it's
Arizona.
good.
Yeah,
It's right now. It's 3 degrees. 3 degrees.
Oh no! What do you do?
It's gonna be 1 degree in a couple hours. It says it's gonna be 1 degree. Wow.
Oh, it's
Brutal.
51 right now.
You know, I'm glad it's not windy. I probably or else, yeah, because usually I would feel, even with the heat on, I feel like there would be a draft get through or something. But I don't know. I'm lucky. What would we do without electricity? We gotta thank the electricity gods.
all hail Thor, all hail Thor, and all hail Zeus.
All hell Thor and Zeus for electricity.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And MedEd. Thank you, MedEd.
All right.
Well, my power company is actually called Appalachian Power, and they do a pretty good job.
Thank
they
you, Benjamin
try
Franklin. Thank you, Ben
Oh,
Franklin.
yeah.
Franklin. Thank you,
Mister, I
Thomas
flew a
Edison.
kite. Yeah, I flew a kite into a thunderstorm. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Nikola Tesla, because you
Thank
know.
you, Thomas.
Yeah.
There you go, Tesla.
There you go.
Who
Oh,
invented the
and fuck
electric
Elon.
heater?
Yeah, well, fuck Elon Musk because he stole that name, and you know.
No,
spent
I'm
44
talking about the
No.
I know who Nikola Tesla is.
I
it's
think he's
Thomas
paying
Edison.
homage to him.
He wasn't.
He's fine.
I really think he is. I think he holds Nikola Tesla in really high regard.
Well, everyone should. The dude died in the fucking gutter because Edison.
Right, but yeah, he was
Yeah.
just giving away a lot of his information too, or at least that was the rumor. I know that Edison did fuck him over, but I think we still have a lot to learn from the shit that he was presenting to us.
Oh yeah, and a lot of his notes and shit have just mysteriously vanished. Nobody can find them. I mean, yeah, it's pretty easy to make a Tesla coil, but well, that's where the arc reactor in Iron Man came from. It's actually a Tesla coil, like a super powerful Tesla coil. Yeah.
I think what I'm trying to express is that Elon respects Nikola Tesla enough that he wish more people understood the inventor that he was. That's what I think.
Well, okay. You're entitled to your oral tradition, so there you go.
Bam! You got me.
You thought I wasn't listening earlier, didn't you?
I mean, I could only hope, right? It's such an honor.
Oh.
Jill, you still
But
with
yeah.
us, or?
Thank you, Thomas Edison.
Oh,
the
yeah.
electric heater. And
Yeah, what's up?
San Galley.
Well, I mean,
radiator.
I figured out how to make a light bulb that actually worked. So there you go.
Jill, how do you feel about we were just talking about Elon Musk. I mean, how do you feel about Elon?
Elon Musk. How am I supposed to feel about? I don't know.
No, that's not how we do this. Do you know who he is?
What do you mean? How are you supposed to
You want
feel?
Irenic to come in and tell you what you think about Elon?
Elon
I'm sure
Musk.
Jill. I'm sure Jill knows who Leon Musk is.
Well, if I had $44 billion to set on fire, I'd buy Twitter. Yeah, that's what I do.
Has anybody heard of these kratom capsules?
Yeah, I take them.
Okay, cool. My son was telling me about them.
Yeah, it's some kind of plant from Asia that's supposed to be really good for pain.
Yeah, he recommended a certain brand, kratom capsules, Bali kratom capsules.
Oh, I don't know about the brand. They're unregulated if you take them in a pill form. It's not like it's got other shit in it except kratom. So.
I'll be
My
right back.
earbuds are
Hold
dying. I
on
gotta
a
charge them.
second. I think I just ordered some of that. It was supposed to be good for something. I forgot what the fuck I ordered it for.
Well, it's like for pain, if you've got joint pain or which you got that busted leg, so that might help. Yeah.
Well, I'm still recovering from shin splint.
Well, it's supposed to help with pain.
Yeah.
And I've heard other things about it, but it's not been thoroughly tested, is what I'm saying.
So kratom is among the most diverse herbs available in the market today. Customers use Bali kratom capsules for a variety of reasons. Some use it to fight pain, and others to overcome depression. Each Bali kratom strain has its unique effects and benefits.
Kind of like pot.
Used to manage pain and fight insomnia.
So basically, it just puts some people on their ass so they can take a nap. Okay, fair enough.
With white Bali kratom capsules, users can expect more energy. It can also be used as a motivation enhancer. My son was saying they do have some addictive effects if you take in quantity and prolonged periods. At least when you're trying to come off of them, or whatever, you might experience some withdrawal symptoms if you do it a lot.
Who is trying to snort their mic?
I don't know.
Shit. Yeah, man, the Coke does not go on the mic. It goes on the desk.
Cardamom. That's what I got. Cardamom. That's what I ordered. That's what came in today. Cardamom.
What's
Probably not the
it?
same thing.
Cardamom?
Cardamom. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I don't mess with any of that stuff. I just eat food.
Gio's addicted to food. See, you can become addicted to anything.
Well, it's just normal food, vegetables, meat, and vegetables. It's food, like the four food groups.
You can still get addicted to it. You can get addicted to eating and addicted to the taste of it. So.
Well, the funny thing is, I find that I'm kind of hungry, and I need to kind of do something about that. So I need to eat.
Oh yeah, I get that.
Yeah. So I try to eat food. Generally,
well,
when
I got sick this one time, and I was like sick for 3 days and couldn't eat anything, couldn't keep anything down. Not Pepto-Bismol, not medicine, not anything. And after I got over that, I was hungry all the time. Didn't matter how much I ate or what I ate, I was still hungry all the time.
But I go on fasts. I take I go on 3-day fasts sometimes, where I just have water. Just drink water.
Just drink water and smoke pot. I get it.
Smoke pot, yeah.
That'll make you hungry.
But I don't eat any. Like if I eat something like a munchy food, like potato chips, like I'll only eat popcorn and like peanuts. That's about it. Snack food wise,
That's pretty
like
good. Well,
nuts,
speaking of snack food, where's your
like
nuts?
nuts.
I thought I brought nuts up here.
I
These
hate
nuts.
to say,
Oh, my.
no, not those nuts.
No, I thought I brought up cashews.
No, like these nuts, unsalted peanuts.
It's upside down. Your bag's upside down.
Yeah, I opened the bottom of the bag like an idiot. I just cut it with a knife. That's why it didn't even matter.
Oh, Dad
Cardamom. I picked up some cardamom and supposed to lower your blood pressure. I'm gonna just throw out the benefits here: cancer-fighting compounds, anti-inflammatory effects, digestive problems, bad breath, prevent cavities, antibacterial effects, treat infections, improve breathing and oxygen, lower blood sugar, protect your liver, help weight loss, anxiety. Just some of them.
Well, if it's working for you, bro, Joe, then
I didn't. Oh, I just got it. So I was getting it for the anti-inflammatory properties.
Also try it out, see what happens. Right? If that's what you're gonna do, right?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay.
I should have probably got pills, like capsules, instead.
What did you get? Liquid?
It's just a powder.
Oh, it's a powder.
You could put it on like you could use it like it's a spice. It's an Indian spice.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Hey, Jay's gonna tell us more about cardamom because he knows all this shit.
About what? Man, my phone died and I had to do a patrol. I apologize. I left.
Oh.
I'm sure Brojo appreciated the piece.
Yeah, we went back in time to 1984. Played some Band-Aid. Played Band-Aid. Remember, Do They Know It's Christmas?
Oh, man, I was like 7 at that time. Crap, dude, you're talking about deep cuts.
7.
Yeah, I was 7 in '84.
Damn.
84.
For some reason.
I wasn't 7.
Yeah. Well, that was when they did the what was it? We Are the World and all that good shit like that.
We are the world.
Clockwork Rex. He was 30.
I'm just gonna say I wasn't 7. Okay.
Yeah, I wasn't 7 either. I was just a little bit older than 7.
Gio, nobody here was of the delusion that you were 7 in '84.
Well, I mean,
I'm so bad.
some people believe anything, I don't know if I.
Would you like me to go back into propositional logic? Let's talk about propositions about people living in certain time frames.
Don't let that gray beard fool you.
Yeah. I'm a boomer.
I just want to go back and say I couldn't figure out why I kept saying propositional apologetics, and then I actually had to stop myself. Like, I don't know why I keep using that word. I was talking about propositional logic.
That's kind of
1984 was partying it up, baby. 84.
84, man.
Yeah.
Did you guys get anywhere with that conversation, or where'd Will go?
Nope.
Is Will around?
I don't recall what conversation you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. Absolutely have no idea what you're talking about. You must be talking about another universe.
What conversation was that?
I don't know. I don't know what he's talking about. I have no idea what he's talking about.
Wow.
I was talking about cardamom.
Wow.
84. 84. That's when I was running around in Fort Drum.
Oh,
were you at Fort Drum? Were you at Fort Drum in '84? Seriously?
Hell yeah, man. That place was crazy.
I have a drum. Here's his drum.
I was there.
I heard about drum in '84. I heard it looked a lot like a World War II outpost, which is exactly what old Fort Drum actually looks like.
There's wooden barracks, and and when we weren't sleeping in wooden barracks, we were sleeping in those pup tents where two people put the halves together. And it's like,
oh yeah, I mean, I in processed on old Fort Drum because that's where you did your in processing. But then at that time, this would have been '98. So at that time, there was obviously a lot more that had been built up around that. So I was on Old Post before at Fort Drum for in processing, and but then I went to like the newer construction for my.
well, there was a big coal room in the back, in the bottom, like floor in the back room. There was a big coal furnace for the winter.
I don't know what you're talking about. That doesn't make any sense. Why would they have coal in Fort Drum? Coal burning? No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. They would have definitely used whatever they could to stay warm.
That shit was crazy. Nobody wanted to work there, though. Nobody wanted to shovel the coal.
Well, nobody wanted to be. Well, yeah, there was a video. Like I heard this rumor that there was this video, like there was this new intake video when newbies were coming into Fort Drum, and they showed like this old video of like when it was Fort Drum, but when it was Camp Drum, not Fort Drum, and they're like showing this old black and white footage, and they did like here's the 10th Mountain getting ready for a road march, and these guys are going to be training up and everything. And in the background of the video, there's a guy, and he sticks his leg up on a stump or on a rock. And he shatters his own shin with the buttstock of his rifle just to get out of a road march. And I'm like, yeah, it sounds like Fort Drum.
Oh man,
yeah,
people do crazy things.
Yeah, we called ourselves the Chosen Frozen. We didn't call ourselves.
Well,
Frozen Chosen. We called ourselves the Frozen Chosen.
Well, I was just up there to use one of the ranges, so I wasn't there for any real extended time. But it was.
Oh, you're lucky. You're lucky.
It was cold, regardless. So.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's upstate New York. It's going to be cold.
Crazy.
Yeah, and then during the spring, it was nothing but flying ants that just dug under your watch and dug nests in your wrist.
It was only because of the range. It was like this. It was like a rifle range, but it was set up for tanks. And we drive our tanks onto the rifle range.
Wait. See, this is where it doesn't make any sense to me because I don't remember any mechanized being utilized at Fort Drum in any way, shape, or form. Because when I got to Fort Drum, light infantry only. So there was no tracks. There was no 113s. There were no track.
Really?
I mean, the heaviest thing we had was an LMPD.
What year was that?
90. I was there in '98.
Oh, last time I was there was in '84. So.
But they had tracks there?
Yeah, there were 113s there. We had a whole scout troop there doing training. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Mechanized, a whole mechanized scout. There were scouts there. There were mechanized with 113s. There were no Humvees back then. So
I get that. Back then they were still on the Willies. They still had Willies.
M48s, M48 A5s. M48 tanks.
M48. Really?
And we used to hook our M16 to the coaxially mounted to the side of the gun and fire on this range. I was there for a week, and
Yeah. See, what you're telling me about Fort Drum is something that I did not know about Fort Drum because I didn't know that Fort Drum actually accommodated any kind of track mounted exercises in any way, shape, or form. Because when I was there, we were light infantry only, and air assault. So we didn't have track vehicles of any kind.
I also drove all around the post there in the tank too. So it wasn't like wasn't there. It's there. It's there. There are ranges.
You know what the worst thing we had to deal with on the range was?
What?
Freaking the freaking
not going back, cleaning up.
The porcupines.
The porcupines.
Yeah, the porcupines like to chew on the coaxial cable that they use for the pop-up targets for the live ranges.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
I never knew that was a thing.
Yeah, the range control at that time told us exactly how to kill them. And said what you do is if you got blank fire weapons because you're doing mild and stuff, you take your blank adapter off and you have your magazine loaded, and then you take a cleaning rod, right? Just a standard cleaner, the cleaning rod for the M16, which is always done in like portions. So you'd get like 5-inch portions at a time, and you took
throw them
one
together.
But you'd take one of those rod portions and you'd stick it in the barrel of your rifle, and then you'd fire the blank. And so the charge would basically drive that 5-inch rod into the brain of freaking
Oh, really?
porcupine. Oh yeah. They told us how to do it, and we just looked at them and went, no, you guys have to deal with that. We're not gonna do that. Because I'm not fishing something that I'm responsible for when I clear out of the brains of a freaking porcupine in any way.
Did you use a blank suppressor? The thing on the front of the barrel? You twist a blank suppressor?
Oh yeah, the blank adapter. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a suppressor for the top.
Yeah,
so
but apparently if you took the blank adapter off the tip of the barrel, and so you had blanks in the magazine, but if you put a portion of a cleaning rod in the barrel and then you fired a blank,
oh wow, that
it would basically use that pressure, and it would drive that
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yep. Yeah, you could use that to kill a porcupine. We never did it.
Well, you know what's
But
funny?
I
I
heard
was on the range there, and they had problems with the moving targets, but those were far away. We were shooting at them with a 105 millimeter.
I heard so many stories about the impact zone. Like I heard about like how that was a testing site for Agent Orange back in Vietnam. I heard all sorts of stories about freaking Fort Drum. It was funny as hell. It's like, really? And they're like, oh yeah, there were guys that came out of the impact zone.
That explains some things.
Their boots were glowing.
Yeah, right.
Oh yeah,
Well,
it'd be hilarious. I'm like, let me just get through this deployment. Let me just get through this time in service.
We were there day firing, and we were just waiting to fire, and I'm sitting in my tank. There's a whole line of tanks. There's 6 tanks, and there's a whole bunch of people behind us watching everything. And these guys in off-road vehicles start driving through the range. It's like, holy fucking shit. We're in the middle of firing, and like these guys in ATVs start driving across the range. It's like, what the fuck? Yeah.
The 2 most radical things I ever saw on the range was during range prep was 1, a melted 50 cal round, which it was pretty cool. Like if you ever see a 50 cal round that's fired through a 50 cal through a brown, it melts down and it gets kind of globulous and everything. And somebody showed me that. And then while I was doing gate guard, there was a timber wolf. No joke, came right up to the gate, and I was like, "Nah, it's a wolf." And then when I told the NCOs, they said, "Did you see anything suspicious while you're on gate duty?" And I was like, "I saw a wolf." And they said, "Bullshit, there's no wolves here." I was like, "Bullshit, yes there are." I said, if that wasn't a wolf, that was the most wolf-looking stray husky I'd ever seen in my life.
Really, wolves, huh?
Mm-hmm.
I never saw wolves. Thankfully.
Yeah, we had wolves there, and we had obviously we had bears.
I wouldn't doubt it. I wouldn't doubt it for a minute.
Well, bears were not out of the question. I remember taking my first drive from when I processed in, and then taking a drive and finding out the unit that I was going to go to, and I drove up, and next thing I know, here's Mama Bear and her 5 cubs crossing the street. I'm like,
wait a minute, you did basic in drum? No.
No, in processing. No, I was in processing into that active duty unit. No, I wasn't in basic training. No, I did basic. Wow. I did basic training in Fort Benning.
Oh, that's right. You mentioned Fort Benning, and that's
Yeah. I didn't. Yeah, Fort Drum doesn't have a training battalion.
Yeah.
No.
I was going to say you can't go do basic in Fort Drum.
Yeah, there's no training battalion. There's no training battalion in Fort Drum.
Yeah, that doesn't happen there.
They have. I mean, they had air assault and MLCCC and PLDC. Yeah.
They have a lot of
that
stuff.
kind of training, but not a basic training.
I think they took away the armor. I don't think they'd use that anymore there at Fort Drum, because from what you're saying,
dude, there was the only armor we had in Fort Drum at the time that I was there were Humvees. and LMTVs, and those were so loosely packed, it wasn't even funny.
Now I was all over Fort Drum in a tank, so they must have
Yeah, I
changed.
never. Yeah, that was long before I got there because there was no mechanized when I got there. Zero.
Yeah, there were motor pools full of tanks.
No, we had none of that. All we had at the time that I got there, we had Humvees, LMTVs.
Yeah.
Well, stuff like
I
that.
was when I was getting out, they were just getting Humvees and M1 tanks. So,
Yeah, we never even had those there. We never saw M1s. We never saw any tanks. No, nothing.
Yeah,
the heaviest machinery. The heaviest machinery I ever saw at Fort Drum was from the Engineer Battalion, and that was during the time when they had to clear 3 feet of snow from the roads.
Yeah, they used a big engineer vehicle, right?
Oh yeah, they used full on front loaders and stuff to try to clear the roads and stuff. And then sometimes, if we got lucky, when we were out in the field, the engineers would be around, and we'd call them in, and they would dig our mortar pits for us.
Yeah, that's always.
So if we had to dig in, we'd be like, "Great, the engineers are in here," and they'd come in, and they'd like dig these rough pits so that we could dig in our mortar guns, and then all we had to do was just shape the dig in. So we didn't have to actually dig the whole thing. Wow. But one time, if I remember correctly, one of my platoon sergeants had us actually dig in the guns. That took forever, like 2 nights, 2 days, like 2 full days, like 48 hours. We just sat there digging, and we were digging in clay.
Oh, forget that.
We were just digging and just picking at this shit. And then he was like, "All right, you guys have had enough." And he brought in the engineers, and we were like, "We can't even get through this." Like we were using the equipment they gave us on the Humvee, the pickaxe and the shovels and all that, and trying to
You
wall
guys
up.
didn't have a backhoe?
Oh no! All of that would have been engineers. All of that would have been engineers.
Backhoe.
A backhoe. Get a backhoe.
Yeah, backhoe. Our backhoe was our hoe. If a person when the engineers came in with their equipment and dug our trenches out dug our pits out for us, we were just like, "Thank you," and then we would give them like shitloads of whatever extra pokey bait and stuff like that if they would do it for us because
engineers. I take care of the engineers.
Well, it's the same thing like taking care of the cooks. Right, you had to take care of your cooks, and you didn't piss off. You never pissed off Camo, and
yeah,
you never pissed off cooks, and you never pissed off engineers.
They don't fuck with Camo either.
Yep. Yeah, that's not what I dealt with.
All right, it's World of Tanks.
Yeah, I never thought.
I play the game. World of Tanks is cool.
I love that aerial ramping. It's like the promotions for the Army when they show the M1 Abrams ramping off of ramping and then turning and shooting. And then you realize, that M1 Abrams was never the same again. Because it fractured the freaking transmission.
There you go, Gio. That's for you, Gio.
Veterans Christmas.
Happy holidays.
Veterans
To the
Christmas,
tank man himself, Gio Sam.
Sam, the track master.
That was cool. Thanks. I like that.
You deserve it. If you served with your tracks, you deserve it.
8 hours here, motherfuckers. Thank you.
My sister's second husband, he said the same thing. He was like, or third husband, he goes, "Yeah, you went infantry?" I said, "Yeah." And he goes, "Did you go mechanized?" I said, "Nope." And he goes, "Oh, you were fucking smart." I said, "Why?" And he goes, "There is nothing worse than being mechanized infantry and having to fucking work on a thrown track." And I was like, "Why?" And he goes, "Oh, it's a bitch." I was like, "Wait, are you saying it was a good idea that I didn't go as an M1 Abrams driver?" And he goes, "You were definitely correct in not choosing that."
Oh, you
That's
kidding?
what my brother-in-law was. Yeah, he was an
Because I
Abrams
had an
driver.
MOS. One of my MOSs that I could have chose was an M1 Abrams driver and an M1 Abrams gunner.
Should have did it, man. Be a gunner. Yeah.
Yeah, and I went, no, I want to be a sniper. So I went 11. I went 11 X-ray, which is infantry unassigned. And because my DT score was higher in general mechanics, they made me a mortar magnet. So when I became a mortar, they went, yeah, it's a shortage MOS at that time. So they were like, guess what you don't get? Sniper school.
Oh shit.
So I never got to go to sniper school.
They shut you out. They shut you out of
Well,
sniper
yeah,
school.
based on the MOS. Yeah. Yeah, their whole thing was is they basically keep Charlies where Charlies were.
Yeah.
Yep.
That sucks.
That's what it was back then. It was 11 Charlies. You had 11 Bravos. So you had 11 unassigned when you went into basic training, but then you could become 11 Bravo. At that time, it was 11 Bravo, 11 Charlie, 11 Mike, and 11 Hotel.
That's the M1 driver? What's the MOS?
None of those had anything to do with M1. Nope.
Because mine was 19. When I started as driver, it was 19 Echo.
Yeah. Ours were 11 Bravo, which is your standard rifleman. 11 Charlie was mortarman's. 11 Mike was anti-tank, but anti-tank is not necessarily track. They use tow. They use like tow missile launchers and stuff on Humvees. And then you had 11 Hotel, which was Bradley drivers.
I think we're boring everybody with our military talk.
Probably. But I'm not giving them any too militant. There's not anything too.
We're just talking.
Yeah, but guys, if you're watching this and you're in the live stream, no, the Army isn't about being Rambo. It's not about learning how to make a coat from a coat seat or from a truck seat and jumping out of a tree and slaughtering a fucking wild boar and eating it. And, yeah, that's had nothing to do with the military in any way, shape, or form. That was just Rambo. Rambo had problems.
Oh yeah. There was no Rambo where I was at. I never saw a Rambo.
Well, I was 35 Foxtrot, so all I did was analyze information and send it up to the brass, and
fucking
boring as shit.
Maybe. Well, at least you're out of harm's way. So to
well,
speak.
yeah, that.
I
saw a lot of fucked up shit. I read a lot of fucked up shit, but yeah, I was never like in the shit.
Yeah, Clockwork. I think that's funny because I remember like one time I was doing this training because we had these what they call Blue 4 computer systems that were going to be implemented into our Humvees. They were like these computer systems and like they get GPS navigation and all that. You could see where all your forces were and all that kind of shit. And so I was doing all the training because I had to do a background check and all this kind of stuff and make sure I had top secret clearance before I got into it. And so I was like, oh, yeah, this is cool and everything. And then I remember one of my sergeants, while I was like doing the training and everything, he goes, yeah, you want to stop this and you want to go back to the barracks because we're going to get up in the morning and we're going to run the 120s. And I'm like, wait a minute, what do you mean run the 120s? He's like, we're going to run the 120 millimeter trailer mounted mortar systems in a 5K in a 5K run. And I was like, no, I'll just sit here and I'll just play on the computer.
Run?
It's like, no, why would you guys do that? And then later on, come to find out they actually did. I stayed up all night, like doing this training on the system and everything, and I got really well versed on it and like understanding like how to understand like defilade versus cover and all this kind of defilade or cover and concealment, defilade versus concealment, and all this kind of stuff on the.
Oh, I haven't heard that word in a long time. Defilade.
Defilade, yeah. And so I was learning all that kind of stuff, and I was up to like 4:00 in the morning, and then I went back to the barracks, and I slept until like noon. I got up, and I went back to that same place, and I did it. And then come to find out, one of the guys told me like, "Yeah." I'm like, "Wait a minute, did you guys actually run the 120s?" And like, "Yeah, we did." I was like, "Wait a minute, you guys ran the 120 trailer mounted systems? And they're like, yeah. So bear in mind, a 120 at this particular point in time, a 120 FAMA system trailer mounted was 398 pounds of system.
That's like the biggest we have, I think. For
They were running it with tow straps attached to the guys.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, and they ran them. They ran them downhill, and then ran them uphill. And he goes, "Yeah, I thought we could at least get 4, but we could only get 2." And I'm like, "They're 400-pound systems. Why are you guys running these things? These are supposed to be like, they were supposed to be like the next step in like light infantry warfare." And so my unit decided, like, oh well, we can't air assault these things because they're not rigged for air assault. So we got to learn how to like rig them like by manually basically getting it. So they decided to try to implement doing PT with these trailer systems. I was like, why? Why would you do that?
That is
minds.
It was
That's
nuts.
crazy.
It was bad. And I was like, did I just dodge a bullet? And they're like, yeah, you did.
You mean that
You
really,
dodged the mortar round. Yeah, you
mean
dodged
that-
the mortar round.
that actually happens now? That's still the training for them?
I don't know if it happens now, but man, it happened back then.
That's fucking nuts.
Yeah.
Though.
They were fucking.
Back
They
in
were
the day.
fucking. They were fucking insane. They're like, oh yeah, this is like the minute that you put the title of light onto something, and you go, yeah, this is a light infantry kind of mobilization. And you go, okay, how light is it? It's only 400 pounds. And they go, huh? They go, we can do it. We can run this on our backs. And we're like, no,
Light infantry. Yeah, that means when they say light, that means they're adding something.
Yeah, light took on a very relative term, right? You know what I'm saying? It's like, that's not light. Like, what do you mean by light? Light as not being a tank. Great. That leaves a world of fucking difference.
Yeah, they just put some big thing, attach it to your back, and call you light.
Oh, I know guys that got they snap their shins, they snap their ankles, they'd be on movements, they'd be wearing 140-pound rucks, just step over a log and snap an ankle and shit. I knew guys that did that all the time. I'm like, yeah, it's fun, right? And they're like, yeah, being in Scout Platoon is fucking awesome. I'm like, yeah, it is. Fuck you.
But ultimately, Jay, you're right about the maintenance with track vehicles, because that's basically why I decided not to re-up for another.
The maintenance?
It was horrible, man. I couldn't take it.
It was bad. It was bad. It was bad even when I was in the Army because we dealt with Humvees.
Yeah.
Because I was heavy mortar, so we were 81s, so we were headquarters company, so we had mortar or not. Sorry, we had.
Brojo's killing me with this video.
Oh. I think he's trying to distract. I think he's trying to distract us to get us off the conversation.
Why don't we just give up on this?
Yeah, let's give up. We'll just give up.
Let's talk about something else.
Yeah, we've all got our minutes and stories.
I already made him mad once tonight. He already sent us some links. I probably shouldn't.
Oh, but that was so stupid! I swear. Is Jill still here? No, right?
Man. No,
I try to get a point across. Start getting argumentative, and I'm like, God damn it! There goes Brojo. He doesn't want to hear my voice.
Look at that poor Santa. Oh well.
Sorry, Brojo.
Oh, do any of y'all remember the episode of WKRP Cincinnati when they tossed the turkey?
WKRP in Cincinnati.
Oh yeah,
I
remember that.
Oh.
Oh, look at this guy.
Oh shit! What the
no.
You know what's interesting is this is Brojo's family.
Oh.
Yes.
Oh.
Set up.
My cock.
Is
that on ice? Are they on black ice?
Are these home videos, Brojo?
Yeah, home videos.
Wait. Go back. Were those motorcyclists on black ice?
Yeah, looks like it. Yeah.
Yeah, they're on black ice. Oh shit!
Wet. Does look wet.
Yep, black eyes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, they didn't have the good tires like they had in that James Bond movie that had spikes on them. Yeah.
You mean the ones with the retractable spikes? Yeah, they didn't have those.
Yeah, they fucked up. Yeah.
You know those don't exist, right?
Oh,
It's called putting fucking. It's called putting fucking straps on them. Like even here in California, they don't. They changed the law. They don't. You don't do chains anymore. They actually do cables. So they do like these elastic. Yeah, they basically have this rig now that's like it's like bungee cords. So the bungee cords basically work in conjunction, work in violation of the cables or the chains.
So how do the cables go around the tire this way?
Yeah.
Oh, I guess it
Just make a
works.
great GIF. Just to make a great GIF.
Oh
right
yeah,
here.
if you're a truck driver and you don't have your chains displayed on your truck, and then all of a sudden you get stopped, you have to turn all the way around, and sometimes you can't even get in. You can't even get through certain corridors of the United States without your chains being displayed.
Well, I always see that. I didn't know why that was done though.
Yeah. Oh yeah, they did that. They actually did that to my wife. My wife came out here to California when she was interviewing for a job, and she came out here with my mom and my little brother, and they got stuck. They got stuck in Reno for a night because they didn't have chains. And she goes, I don't have chains for my car. But my wife didn't know what they were. Because the thing is like in Michigan, chains are illegal. You don't have chains. You don't have chains.
Michigan?
Yeah, in Michigan, you can't have chains on your car, on your tires.
But doesn't it snow a lot out there?
Yeah, but you can't have chains.
So what's the rationale behind that?
It tears up the roads.
Oh, come on.
And trust me, the roads are already torn up enough. They're already torn up enough without cables.
I guess it does tear up the roads.
Yeah.
Just keep
But
those damn fucking roads clean,
so my wife drives all the way out to California.
yeah.
She drives.
Oh,
ouch! Damn. Yeah, like what else was gonna happen?
Stupidity.
Yeah.
Oh shit! What the fuck? Is that real?
That
Get the fuck out of
that-
here!
That looked like an accident.
That looks like something that happened in New Jersey.
Come here! What the fuck?
That was something that could happen in New Jersey.
Hey, what the
Joe.
fuck is this? Oh, get the fuck!
That was a New Jersey accident. If I ever saw a New Jersey accident,
That is so weird looking. It's like through the car, right? Looks like it's through the car. Oh, it's so huge. That's
Brojo's high as fuck right now, guys. He's getting a kick out of human demise. He's done. He's done for the night. He's done.
Oh no! You don't have to be high for that.
His humanitarianism has just gone right out the fucking window.
oh, fuck the Christmas tree, right?
Right in the goat ass.
What's going on here?
Oh yeah. Ooh.
Little Christmas hanky panky. No. Oh.
I think he realized that he
Is
realized
that
that his dick just went up into his crotch. He doesn't know what's going on. Oh. Okay, this is stupid.
What did he do to the Christmas tree? Wait a minute, it froze for a second.
Oh no, this isn't gonna end.
Oh,
right.
who is that?
This isn't good. I don't know.
Wait.
What the fuck is? What's he pouring on there?
I don't know, but
chainsaw. Oh, he's got.
that's not right. That don't look right.
What the?
That's a Christmas tree. Well, it was a Christmas tree.
What the?
That voice laugh was something else. Oh, that was bad.
Yeah. Oh no.
Look, he's got two Christmas trees.
That's what I would have done if I.
Bertha, do you have any videos of this? Of you doing this?
No.
Oh, okay.
No home
Nobody will
videos.
be doing this.
Now, what I'm seeing right now looks like Black Eye Central. That just looks like Black Eye Central. Right now.
Look at this.
Somebody's gonna die.
How many
times do you think he did it before he...
No, stop. It's always fun.
Oh!
Oh,
well.
Oh, you
She survived.
crushing this Christmas light thing. We are making. Oh my god!
Oh my god. Oh yeah, here we go.
Oh, you done fuck up.
So,
There we go.
may I
Broken
ask,
leg.
wait a minute. May I ask what drew Jill away from the conversation here?
I was
I don't
talking
know. He
about
just
the
left.
army.
He just left.
Yeah,
Oh, he did? Oh, okay. I thought that maybe something happened because is Will still here?
No.
Yeah. I think
Oh, Will left too.
Oh,
He had to
boom.
charge. He had to charge his phone. He said his phone was.
Oh, gotcha. I was just wondering because it was like I thought this was kind of odd. That stream just kind of went to this. I thought
Jill
we could
kind of
get.
just. Yeah, Jill kind of just left.
I thought we could get more into propositional logic.
Well.
Hey, Bruce Lee, what are you doing?
Jill kind of demonstrated the nature of propositional logic for everybody.
I don't think Jill knows what propositional logic is. I don't
But
think I don't know. I don't think he realizes that when propositions are made, that they're made necessarily to comport to things in states of affairs. But could be wrong.
Oh shit! What did he do? He took his arm off.
This is my nutcracker. This is how I crack my nuts. Oh.
Yeah. She won.
Oh.
Yeah. This is why you can't have nice things when you have kids. You just have to make it. Yeah. Oh, well.
Well, some people just can't have nice things. You know what I mean?
Like the idiot that tackled the Christmas tree and shorted out the lights. Yeah, that guy. Mm-hmm.
Wait. Oh. Ooh.
Oh, wait. Oh, see, that's why I didn't go outside today.
Wait for it. Wait for it. Is it going to fall again?
Brojo, is Jill still in the live chat? Because you can bring him back in here and we can have a conversation about propositional.
Oh shit! Why would you stand up there?
Because they're stupid. Now make a proposition for that event.
This guy before. There's a guy trying to shovel his down to the fucking table.
Now make a proposition. Now you make a proposition for that. It is the case that a jackass was trying to shovel snow, and he died. Therefore, it is true.
Aren't you supposed to find a hill? What's with the sled?
He didn't succeed. Well, the proposition didn't mean he
it's
succeeded.
coming off the roof. It's coming off the roof. There it is. Yeah.
There it is.
Oh, here it comes.
There's some more coming.
Is it?
Oh, it's not going to avalanche.
It didn't happen.
You think you're wise?
Yeah, he's stupid.
Of course, you got blue hair.
Oh, look at this guy.
We're back to moron.
Back here.
I'll use this table.
This is like a person in North Carolina.
I got this
This
table.
is a person. I actually saw somebody shoveling snow one time in North Carolina with a rake.
Jeez.
No shit. I'm not joking you. They were shoveling snow with a rake.
That must have been hilarious.
Oh, it was fun.
5-year-old. Boom! Ouch!
Nearly killed them.
Ooh, that had to hurt.
That's a hell of a decline.
Let's see that again. No.
Yeah, take that back. Take that back. Let's see what that happened.
guy got hit with the rock, right?
Yeah, but take the video back. No. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Because that's a hell of a decline.
Let's go slow motion.
Yeah, do slow mo. You're gonna die. Oh man, he got hit so hard. Oh man, he got hit so hard.
Hey, I gotta go. Good night, guys.
Yeah,
Good
night,
night.
Gio.
Cheers.
Oh, take care, Gio.
Almost
Good talk.
midnight. Oh,
Cheers.
it's almost midnight here.
Later.
Merry Christmas Eve.
Yeah,
And just bear in mind, guys, the festivities don't stop because while we're here doing this on Christmas Day or Christmas weekend, there's going to be a New Year's weekend that's coming up.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Good enough. See
And
you
we'll be
guys.
right back here arguing with Irenic and Jill about propositional logic. I'm sorry.
I might have something to do tonight.
Yeah, I know you're sitting there going to go, yeah, I might have something to say about that. Mhm.
Yeah.
Come on, you learned something, right? Did you learn anything or no?
Did I learn anything?
Did you learn anything?
Yeah.
Did you learn anything or no?
I probably did. Don't remember right now.
But wait, you didn't learn anything, or did you?
I don't remember it. I didn't remember it.
Well,
I should have wrote
what
it
do you-
down instead of relying on oral tradition.
Oh, this is going to be fun. Let me do this. Let me do this as part of your show because this will be fun. What do you remember about that conversation?
Propositional logic.
The proposition, the question that I asked
Oral
for Bill
against
and Will.
oral versus written. Talking about oral tradition. How reliable is the text? That's pretty much it.
Oh, that's not quite it. What did I challenge Jill with? What did I challenge Jill with when it came to oral proclamations? Do you know? Or no? Oh, come on. You can do this. You can do this.
I think I
What
remember.
did I ask? Because I'm talking about like a really kind of.
Oh, Jay, sorry. Oh, this guy's at it again.
Well, dude, it's like dude. It's not meant to be. It's not meant to be an ask because I'm just wondering, like, how high are you that you don't remember what happened a half hour ago?
Dude.
That's why I was asking the question. It's not necessary that you know it. It's not like it's a trick question or anything. I'm just wondering if you remember anything because obviously your channel is like about people getting high and having a good time and enjoying some cannabis and just whatever. But considering that conversation was heated and everything, I just figured I would just ask you, given your state of affairs mentally, like, could you actually say, like, you know what actually happened back then? Just like not too long ago? Or no?
Wait, what just happened?
Oh my God. You guys are so fucking stoned. It's not even fucking funny. Fuck it. You guys are done, man. You guys are done. That's great. It's great if you don't remember, but still, it's fucking hilarious if you don't. That's awesome. Like, you guys will get into these kind of conversations and you'll be like, oh man, there's all these things that are happening and people will like have these conflicts and everything. And then an hour later, you're going to go, hey, do you guys remember the conversation like an hour ago when we were talking about? They got, no, man.
I just choose to live in the moment.
There you go. That exactly. That was exactly. And that's what I figured was the point. I figured that was probably the point.
I just watched Spaceballs, and you know that part where they're watching the tape, And he's like, now we're watching now. Now is now.
No.
Yeah.
No. Oh, that conversation had nothing to do with Spaceballs. No, it did not.
The fucking did. Now.
No, we didn't argue about whether or not barf was puke or puke was barf. We didn't argue about that. We never argued about that in any way, shape, or form. What's wrong with you?
Lone Star.
Dude!
My Schwartz is bigger than yours.
I think you guys have a problem with pot.
Oh, I'm not smoking. I'm having a beer.
Dude?
Hops is a relative.
Fair enough.
It is a relative. In fact, it's the worst relative. It's come to find out, cannabis can actually cause arousal in the male sex organ, whereas hops restricts motility.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know about that. Maybe in some people, yeah. Maybe in some people.
That's awesome. Here comes Clever. It's like, well, I don't know about that.
You know, everybody's different. I'm just saying.
There you go.
No, but it was awesome that when I brought it up that you went, well, you know, no, not necessarily. That was funny. You really have to stop opening these things up for people to have really like stringent conversations, and then when I try to go back to them or back to those kind of conversations, you guys have no fucking idea what happened. Like right now.
Yeah. Well, no, I get your whole propositional thing, because you can make any proposition you want to. Doesn't make it true.
Well,
doesn't mean it's real.
Well, yeah, exactly. And that was the whole. Yeah, that was. Well, see, so now you're on the same bandwidth, but I don't want to get into that kind of conversation if Brojo.
Fair enough.
He'd be like, yeah. If you guys want to talk about that, you can. But I was just kind of curious as to exactly what Brojo took from the conversation, since this is Brojo's channel, and if he actually got anything from that conversation. But if he didn't, well, I mean, that's fine too, because it is his channel, and he can take what he wants from it.
You make a proposition, whether it doesn't make it true or not right. Exactly. Okay, I agree with you. It doesn't mean that, like, if Irenic is in the room eating popcorn, and then you say that Irenic is not eating popcorn. I mean, it's a contradiction there. When you know Irenic is in the room eating popcorn.
Sure.
So tell anyone that he's not in the room eating popcorn. It's just, not true. Now, does it mean that every time Irenic is in the room, he's eating popcorn?
No.
No.
It's just
No, it doesn't mean he's in the room every time. It's just at this particular time he's eating popcorn.
Because propositions can sometimes make claims about things that are happening now and things that have happened in the past, and but whether or not those propositions actually relegate to something to that which is necessarily true in state of affairs, well, there we go.
So, I mean, whether it's written or it's spoken about orally, I mean, you still got to test if it's true or not.
Exactly. And when we look at those kind of conversations, we look at those kind of things, and we say, okay. But when we look at propositions
like this idea that oral tradition is going to be just as valid or as written, I don't see.
No. Not valid.
Okay.
I never said valid. I said veracity. Veracity is not the same as valid. Okay. Do you know the difference between veracity and valid?
Well, veracity is like a weightiness of.
No, veracity means truth.
Truth.
Like an argument can be valid, but not
the truth of the matter,
true.
Right? The truth of the matter.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Well, you can have a valid argument. So you can have a valid argument, but a valid argument isn't necessarily true because it's valid in its structure, but it's not necessarily comporting to anything that's necessarily true, which goes to the veracity of the claims or the veracity of the argument. So if I make a valid argument for why I have a rainbow colored unicorn that shits gold bricks in my backyard, doesn't give veracity to the actual truth of affairs that there is an actual rainbow colored.
But if someone said that Jay likes to go on and on and on, that would be a proposition people would accept.
Yeah, that's a proposition.
No, that's a true.
I still never got an answer on my. I want to know.
Yeah.
I want to know how
going?
many. Back to Jill. I just want to go back to I don't see how you can strictly rely on oral tradition for the veracity of these claims.
Well, that's exactly my point, because whether or not that these particular individuals could make certain claims or certain propositions, and they were better at making those particular kind of propositions that comported to states of affairs versus to states of affairs now, and versus the way that people make propositions about things now, that was exactly my point, right?
Well,
So
it seems
Do you
like
feel
it was
better
Paul's
now?
position.
I'm going to thank Rex for triggering me and allowing me to remember what
Oh
was
yeah,
said.
hey, I would like to apologize for bringing this shit back up. Yeah,
It just took a
did
little
you write
trigger.
something? Did you write something, Clockwork?
Huh? Did I what?
What?
Right shit. I'm drinking beer, smoking cigarettes, trying to stay warm. Wrote a motherfucker.
Like having a conversation with Scully and freaking Hitchcock from freaking Brooklyn Nine-Nine.
Well, look, Joe is actually still listening. He was listening. He was just waiting for the topic to come up again.
Well,
meanwhile, he's listening all this time.
An anthropologist and a historian are two fucking different things, Jill.
Well, okay. Well, you know what?
I just want to say it's 12:01 here in the East Coast, so Merry Christmas Eve. There you go.
Yeah.
Merry Christmas Eve. Everybody take a toke. I'm going to go grab a beer.
All right. I'll wait till Clockwork gets back, and then I'll propose my thing, because I think Clockwork will get a tick off it, but maybe not. I still think it's funny he has to get up and go get his beer. Like, he doesn't have it sitting right next to his chair.
Yeah, right? Fucking, we should have his little refrigerator right sitting right next to his recliner. Right by the fire.
Because I swear Clockwork drinks more beer than I do. Jeez.
Anthropologists, oral typically have as much concern. Oh, God, look at this. Quote mining here.
You're quote mining. How are you quote mining?
Is that what you can see, like quote mining? He's like looking for little quotes here.
No. Quote mining is something entirely different. Quote mining is where you give quotes about things that can possibly. It's almost like a red herring. You can find quotes that necessarily comport to the particular argument that are not necessarily quote mining.
Where's William?
He's outside. He's out in the chat. Coming back in, William. Jill, come on. Party's still going. We're going 8.5.
Yeah, guys, I'm still here. I just thought it was. I mean, what I liked about that conversation was the fact that Will, just to kind of get this going, is that Will understood exactly where my question was, or what my question was implying, and went from there. And Jill and even Irenic just kind of like took it to the farthest reaches of the universe.
Okay.
But they were trying to appeal. They're trying to appeal to things that weren't necessarily the things in states of affairs.
To
Like,
infinity and beyond.
Woo!
Yeah, it's fun. But I did find that funny because Will and I don't think that Will and I agree on a lot of things, like even philosophically. Well, I think we do politically. But I thought in this particular case, I thought it was funny that Will knew exactly where I was coming from. And I was just like, yeah, this is going to be good. And then Will was basically, he's basically taking my position and then kind of taking it to the nth degree and whatever, and kind of went from there. It was a great conversation. But bear in mind, Irenic did basically throw kind of a cock wrench into that fucking narrative.
Well, if you think so, I appreciate that.
Well, in the sense that you started arguing for Jill. I'm sure Jill loved that. Jill loved the fact that he was getting reinforced by an open atheist or an open theist. Oh my god.
Yeah, Jill.
Now Jill has to live with that blight. I was offended by an open theist.
What do you gotta do? Oh, here he comes. He's back. He's back for some more. This is where I step away and go make some dinner.
Still, Jay Pasick is still running his trap.
There we go. Ding, ding, ding. Oh, where's my fight button? I need my fight
Nothing
button.
burger.
Here we go.
Let's get ready to rumble!
I'm gonna pack a bowl here and listen in.
When I come in the room, I'm not. These guys don't really want it with
No,
Jill.
they don't know what Jill is. We don't know what Jill is.
But
We don't know all
we
that
understood.
encompasses what is Jill. If you do not encompass all that what is Jill, you just
We understood what you were saying.
The thighs.
We just didn't buy in. We just didn't bite into the nothing burger. That's all.
What was the nothing?
See,
What was the
said
nothing burger?
nothing burger, and that is Jill's favorite phrase.
What was the nothing burger?
But what Brojo just said, we're not really concerned about any claim in particular being true or false.
That's not what he said.
I like Jill.
Were you not listening?
Why would you?
Yeah.
Why would that be?
Well, no,
nothing?
you
Why
were.
would?
That's
why would
basically
that?
what you were saying.
Wait a minute. Why would that be a nothing burger? Where a proposition is either true or
Because
false.
it-
Why
like
would that be a
Brojo
nothing
just-
burger?
Like Brojo just said, because you could do that with any proposition, not just oral or written.
I didn't.
So, who cares?
Okay, all of Native American history and legends is oral tradition. None of that is written down. Does that make it true or false?
Why? How in the hell?
Whether it's oral or written,
How in the hell
is
did you
inconsequential.
Rax, you're gonna get in
Whether
trouble
it's
here
true or
with
false.
Jay pretty soon. I can see this.
How in the hell?
No, me
do
and
you
Jay
get
fight
from-
all the time. That's no big deal.
How do you get from propositions being true or not true as
Get him in a
being
headlock
as a
for me,
nothing
will you,
burger? How do you do
It's
that?
a nothing burger. Yeah.
So proposition. So the law of non-excluded middle is a nothing burger.
The idea that the oral or the written traditions have both that same issue. So
Which one? What's the issue?
no one has an advantage over another
What
as far
was
as the
the
veracity
issue?
is
What was the deal? What was the issue? Okay, what's the issue?
So we would examine these claims in both instances the same way.
Oh my
Jay,
God.
I'm mad at you now. You taught Jill a new word, voracity.
Oh my God!
actually, I
He's
studied
literally
textual
talking.
criticism, and they use
He's
that term all the
literally
time.
giving veracity. He's literally giving bona fides to my claim about propositions being true or false, which he just said was a nothing burger. Where now he's
It is
looking
a
at.
nothing burger in this case. It doesn't move the proverbial ball forward at all. Who cares? We all know that
Which
any
proposition
claim,
am I? Which proposition?
the claim is not. The claim is not that the veracity is in the oral tradition is stronger because it's an oral
Which
tradition.
proposition am I
not the claim.
talking about, Jill? I'm talking about propositions in general. Which proposition do you think I'm talking about?
propositions can be oral or written. That's what we were talking about.
Yes,
Oral
yeah,
versus written
but why did
tradition.
you say it was a nothing burger, whether or not a
It
proposition is
is a
true or a
nothing
proposition
burger.
is false?
It is a nothing burger because in any case, for any
Because it's
claim,
irrelevant to this
it's
question, sort
irrelevant.
of.
It's irrelevant to the question we were discussing.
We all know
Any
what
claim can
propositions
be
are.
any
That's part of
claim.
language. We
And
understand.
here goes
Like
ironic.
Brojo said,
Here
any
goes ironic again.
proposition can be weighted
Jill is a
or tested
proposition.
on
Jill is
on
a
its own
proposition.
merits.
Jill is a
We
proposition
test
true
these
or false?
propositions.
Jill,
When CNN says
Jill,
something,
Jill.
I test it on
Oh
its own
my
merit.
God, this is hilarious. Jill, is a
Okay, so this is a
proposition true
nothing
or
burger.
false? Yes or no?
This is a nothing
Jill,
burger. All
Jill.
propositions
Jill.
can be true or false.
Oh my God.
All
you
propositions
just
can
made
be
a
true or false.
proposition of nothing burger. Okay,
It's
it's
a
not a
nothing
burger.
burger.
What the
That
fuck
wasn't
is it?
concerning what we were
What the
referring to
fuck
or
is
talking about.
Oh, I
That's what we
can't
mean
wait
by
to play
nothing
this
burger.
one back. This one's going to be fun.
Yeah, it is. Your nothing burger is going to be a lot of fun.
I didn't say
It
what
doesn't mean
particular
anything
proposition.
concerning what we were talking about. That means nothing. All claims can be tested as far as its veracity is concerned in the same way. We would test the oral
Now he's
tradition
using that
in the
word.
same way we would test a written
He's making my claim
tradition.
true. He's making what I'm saying is right.
Because it's a nothing burger. Everyone already knew
It
that.
wasn't.
That's the
It's
point.
not a
That's what we're
nothing burger.
that's what we're
There was,
saying. It's like going in a
See,
room and
that's
saying
that,
it's like going in a
that's
room and saying A, B, C, D, E, F,
shut
G
up.
and saying the
Shut up
entire
for a
alphabet
second.
and then saying,
God
"Oh, see,
damn.
look, I told you I would."
Sounds like Jay's
See,
We
you
already
can't.
agree with that.
disagree here.
We already agree with that. Why are you coming in with information that we already agree
I
with?
didn't.
Shut
I
the
didn't.
fuck
I
An
didn't come
irrelevant
in. I
factoid.
didn't come in with any new
It's
information.
called an
You
irrelevant
dumb
factoid.
Shut the fuck up. You just made the
That's what we.
proposition that
That's what we
everybody
call
knows that. Prove that proposition.
That's what
Great.
proposition.
That's
You
one.
just said
But that's not
everybody
my
knows
point.
that.
Everybody knows
No,
what.
no, no. Hold on.
You
Hold
don't know
on.
what you just
Hold on.
said.
This
You're
is
not even
funny
fucking
as
stoned.
shit.
I mean,
What?
come
This
on.
is funny as
What are you talking
shit. I was talking about propositions in general being true or false. And then Jill comes in and says, yeah, that's a nothing burger. And the thing is literally the fucking third law of fucking Aristotelian logic is the law of excluded middle, where it
No
is the
one is
case that a
saying that the law of
proposition.
excluded middle is not an important issue or topic. We're saying for this conversation, it meant nothing. It was like going into a cafe, a bar or something, and
I know, it's
pouring
like
another cup of liquor. Like it meant
it's
nothing
Jill,
a
because you
hair.
got
It's
a
a red
whole
Jill,
stack
you're
of
herring.
being
liquor.
an idiot.
You got an
It's a red
entire
herring.
bar here,
You're
and you
being
came
an
in and just
idiot.
poured one cup, one shot,
Oh,
and
the
said,
red
"Oh, look at
Being
my
herring.
shot."
an idiot.
Like,
You're
who
being
cares?
that wasn't the thing in any way, shape, or form.
You came
I
to
see.
a gun range
I
with
see
a
Jay
pee-pee
face
shooter.
palming.
You came to a gun
There
range
you
with
go.
a pee-pee shooter and said, "Look at my pee-pee shooter." Who cares?
I'm not
My,
looking at your pee-pee, Jill.
my PP shooter will take out your PP shooter before your big PP shooter takes out my little PP shooter.
So both oral and written
Right. So that's a
propositions
proposition, right? So
have to be tested.
my little PP shooter will take out your big PP shooter, and my little PP shooter will be more efficient about taking out your little PP shooter because I'm using my little PP shooter. And then your big PP shooter may not be as effective as my little PP shooter in taking out your little PP shooter.
Yeah, you
And
see
now we
how
have to
quickly
ascertain whether or not which proposition
you
is
see how
necessarily
quickly when I
true.
came in here, Brojo, this idiot was gonna shut up and he was gonna start rambling on about some nonsense. So yes, Brojo,
That's because
propositions, whether
Jill
they're
can't
written
fucking follow
or
shit.
see, he's done. Whether they're written or oral,
Let me ask you,
they are
Jill. What do you
tested.
think?
They're
Okay,
tested.
fine, Jill.
I'm
Jill,
going to speak because he
Jill, let
just
me
spoke.
ask a question. If I ask a question,
I'm
please.
not answering any questions until I get to respond to what he was saying.
You're not gonna answer. Oh no, you don't.
Yeah,
That's
well,
not how it
then you
works
could
here.
just kick me then, because
Okay, I will kick
Thank
you.
you.
All right. So my question is, over time, Jill, what do you think would be more accurate, oral tradition or written tradition?
Well, hold on. I don't know if that's necessarily a really good question to ask him.
I think he already answered
Well,
that.
that's my question. I don't care. It's my question.
It's your question.
answered
Okay.
that.
What?
Well, I mean, but
Accuracy. Why we're looking for accuracy, truth,
Said
right?
he didn't
well, no,
he
not
didn't prefer
necessarily,
one
but
method
not
over the
between
other.
written, not
Well, that's what I
necessarily
want to
between
know.
written
I
and
want to
written.
know how is he come to truth? I mean, does he
Well, he said he
Do
didn't prefer.
you don't think that a written account is more?
I'm talking to Brojo. Shut up.
I'm ready to end this stream now. This is getting ridiculous.
Jesus Christ. Irenic just can't stop opening his mouth.
I was talking. I was addressing my friend Brojo. Do you mind? Jesus Christ.
I want the truth.
Well, yeah. And so that's why I was asking about whether or not you wanted to ask him that particular question, because propositions, even in written form, are still the same thing, the same propositions that are written. It's the same thing as stating a proposition. So really the quickness is the whole point of this particular conversation, or that conversation from before, was whether or not an oral representation of states of affairs based on propositions being made about things that actually exist in states of affairs is more accurate at that particular time in history versus like now. Not necessarily whether or not written or oral are necessarily in conflict with one another,
Or
right?
even our better ways. That's not the question. Which is better? It's
Well, it's whether or not it's the determination. It's the determination of the veracity of the propositions
Right, but
about states of affairs.
But you're talking about states of affairs from the past compared to those same kind of states.
It doesn't matter if it's not necessarily a state of affairs of a past. It can be a state of affairs of the present.
Okay, but it's the method of transmission, or that of the past compared to the method of transmission of the future, right?
Forget it. I'm gone. Bye.
Method.
Jesus Christ. Fuck it. Done.
I knew it. I knew I could get him on. I mean, I was trying to. I think he double speaks. He does a lot of double talking.
Not really.
I mean, it still didn't make sense for him to bring up propositional logic and how,
Yeah,
those are propositions. Like, what?
He just
We're
wanted
talking
to
about-
try to sound smart, so he brought up this nothing.
I just
burger,
didn't
this-
understand. What's
burger?
He just wanted to try to sound smart.
What is it?
We could call
What
it a
is
nothing burger. We can call it an irrelevant factoid. Everyone knows that all propositions need to be tested, and there are ways to test these propositions. So the answer to the question is we would rely on the same test that you use to test
if you were
written
going
oral
to test veracity, right?
Right, we would rely on the same test, but what the liberal wants to try to do is make it seem as though that there is no way to test the oral tradition. There are ways to test the oral tradition, just like there are ways to test the written tradition.
I think he might be going with. I mean, I think his angle might be more like we can test oral tradition today, and we can see how faulty it is, and therefore we can,
And there were ways of testing oral traditions then.
and understand that that's the same thing that was going on then. Maybe I don't know if that's what he said.
Well, yeah,
would
there
be
were
one
ways.
kind of
There were ways to test the oral traditions back then, just like we have ways to test our traditions today. So, I mean, this whole thing was just a big nothing burger. The question
You keep
is,
saying that, and it doesn't make any goddamn sense.
I know.
So I guess since it's a big nothing burger, we can call it a night. All right.
Oh wait,
Thank
2
you,
minutes to
everybody,
go.
for
2 minutes. 2
coming
minutes.
out.
2
Have a
minutes.
good
No,
night.
1 minute.
Have a Merry Christmas.
Remember the
Oh, I
reason
think
Wait,
Brojo
am I
wants
gonna do
to have a
karaoke?
puff
I'll
and
stay if Jill
eat.
sings some karaoke.
No.
You got a Christmas song, Jill? Huh?
Sing some Christmas song, Jill.
Drummer
You
boy.
wanna sing a Christmas song, Jill?
Yeah, there you go.
Brum-bum-bum-bum. Brum-bum-bum.
You sing? Huh?
No, no,
You sing some
no.
karaoke for me?
No, it's
Come on, for me for Christmas.
kind of late. Yeah,
For
it's kind of
all
late.
these hours that that I host for you, can you sing a karaoke for me?
All right, put on the little drummer boy. Quickly.
Well,
I'll
you
sing
have
one
to. You have to put on. You need to drop a link. You have to sing it.
Well, I'll find a link, but you have to play it so you're in tune.
Wait, he's not going to be in sync unless
All right,
he
I'll give him
drops
the
it.
link for it.
I'll find it.
Wow, Jill's gonna sing "Little Drummer Boy" for 420. This will be a.
Okay.
I'm surprised you. Oh, okay.
I don't even
Little
know. I
Drummer.
don't even know what the lyrics are to this song. I remember
That's why
singing
they.
it when I was a kid.
They told me.
Come, they told me, bum. I mean, come on, it's not that hard.
There's a link in the side chat if you need it, Jill.
I say it when I was a kid.
I have one. Unless Jill wants to use that link, he has to drop it from his device and share. Can you do that, Jill?
Now I'm just gonna share it from my All right, share
This
my
way,
screen.
this way you'll be in sync.
Yeah. Can we do some more karaoke after this project? Or is this special?
Sure. All right. You're gonna keep me here. All right. All right, people. Happy 420. Hold on. Oh, this is gonna be special. This is special. Christmas.
Smoke weed every day. Smoke weed every day. Smoke weed every day.
All right, ladies and gentlemen.
I don't think this is the right song.
It
Yes,
is.
it is.
Yeah.
Yes, it is. That's it. I see the words.
They told me,
No, this
I
is.
was born king to see.
Oh, okay. All right.
Real
I was
easy.
looking for a newborn king.
It's gotta be easy.
Are you gonna sing it, Ironic?
No,
No,
you're
go
singing
ahead.
it. Just you, man. Go. Just
Yeah,
you.
I'm mute.
Come on.
I'm mute.
Yes.
You should back it up. Because when it's white, you're supposed to be singing.
Oh.
Or
I don't.
you're muted or something, Jill.
I don't like this one. I like the one
Because
that
it's white.
sings for me.
It's
not
as
a very
because
good
it's
version
white.
of
You have
the
to be
music.
singing.
Yeah,
Try my
I like,
version.
I like the one that sings for me, so I don't have to sing.
No. You have
Do
to sing
loud.
it, man. It's all
No,
part of karaoke.
it's got to sing for me.
Joe, you such a wimp. Come on, Joe. Humble thyself. Humble thyself, Joe. Come on, Joe.
No. These don't sing for me.
You don't sing in church?
They're not singing in the background on this one. Let me see.
Oh, what a wimpy.
All right. This.
You're a wimp.
I don't know. You might get a copyright for this.
I think this one would be.
I don't think so. Not for Drummer Boy.
Not at Christmas.
Well, liberals. They'll.
There's a voice behind this
you.
one.
Yeah, liberal bullshit.
They'll cancel you on Christmas Eve if you're a Christian.
Sure they will.
We learned that in the Twitter file, so you can't say conspiracy theory anymore, huh, liberal?
In the Twitter files, I've
Told
never
you
fucking.
so.
I got a Drummer Boy for you. Here, try this one.
Told you
You like this
so.
band? They're a
Clock
Christian
Burger.
band. You'll like this band. They're a Christian band.
Oh, come on. It's these black people trying to bring soul into the song.
They told me
Nah, this is gay. No, this is a gay person. All right.
King to see
No, this sounds like Backstreet Boys. No, I'm not thinking these guys. All right, I found one. The Chickmunks.
It's gay.
The fucking chipmunks. All right, I'm out of here.
Nice to do chipmunks. Fucking chipmunks ago. See, look what you're doing. You're chasing them all away. Alrighty. I think I'm done. I'm tired. It's almost 12:30. You guys. Merry Christmas, everybody.